like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
You just touched Christy Boris hoo-hoo.
Shippy!
Low five.
Yeah. Let's get out of here.
And away we go. Hello, hello. Oh my goodness. Let me just double check on my other computer. Oh, my internet is so slow. Something feels slow tonight. Let me see. Oh, I sound amazing. No need to do a sound check. I hear it on my laptop. Just a little bit behind myself. Weird when yes, Miranda, you're covering this case. Oh my God, it's so interesting. So I'll do a little update and just do a little talk until all the people come in. If there's anyone live, oh, I understand. If you have other things to do, catch the replays, hit that like, be sharing stuff. Oh my God, YouTube's yelling at me saying, oh, my ravaged fans aren't sharing and liking enough. I don't know. I appreciate you guys, but Luna's here. Hello, my Luna Naxumbra. What is up? Yeah, she's adorable. Oh my gosh, she's good. But I'm at that point where it was years ago. Like my other cat Max passed away recently, but she was like one of those super special cats, you know. And yeah, that was in 2017, and after a few years, you know, I got used to it. Like I could watch those videos and not be so upset. But she was like so special. And in that video, she's like 15 or 16 years old. She was the runt of the litter. They made me wait a couple extra weeks to get her. And my kids were really, really young when we picked her up in this cardboard box at my veterinarians. And she was the runt of the litter. They named her Little Bit, and they had to extra feed her and stuff. And no, they didn't think she was going to last a couple months. And she turned out lasting 17 and a half, almost 18 years. And she was like this little tiger. She thought one of those cats that just didn't realize how small she was. She was the runt, but she was like, she thought she was a lioness. She was amazing, yet super sweet, just perfect kitty. Hi, Paula. What is up? Have you come down from your Scream 7 high yet? I watched your replay again. Oh my goodness, your eyes were out of, you were so excited. That was so adorable, Paula. I watched you talking about the Scream 7. I can't wait to see that. Oh my goodness. Every time I see that commercial or whatever, I think of you, just your eyes popping out of your head. You were so excited. It was so cute. You guys didn't catch that? Catch Paula's little replay of just did like a 8-minute or so. Right after she saw Scream and got home, she was like, oh my, her jaw was dropped onto the floor. Her eyes were popped wide open. She was so excited, and it was hilarious. So thank you, Paula. Any updates, Paula? Any updates on the pop culture side? Anything good, guys? Let us know. Yeah. You get those special ones, right? Obviously, all the cats are great. All your pets are wonderful. But you get those, I guess every now and then you get the extra special ones that are just like almost like your little soulmate sent to you, You get some of those, and that was my bandit. Oh my goodness. She was just, I don't know. Yeah, it hurts when they die, because that when going in, right? That going in when you get one of those pets, especially if you get an older one like a rescue, it's going to be hard when you get hooked and attached, and they're going to pass. But I mean, it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. And it's totally worth it, because when that pain subsides, what do you have is these wonderful memories, right? So I tell everyone, so like if you want to get rid of those pain, if you think you can just disappear and avoid that pain when they pass, well, then you're going to have to lose all the memories too, and all the good stuff that comes with it. So I guess we all know once that pain subsides, yeah, those memories, and especially nowadays, you get all the extra. Oh, I'm so wise. You get all that. Nowadays, we have, like the last 10, 20 years, we all have, especially since 2010 when the iPhones and that came out, we all have those cameras. All our pets, we have them memorialized. Miranda's still here. I know was Miranda here? Yeah, Miranda was here. You see her avatar, that's Finn, her puppy. I'm sure she probably has about 10 gigabytes, and her camera rolls are filled with pictures of Finn. Ooh, I had, she sent me one at Christmas with her Finn sitting with Santa Claus. Remember that, Miranda, if you're still around? Oh my goodness. If you guys have, that's what I was going to do tonight. Perfect. Look at Luna. Look at you. Look at you adding to this show. Oh my goodness. I'm going to put my email in. And tonight we're going to watch, I believe, I'm keeping track, the videos. I'm going to find it any second now. I think we're finished day 4 of the Dale Warner murder trial. And we'll do a quick update on that. Let me share my screen. So what I will do first is, for you lovely, lovely, ravaged fans of mine, dedicated, loyal, lovely, beautiful, smart, informed, amazing fans, super fans, I will put my email address in. And if you guys ever, oh my gosh, V, oh, you didn't have to. Thank you. I'm not going to buzzkill. Ugh, what the hell? V, starting already. My conscience is yelling. You guys, if you can't see V in chat, that's my conscience, and she's in my head already. She's always in my head. You're so right. No buzzkill, but I will say I'm gonna put my email address in, and if you guys have any, because Critter Mama emailed last night, and she emailed me a couple extra ones too, and I didn't see those photos, so I'll start tonight with that. How's that? If you guys have your pets, so say when we're watching the trial and stuff, if there's any slow spots, I will put on just some photos of your guys' pets or anything like that. So I'm doing that now. If you don't have to come here, but I appreciate you. I'm not going to be a buzzkill, but I'll be on for a little while. So if you have to catch, since you only can manage one device, I understand. I'll have to send you one of my TVs. I know. But until then, what was I doing? Oh, right. I'm getting my internet feels slow tonight. So usually, what was I doing? Excuse me. Usually it's super fast. For some reason, my internet feels, or it's my browser. I like Google, right? I like Google, but I'm using Firefox because my ad blocker is working so much better here. When I block ads, when I don't have the YouTube Premium, but I don't see any ads with Firefox. It's usually like that with Google, but every now and then Google gets peed off and tries to, it hurts. I know you're being serious. So hey, email me any photos, guys. I'm going to put my email in. That's going to be part of my segment. So like when we're showing the trial and stuff, obviously I don't want to make light of the trials. And if there's victims and I'm not, even if they're suspicious, whatever, I don't want to make light of things. But like, honestly, for me, I would prefer if people would stop murdering each other. I really would. But since we're going to do this and, maybe try to help and see and, get like, not justice or anything for victims and to hear their story and keep it alive if it's not solved or there's wrongfully convicted, we need to do this. And it's really hard. It's hard sometimes. And sometimes a little bit of humor is my process. And just know I'm not making light of anything serious, but sometimes we need a little humor. So feel free and chat. And, I feel like I found something last night where I'm gonna, put up your guys' pets. I think it's adorable, especially if there's if I can work it out to do it without covering, if somebody's giving it like a longer testimony and it's, it's interesting, right? But hey, I feel like it's also cute. Yeah. Wasn't that awesome? We'll do a little recap. If people are, so what I'm going to do first is that's it. Thank you, Luna, keeping me on track. My conscience V reminded me not to be a buzzkill. I won't be a buzzkill. Thank you so much for being here. You guys are amazing. I love you all. 800 people are in chat right now. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put on my email address, and it's NHLZ. It's really simple. NHL01 Z28 Camaro at live.com. NHL01Z28 Camaro at live.com. Well, you don't have to dox them. Hey, listen, I know you're being silly, V, and you're funny, but nothing's mandatory here, guys. I would never, ever want you to do anything but what you want and what's best for you. So then it's simple. Then you just don't email me their photos, and I won't dox them. Dox isn't, but you know what I'm saying. If you have, if anybody would like to show their little adorable pets, if you have any, it's so nice to see you, Paula. Have you come down from your Scream 7 excitement? I think you're probably coming down a little bit now. Yes, love to all the mods, every one of you. You guys are great. And so I've got my email in here. NHLZR1Z28 Camaro, CAMARO at live.com. And if you guys ever, any photos, I mean, your Christmas vacation, Paula, I had your Christmas tree up for a while, and oh my goodness, anything you guys want to show the people. Doesn't have to be pets, cool cars, or your vacation in 1992 to wherever you went. Anything. Yes, passwords. Oh, my password. Yes, YouTube. Yeah. Yes, YouTube Bad Actress was having a fun all time last night. I emailed her back and said, "You're a hoot." She's a fucking hoot. Oh my goodness, she had so much fun, even laughing at me. She's hilarious. Dad, blur, shabby, shippy. You choose. If you're smiling like that, you have a big, beautiful smile like that, you guys can call me anything you want. Oh my goodness. Ted, I think he's not even doing it as a joke. He's just one of those persons. He's calling Rabby Reeby, and he calls me Shippy every now and then. It's funny. Like he's not doing it to be funny, but he's just one of those guys that he probably meets so many people that the names are just spinning in his head. And yeah, it's funny. I know, eh? He's calling me, or with the email stuff. Yeah, that was great. That was great. She was just, oh my, and Critter Mama. Oh my goodness, I didn't. She thought I was condescending her, but I was trying to be. I do that in my real life too. I screw things up. I'm trying to be sincere and specific, and people think I'm condescending them or not. Yeah, Ted's great. He's hilarious. Oh my goodness, he's every time I go on his show, I'm getting like all these new subs and stuff. He's awesome. Yes, that's what I told Ted. I said, "Hey, Carol, my love, you found me again. It's a new day for us, girl. Let's start fresh." Mm-mm. Yeah, V. I put a joke in Ted the very first. I didn't even know him the first time, and I was like, I put down Ted and Shibby, the two rugged, handsome, or something investigative journalists, and he loved it. So that could be a title for one of our spin-offs, maybe. He seems to like me, and he's a great dude, and he's just got the energy. Oh my goodness! If I could leech on and catch some of that energy and momentum, and then we can, like he's doing all those other things too, and then getting people to come for the Delphi talk. And I know it's been talked about, and if people, you don't have to come and talk, but if you do, I mean, it's always good to have stuff out there. And he's doing other things too. He's not just doing, he's doing other things. I mean, with the Guthrie stuff in JLR, but he's also talking about, like just tonight, Alex Criminal Network called in, and they had a great talk about a few other cases. So awareness is always good, and people enjoy it. It's interesting and informative, and we all can get along and have, instead of sitting around watching this lame or mainstream stuff, media and left this, right this, blah, 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 fighting and advertisements and commercials. Oh my God. I don't even turn my TV on anymore except for when I watch hockey games, and commercial after commercial. Ugh. Oh my God, enough already. I'd rather just do these court cases and get awareness and hang with you guys. You're all so much fun and interesting. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm so appreciative. I'm not going to go on it. I've never ever minimized you guys to your looks, but look at the people. Oh my God, V is gorgeous. Luna is a beauty. Oh my God, I'm so fortunate. I know Mimi and Carol. I get to see you guys. Paula, amazing pop culture experts coming to me. I feel so fortunate. You guys even come to say hello. I'm not on. No, maybe that's your little 5-inch screen. Same here, Aluna. You've been awesome. Where are you in Sweden? Oh, I'd love to hear your little accent one day. Oh, maybe you'll call in, you guys. I mean, honestly, I had like 10 years where I didn't even want to talk to anyone in real life. And about a couple years ago, I wouldn't even give my phone number or text or even consider talking in these chats. I guess I was depressed and repressed, whatever. I didn't want to Stockholm. No more syndrome for you. Come on out, speak. Does not. You're such a great addition, V. Oh my goodness. I love having you around. You're amazing. So, what was I saying? Oh, I'm so enamored with you guys. That's what I should do. Start a video up maybe. Oh, so that's what we're doing. So I put the email address in. I won't dox your pets or anything, but if you email me, I'll check or let me know, and my conscience V will yell at me with a bunch of yellow signs to get my attention if I miss. That's my thing. I'm gonna really, I do not. Oh my God, V. If you knew how much I liked you, You would never say that. You're amazeballs. You are. You're not Ted. You're much more. Oh my gosh, Ted is great. I love Ted. You are. Oh, you're present. That's one. You're present. Oh my gosh, you fit all. Look at Luna and you guys. Mimi. You guys are beautiful spirits. Your energy, your aura. I feel you guys. Honest to gosh. Perfect. I think you guys are over 30-ish. Younger than 153. You have a pulse. You're present. You guys are checking all the boxes for me. Hush. Hush now. You guys are checking all the boxes. And V, I'm using this photo from Ted because V said I looked rugged and handsome. It's all pure. It's real. Barely a filter. Look at that. Because if I was going to make a fake photo, I would bring my hairline down, right? So this is the real deal. You're going to, this guy might appear in the top right corner. On our first date, I might show up timid and nervous. I'm innocent, pure, naive. But once you get to know me, I'll take the mask off. See me up here? I'll take the mask and goggles off, and you'll get this guy. And then we'll do our rollerblading. V, like V's keeps begging me. She's sending me emails. Come. I'm wearing size 6. Ladies, bring the roller skates. Let's go. Right. Over 30-ish. Yes. Over 30-ish. Very, yes. Thank you. And you guys are amazingly beautiful. Oh my goodness. Obviously, I would never, ever minimize you two, your looks. But I mean, oh my God. If I showed up to meet you guys and you looked 1/10 as beautiful as this, oh my God, I would have a heart attack, right? Oh my God, where is it? Look at that. Oh my God, it would be this. It would be this. Where is it? Oh my gosh. And I'd be like, and then I would be gushing. And I would like, all aboard, Shibby. Hop on. Just kidding. And let me see. I know there's a few other lives on. Let me call Heather in. I know she's not here yet. Watch, here's her thing. Here it is. This gets Heather to come in. So Hebby and Nicole holding hands on the top of a 35-story building, and they're holding hands, walking, and some guy is rubbernecking. He sees them holding hands. He's like, "Oh my God, the two beautiful women holding hands, so in their summer dresses," and then he's on a 35-story building, walking and looking at them, and then he hits the railing and falls over. Oops. Wrong one. Here it is. Here, take 2. He hits the railing and falls over. Bounces on the ground twice. And then splats. Oh my goodness. So that happened. So let me check. Watch. That's going to get Heather to come in. You watch. But I know we're all yucking it up in another chat, but let's do this. Okay. No one would ever call. Oh, subtle. I am a subtle. I'm subtle. I'm handsome. I'll make you laugh. You'll cry. You'll smile. And like with Carol, my newfound love, every day will be a new day with me. I promise. No more farting around. Let's do this. So I shall. If you guys email me, let me know. Ted has emailed me. Oh, said thanks. That's it. Earlier, I was ready to call in with Ted, but I missed his email. He invited me on. Then I went in his chat and I said I would call in, but he might have missed my comment. I didn't see his email. And then Noe called in, and I thought, I went and got ready. I got a coffee. I had my microphone ready. I was ready to call in. I had my StreamYard open. I thought he was going to do Noe, and then I made a comment that I would call in after Noe because him and Noe were having a great conversation. And I guess Sure. Yes, Ted's a good dude. If you wanted to hold hands, yeah, he's a fun guy. There'll be a reason for it. Like, okay, hold my hand, or I'll just ride his coattails. Oh my God, the guy has got so much energy. Yes, I will. I will. I will. I will. I'll do that again. Here we go. For you guys. My internet feels super slow tonight, guys. So I'm sorry. Look at this. NHL ZR 1028 Camaro. Oops. CAMARO at live.com. You see, correct, perfectly correct. So if you have any pictures, I'm going to do them up later tonight once we find some slow spots in the trial. So that's what I'm doing now. So perfect. We've got 150 people here. The show's going to start. Okay. So what I will do is I'm on my other monitor finding, here we go. I got their channel of live streams. So now I'm pretty sure, let me just double check. To copy that. And I'll open up a new page just to be sure. This is where we'll go. Here. Paste and go. They've got the court trial. So Dale Warner trial. Now, quick update for all you lovely people. If you're just joining, we're on day 5 already. Basically, we've only done 2 shows. If you see these blue thumbnails, I will make a new one soon, but the blue thumbnails are Dale Warner, and I changed the title afterwards because I didn't know how far. So tonight, if we get, it depends what we do. I will change the title, but the first one, we started with the opening statements, and I think we might have missed a witness, a testimony, but after the opening statements of day 1, day 2 was D. Warner's son, Zachary Bock, B-O-C-K. So he's here in this one. He's in the title. I put him in the thumbnail. So we started day 2, part 1. So then the next one was day 2, part 2. And I will read to you. Oh, I'll even do better. How about this? I'll go here, but I'm going to pause it, okay? I'm going to pause it. I'm just going to play it for a second. This is my last night's live stream. My God, my internet's slow. I clicked that. Oh my goodness, something's super slow tonight. Something's wrong. It's never this slow. I just want it because I have the timestamps here. So I'm going to pause this. So look at this. Oh, I can't even pause. It's like loading. Trying to pause. Won't let me pause. Oh my gosh. Anything you want, Luna. Anything. Oh my goodness. I'll post anything. If you want to share it with us, our friends, your friends, our friends. Here we go. So the timestamps. I'm doing the timestamps. Look at this. Oh, I just clicked that. It's waiting. What is happening? I clicked it. Should I click again? I gotta wait. No, I'm gonna click. I clicked again. Okay, there it opened up. So this is the second show. So we did Deputy Austin Hall. He's the one with all the body cam photos. Oh my gosh. So he was at the end of day 1 also. They did body that's it. So then he was on day 2. They called him back up again, Deputy Austin Hall, because they had so many body cam videos from this guy. Or it was day 3. He was back up. I can't remember. So the timestamps are all here. Then Dustin Lolly was the next person that came on the stand. He's a guy, Dee's daughter Raquel's boyfriend. His name is Dustin Lolly. He was on the stand. So the timestamps are all here. Usually about a half an hour they go on yes. ZR1's a Corvette. ZR1 is a Corvette. Have you ever heard of the ZR1 Corvette? ZR1, but in the USA, it's an American car. So we say ZR1 Corvette. All right. NHL is hockey. Yeah. ZR1 is a Corvette. Z28, I added the Camaro for V. I mean, if I added the Corvette, it would have been way too long. So, but I do love Camaros too. I'm a Chevy guy. That helps. Okay. So no more distractions. Okay. So Dustin Lawley came up. So, if you guys are doing that, if you just watch the first two, we're on I'm on day 3 of my coverage, but we're we're on day 5. So, 1 second. Stacy Brody came up next. She was Dee's massage therapist. Yeah, about a half an hour. Then Stephanie Volkel was Dee's employee of 5 years, came on the stand, chewing gum. Mimi noticed. And Kyle Wagner was the IT guy for the Warner business, came on stand and talked for a good half hour. Brian Bush, Dale Warner's ex-son-in-law. So one of Dale Warner's daughter's ex-husbands came on and talked because he knew some stuff. And then we started day 4, and it was all about the cell phone. So Michigan police phone analyst Georgia Ziegler came on and talked. And it's seemed pretty good with this chat. This court case. 1 sec. Like, doesn't seem like a lot of nonsense or shenanigans. It seems all well, like they're not petty fighting, and they're not just they're really, seems really, the judge is pretty good, and prosecutions so far not shady or really dicky, and the defense isn't seem shady, or they seem, everyone is great. So then came GM senior manager OnStar vehicles. Oh, I gotta fix that spelling later. Vehicle specialist Devin Newell, a guy that works at GM, and the old OnStar in a D's car had OnStar, so they covered a lot of that. And they could show tracking and all the stuff, how your phone opens and closes and starts, all that stuff. So it's interesting. And also, the last person we did was Madison Wolf, Dee Warner's personal assistant and nanny. And she had a lot to say because, like, she was helping her with personal things on a daily basis, of like even things like her accounts and having passwords. And this Dustin, no, where is it? Yeah, Dustin Lawley, Dee's daughter, Raquel's boyfriend. So Dee Warner, the victim, Dale's wife, who is on trial for murdering. Dee's daughter, Raquel's boyfriend, Dustin Lawley, found a tracking device in her car. Oh my goodness. And supposedly Dale put it there. In the trial, they're saying that. It looks like that's obviously kind of what would happen, right? Not many people would have access to Dee. She pulled it out right out of the US OBD2 port, which is a port all cars have, usually under the steering wheel, near your knees, sometimes on the right or left, but it's a diagnostics port where you can plug in tools and read codes and get to the computer and do pretty much everything with the car. Nowadays, you can clear the trouble codes and read codes to see kind of what's wrong with the car. I do it myself on my own cars. I have an app on my phone. I just plug this little thing into my OBD2, and I scan and see what codes there are, and if you get a check engine light, so it's called the OBD2 port. All cars have them, usually down by your knees. And you plug the tracking device, a tracker in, and he found it, and they pulled it out, and oh my goodness, Dustin found it. So let's do this for the people. You guys ready? So I gotta find day 4. So that's a recap. We ended here. So oh my god, my computer's so gosh. I will go back to this sweet dude. She got 260 subs. Oh my gosh, I've gone up again. Wow. Rebby, hello. Okay, so we're getting to it right now. What's up, Rebby? Just in time. You guys haven't missed anything. Just did a little recap. This guy is live. His computer's super slow. He's trying his best. I've clicked live and it hasn't gone there. Oh, should I do it again? I'll do it again. Take me to this isn't my lives. I clicked this and we're here still. I want to go here. My computer feels like, there we go. Oh my God, something's so wrong. Man. So if something happens with my computer, it just feels weird, I will be right back. Just know that something's not right. I'm not going to reboot anything. I won't reboot my router because I think I probably should. I did maintenance on my computer before I started. Look at it, it's going slow, speed up. Something must just be that time of night where it's like everyone in my area could be loading on this internet and slowing things down. It feels like it. So we're going to start. I'm going to go find, that's what I was doing right now. Let's start. No more rambling. Thank you guys. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, why am I clicking things? And I got to wait. Feels like the 90s when I got a computer and you got to wait. Okay, so I'm going to find, I believe we're on day 5. So look at this. Man, sorry guys. This is really, I'm scrolling up and down, but it's not. It's slow, feels slow. So they just did, look at this. Today they're on day 11. So we're catching up because we're going through a couple days at a time. So I know exactly where we are, and I've done really good at the timestamps and keeping track. Also, if we get caught up with them, we will be able to go back. If we catch up to them before it's over, I'm not sure exactly the details, but we will. I'll find documents and I will read. I'll do a read. Here we go. Dale Warner. It's got to be this one here because we did this one. So this has to be, or did looks like we finished here. I'm just going to double check. I'll open this one up to make sure we finished. This is, I believe, yeah. So this is Devin Newell, the GM OnStar guy. I've got it muted, so you're hearing me now. If ever I play my older streams, I will let you know. It's not me talking. I'm just going to pause this. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm hitting pause and nothing's happening. Thumbs up. Never. There we go. So sorry, guys. So I just got to find out because I know. And then afterwards, so before this is, I'll just show you. This was something Ziegler. I forget her name. Someone Ziegler, the Michigan police phone analyst. Not Madison. I don't know. Ziegler, something Ziegler. Might have been. And then, so then we had Devin Newell. This guy's the GM OnStar guy talking about, and then there was Madison Wolf came on, and this one, she is, I'll get a good, she's in front of her microphone there. Let me check. Her mic's in her face. She is Dee's nanny, and very, oh my gosh, she had a lot of inside knowledge. See if I can find a good one of her. Not in front of her mic. You guys get the idea. She's kind of got her mic in her face the whole time. Madison Wolf. I have all the names. I have it here on my phone too. So yes, phone is. It's got to be my internet because my phone. So Madison Wolf, Dee's nanny, and Georgia Ziegler was the police analyst. So my phone feels slow too, so it has to be my internet. Weird. Yes. I like how Betsy Blair testified for both sides. Yeah. Yes. She saw this. Well, I think what happened, in my opinion, with Betsy Blair is like Riley Voorhees and all of them. They really wanted to do the right thing and help the case, right? They come forward and then they end up kind of ignoring what they have to say that doesn't, when it doesn't go with their narrative, like Betsy Blair and Riley Voorhees, even Cheyenne Mills and Shelby Duncan, and even Dave McCain almost sounds like he had to kind of push them to talk to him. Then they wait weeks to come and look at his camera and stuff. So I feel like a lot of people in the Delphi case tried to help out and do the right thing, especially like Betsy Blair, and they kind of, it doesn't fit their narrative, or for whatever reason, they wait weeks to go talk to them when, like, Betsy Blair had important information. Cheyenne Mills had to call and beg them to come to talk to her, and, had to go back a couple weeks later with her mom and meet them in a parking lot. And then The next morning, Cheyenne called and said, before they found the bodies, and said she was there yesterday, and they wait a week or two to talk to her. So it's almost like they really didn't want to. This is what they said. And then turns out like Betsy Blair seemed like a trial almost was definitely a prosecution help. And it's like they browbeat them, in my opinion, Betsy and Riley, and they just keep hounding them and talking to them until they can get, and then they write up a narrative, like Liggett would write up a narrative after talking to them. Anything, little thing they said that he could kind of spin to change narratives or add stuff. I honestly believe that. And I even heard Riley say it a couple times in that Hannah Shakespeare document. Riley Voorhees, positive she talked to her and had her face blurred out. And Riley Voorhees said that they kept coming to my door and hounding me, you know, and they would just, you know, find any little thing to spin. And they kept bugging him till they would accidentally, okay, I saw this maybe too, or I don't, you know, and so they can then, you know, I honestly feel that. So, no, I'll do what I want. You can move on, young lady. How's that? LOL. Thank you. Obviously, I'm not reading your point. I'm reading what you're saying, and I'm coming with my points. So hush, young lady, hush. Don't you start. You get an exemption. LOL exemption. I'll carry on. So, there's that. Now, what was I doing? So we did finish this. We finished it. Okay. And I'll close that down. So let's hopefully here will be the next morning of day 5. I hope 11 days ago. This is it. Let's do it. No more screwing around. You guys are here. I appreciate you. We're going to do it. Yes. Hey, if you promise you might call in one day, I'll be so happy, V. I can't wait to hear your voice. I will be doing call-in shows, and V has pointed out, I will also schedule guests like Skip Jansen and Fishy. I won't even interrupt them. I can't wait to hear their conversations. So there's going to be all that coming soon. I put my email out. I'm going to do better. I'm going to plan shows. I'm not going to do only this stuff. There will be still Delphi stuff for sure. I'm going to do my best to contact people and plan ahead. Oh, gosh, my computer is so slow, guys. I'm sorry. This has to be day 5. So, yep, day 5. Perfect. So this is February 19th, day 5. We're catching up. This will be, it says 7 hours, but I mean, it's usually about 4 or 5 hours because of a lot of breaks in here. Like they include this, like they include their lunch break, and they've been taking 2 hours lunches and stuff. So it says 7 hours, but it's going to be 3 or 4 hours. So I'm playing it now, but for some reason it's not. I'm going to unmute. Sure, Ted will call. Yeah, I'll get Ted to call my show. Of course. I will get people to call in randomly. I will plan. So sometimes I misspoke a few times when I said I'll have a call-in shows, but I meant like random call-in, but also I'll plan ahead because I know Skip loves to just, you know, he has so much to say, Skip, and I promise him I would never, if I said something and he wanted to talk about something, I think he thought sometimes, I guess he's had experiences where you call in to talk about one thing and people would like switch it around. I don't want to do any gotchas or anything. I mean, I'm grateful for somebody with that kind of knowledge about the case to call into my itty bitty show and just for 5 minutes say what they want. I won't switcheroo or play any weird games. Something's not loading here, or it is running. Okay, it's been running, so it's black screen. That's what I'm waiting for. So I'm scanned ahead. I'll go full screen. So day 5 of trial starts now. Let me get rid of their chat. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. My computer is like super slow. This isn't live, obviously. They've got it mic'd, so when they start, it looks like it's going to be any second. 9:10 a.m. Look at this. 9:10 Dale Warner trial. Day 5, February 19th. They're waiting to say all rise. Any second now. Clock is ticking. Okay. I've got the sound on. Everything's up. The quality's up. Speed is normal. I'm going to like. I've liked the show. Any second now. You know what I will do? If you ever see me, I'll be in chat talking with you guys, but we're going to listen. I will be scanning ahead and I will pause and come in. And situations like this, I'm going to hit the speed 2x. I'm going 2x and I'm ready to go back to 1 as soon as at least the audio comes back on. Look at the clock, it's going faster. 2 times speed. Okay, guys. So day 5, Dale Warner trial, 9:11 a.m. Clock is ticking. I should scan ahead, but I know I'll probably make it worse. So I'm just going to go until I'm going ahead. They've got to be coming in any second now to say, all rise. The judge, the reasonable judge, I'm not even sure exactly his name. Mimi, what's the judge's name? We're waiting for him. I should just stick with this. I have a feeling if I go and look, I'm going to make it worse. So they've got to be, oh my goodness. Time is flying. It's 9:12 already, almost 9:13 at 2x speed. Anything you guys want to say or do? I don't know. Maybe get on it. Just kidding. I should look. I'm going to look. It seems like there's, oh boy, I'm glad I looked. Oh boy, I'm glad I looked. Oh boy, look at this. Oh boy, watch this. Oh my goodness. Looks any second now. I see it. I'm going to get ready to change the speed back. Any second now. We're at 2x. Look at the clock. We've time traveled. Okay, here we go. I'm going to mute.
Good morning. We are back on the record in file 24-21841-FC, People of State of Michigan versus Dale Warner. Have just had a brief conversation with the attorneys in chambers. It's my understanding that at this point there are some additional exhibits that the parties have stipulated to in terms of foundation and entry into evidence.
That's correct, Your Honor. We would be stipulating to exhibit 259 and 261.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to do outside the presence of the jury then?
Your Honor, I believe we would also stipulate to releasing Giada Rowe from her subpoena.
No objection. Thank you.
Okay, so she will be released from that subpoena, and exhibits 259 and 261 will be admitted. Are we ready to bring the jury back then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, people may call their next witness.
The people would call Detective Daniel Drewyor.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can have a seat.
Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
My name is Daniel Drewyor, Daniel Drewyor.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed by the Michigan Department of State Police.
And what's your title?
I'm currently a detective lieutenant.
How long have you been a detective lieutenant?
For approximately 15 months.
And what was your title prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a detective sergeant.
Okay. And how long were you a detective sergeant prior?
I was a detective sergeant for 3 or 4 years.
How long have you worked for the Michigan State Police in total?
We just eclipsed 12 years, ma'am.
At some point in time, did you become involved in this case?
Yes.
When was that?
That was in March of 2022.
And what was your involvement at that time?
I was a detective sergeant for the State Police Monroe Post, which covers Monroe and Lenawee counties. And the Sheriff's Department Lenawee County Sheriff's Department had contacted the post and asked for some assistance with this investigation. So I was assigned to assist the detective from the county. Also involved.
Sorry, guys, that was their video just dropped out. Screen went black for a second. If that happens again, I'm here and I will fix it. So here we go.
At some point in time, did you completely take over the investigation?
Yes, that would have been August of the same year.
And when you took over the investigation, what was the first thing you did?
There were a number of administrative things that need to be completed, primarily taking all the current evidence and documents from the Sheriff's Department, inventorying them and entering them into our report writing system and property.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes.
And what types of evidence did you take from the Sheriff's Department?
There was a volume of documents, video, surveillance video, body cam video. There was some physical evidence, some things that have been sent to the lab for miscellaneous testing, and electronic media.
When you took over the case and took that evidence, did you start from the beginning, or what was your goal?
Kind of a combination. So we conducted a complete review of everything that we took from the Sheriff's Department. So that was reviewing all the evidence, all the reports, all the videos, but then also starting our own investigation from the beginning.
And after reviewing at least a portion of that evidence, did you interview the defendant?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
That was in December of 22.
Where was that at?
That was at the Michigan State Police Monroe Post.
And would you say approximately the first 45 minutes or so was just building some rapport with the defendant?
Yes, practically the first 45 minutes were not necessarily case specific, more just introducing myself to Mr. Warner.
Okay. Now we're going to get into the actual details of your investigation at a later point in time, next week maybe. So right now I just want to focus on kind of the interview you did. So when you, after that first 45 minutes, what was the first topic of discussion that you had with the defendant?
That would be the weekend of April 24 and April 25, 2021, which is the weekend that D. Warner disappeared.
So after the first 45 minutes, did you get some general background information from the defendant, such as the businesses and relationships and finances before you got into the weekend?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, we'll play the first portion of Exhibit 221.
Why wouldn't you do something to me?
My soulmate. I love her.
Okay. And what what do you think should happen to someone that did do something there?
I'm not so sure that someone did anything to her. So I think she just won. She was someone. I mean, she obviously had a common good plan.
Okay.
She left with someone. They did something for her. They didn't. I don't think anyone's done it.
Okay. Can you, kind of in your words, can you describe Dee to me as a person?
The most beautiful woman in the world.
And how about her personality? When you talk about her as a person,
You know, she could be hot and cold.
what do you mean by that?
She could be sweet and seductive and just the nicest person in the world. And she could be saying within 2 seconds.
How would you describe your marriage overall?
I would describe our marriage as a normal marriage. We had a lot of arguments and disagreements, but business is a thing we run. You're going to have disagreements on things.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, at our time, we did business in the office, bring it home. If you didn't agree with her way of thinking, then she'd keep on doing it. She'd convince you what she was saying was right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And how would you describe kind of a normal argument with her? What is that like? The two of you and her?
A normal argument?
Yeah, what's a typical argument like for you two?
And I would start out, she would say, I accuse her of doing something. Or if I catch her, I catch her doing something, well, she told me she was going to go pick something up, but she didn't do it because she went shopping. I said, how come you didn't get this part? You know, I had to have it. Well, you know, I was busy and I had to go do this. And she, by the end of the argument, she'd have it completely so far away from the part, it'd be my fault, and I'd walk away home.
You apologize at the end?
She's massive manipulating her own.
Hey, sure, I'm married to my wife. What's going on here? I got the same treatment.
That's what I did, of course, with 13. I think they're all sisters in the end. Well, that was my biggest thing when we were both on the counselor. You know, after the fact, you know, she left and told most actors one day, no, she left because you were getting better. You were understanding how to talk to her when you had an argument. You have to, you know, say, okay, honey, and before you get, I would be in the middle of something that she would argue. He says, yeah, you have to stop. You have to sit down and say, okay, what's bothering me? Let's talk about it. And I would never do that until close to the, before she left. And that's when I was finally, boom, the light was on. This is what I gotta do. Men from Mars, women from Venus or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have to sit down and talk to her. As soon as I started doing that, she didn't know how to argue anymore. It's like, oh shit, I'm screwed. Because I sat down, okay, Dee, tell me what you're doing, what you need to do, and how we can fix it. And she didn't know how to handle it. And she just get pissed and take off and walk away or leave.
How often would that happen?
Oh, it was once or twice a week. We had a good argument over something.
Okay.
I mean, I shouldn't say an argument, we disagreed on how to do things, or, you know, where this truck is going, or who this guy's gonna get done. It was always a disagreement on things that are getting done through business.
Okay. And how often would she, to my understanding, it wasn't uncommon for her to leave for a night and go stay somewhere. How often would that happen?
That was random. I don't know,
If you had to guess, how many times a month?
like once or twice.
Okay. And that was
But
consistent?
it wouldn't be, you know, she would get pissed off and leave, and she'd just go shopping for the day and won't answer her phone. Or if she's really pissed off, she'd take off and go over to Zack's house and stay for a day or two, or you didn't know. I mean, you never knew how long before she'd be back.
Okay.
So that's why I never was worried until Walter sold it by it. And it was wrong because it was took off and come back.
And before, I have a few questions for you. And before I ask these, some of these are just reports we have from other people. So me asking it does not mean that I think it's true. I want you to understand that, okay? And I mean that sincerely. So we have reports from different people regarding there being violence in your household historically between you and Dee. Can you describe that to us?
this, having a high-level conversation back and forth with each other.
Can you describe what you mean by high level?
Just hollering at each other. He would be saying that Bob and screaming, hollering, Tucker Holmes at me. I'd be hollering back at her. There was very violence.
And how often would those types of discussions occur?
A couple times going around here, just depending on if the truck got rolled over that day, or if somebody smashed something up, or what went wrong in the business.
I see, okay. So what would you say if the person that had given us that information regarding violence in the household was here, what would you say to them?
He's got to go back hearsay from what someone else told him.
Okay. What can you tell us specifically about the device that was installed on Dee's car on her Escalade? Some people refer to it as a tracking device. What can you tell us about that?
You didn't know.
Okay, so we have received information that there was a device installed in the Escalade and that she had discovered it and that's caused an argument between the two of you.
There's not anything in there, argument or Escalade device in there.
Okay, do you know anything about the device in general that she felt was tracking her or something on a vehicle? Is that
she thought I put one in the Hummer?
Okay, can you tell us a little about that?
I put a diagnostic device plugged into it to see how it's running.
Okay.
There's no run or change in it. She figured it was a tracking device. I could tell where she was at.
Okay. Well, then why do you think she would feel that way?
She was paranoid. She didn't want anyone to know where she was at, what she was doing. I mean, this is me finding out after the fact.
Okay.
And the Escalade had a hot star on it, so I could tell where the Escalade was at anytime, every time.
Okay.
The last Escalade, not the first one, just the second one.
Okay. And what about there being rumors of her being involved with other men? What would you say to that?
At the time when she left, I would say no, but now I really don't know how to answer that question.
Okay. You've had a lot of time to think about it. You think it was possible? You think it was true?
I am leaning towards that it was true, but in my mind, I still only think in my life my wife was true to me.
Okay.
What else? I don't know until she's here before I could ask her to confront her. I guess I want to say she's innocent, so she tells me otherwise it was proof.
Okay. Had that been a suspicion due to the past? Something you had confronted her on prior to this?
Never betrayed her. She was behind the affair.
Looking back, were there any indicators that may have been the case back then?
Looking back, there's a lot of things that would make me question, like I say,
What things? Can you describe it to me?
being gone for hours at a time, the vehicle being gone, I mean, not being able to account for where you've been, or not wanting to tell me where you've been.
Okay. Anything else? Okay.
I mean, this is all stuff that I found out in the last 3-4 months, and a lot of it, maybe it's all this, there's so many rumors and so much shit going on.
I'm sure.
Like I say, I'm not gonna leave any of it until she's in front of me, I can ask her.
Several people have reported instances where you would show up to where Dee was unannounced without having knowledge of your acknowledgement of where she was. Can you explain that to us a little bit?
That's news to me.
Okay, so I could think, correct me if I'm wrong, Carter, but one specific example was she was out to lunch with someone and she had made a statement about not wanting to be around you. You're having some argument or disagreement on that specific day, and you had showed up to where that lunch was occurring.
That's completely.
Okay. And again, these are, I'm just asking what's been reported to us. I'm not saying there's any truth to it, okay? And there's a lot of things like that it's important to hear your side, because when you only get one side, it makes it look horrible, right? So we want your input. Can you think of a reason why, it's obvious, but can you think of a reason why someone would say that about you?
I mean, unless you're saying something negative about me, that person.
Okay.
That's a huge thing, and I function more like personality, that's what I do.
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
My wife, after her diagnosis, a high functioning personality,
Mm-hmm.
that's what they do.
Okay.
It's, they put the other person down there.
Okay. in some previous interviews and to other people, you had stated that you were not going to get divorced. I know that has been a topic of discussion. Can you explain that a little bit to us?
I don't really have this topic of discussion.
Well, that was something that Dee had made sentiments and remarks to other people that was an interest of hers, and that you two had argued or discussed. I don't want to use the wrong word. Can you describe that to us a little bit?
Divorce was a word that we didn't bring up to each other because that was our own counseling. We had a lot of things going on. And that was one of the things that we told each other we're never going to say to each other's divorce, because that's not what either one of us wanted as an end result. And once you say the word divorce, then you just start throwing it. It's like a word that you can't take back. If I say God hates you, well, that's in your mind now. You can never take that back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're going counseling. If you say I want a divorce, just because you're pissed, it's in that person's mind now forever.
Yeah.
So you can't get it out. There's certain things that you don't want to cross the line and say because you can't ever take them back. And that's one of those things that he and I had between each other. We're never intelligent to that. And retention, yeah, it came out once in a while. But, you know, with the counselor, you can't, there's words that you can't say because you can't take them back. And that's understanding where we're at.
Okay. A couple of things with the business, I'm sorry. Can you kind of briefly describe the business entities you currently have? I know there's a few different ones.
I guess, can you clarify?
So I know you have essentially the farming business, and you've got buyback, which owns some property, and then you do some agricultural work and spraying, and then there's a trucking company. Can you just describe kind of that empire in its entirety?
There was Warren Farms LLC, it was our farming machine. Warren Farms Services LLC was the spraying fertilizer custom application business. There is Buyback, which is the entity that has all the property in it. Cedar Creek Express is the company that owns all of the trucks and trailers for the trucking company. The trucking company leased all of the trucks and trailers from Cedar Creek.
I know you tried to do this game. I know you know a lot of things, essentially, that's all. So, and I wasn't clear on, we were familiar with buyback, and then I know that the other company owned trucks, and I'm not in the farming, so I couldn't tell you.
Yes,
You know, one of the
DDW investments, that's the biggest, you know, they keep claiming that I sold all the assets of DDW investments. DDW investments didn't own anything other than the Cadillac from Autopsy. That's one of the things they're going to.
I see.
Can I just interject for 1 second? You should tell them about your worry firms and your DBA, because that is something that has become, I think, for the conservative, an issue now, because they were never aware that Dale Warner.
I've always had Dale Warner DBA Warwick Farms from the beginning.
Okay.
And I've still had, well, the last year, the previous year, everything is farming my DBA now. That all things are not meetings, they're all still there. Everything's going through my personal.
May I ask why?
I'm not gonna deal with conservative. I'm not gonna work my ass off 20 hours a day to pay them.
Okay.
And as far as I'm concerned, the companies are all dead without me. So there's nothing there.
As far as, I'll say day-to-day responsibilities, for lack of a better term, can you describe kind of your responsibilities and Dee's responsibilities when it came to business?
He ran the office. I ran the office.
Okay.
His responsibility was to make sure all bills and payments were made and everybody was paid. Mine was to make sure all work got done. Everybody got what they needed. Trucks are on the road, things got planted, things got sprayed. I mean, that was my job.
Okay. As far as Dee had expressed the interest in being done with the trucking business, can you talk us a little about that? Describe it to us.
I was confused on what she was talking about on being done with the trucking business. I understand it clearly now. And she took so much money out of the company that there was no way to survive.
Can you kind of tell us what she told you back then about being done, so to speak?
She she just kept telling me that the trucking, we're done, the trucking company, we're done. She kept saying, I didn't understand what the hell she was talking about. And I never knew until a couple months ago when we figured out 6 months after she left what she was talking about, because I had no clue what she was talking about. She's saying we're done. I mean, we got a couple notices that, you know, delinquent taxes are gonna garnish your wages, they'll take money out, they'll tell me about taking your money in the account. They're gonna do that, the council, I started questioning, what is this? Don't worry, it's just, you missed a check, you didn't get to it in time, we gotta eat. Well, hindsight looking back, when you get one of these, it's more than just a missed a check. Just flat out not paying. So they were scrambling around, pay that one that was delinquent at that moment, so that you'd be off that collection list again, and I'm thinking everything's fine, dandy, well, it wasn't fine, dandy. Her and Zack had been taking and scamming so much money out of the accounts. You know, and it was a godsend when she got the DPP money, because that gave another shot in the arm that they could cover that up for another fucking 5-6 months. And it was down to the point where it couldn't be covered up anymore.
I see, okay.
And I was gonna find it, because they were gonna have to come clean. And that was how trucking companies done it, how am I gonna deal with it, how am I gonna tell Dale this? I mean, she was in my daughter's soccer game, but she called, told me, we're all done. And 10 minutes ago, everything was fine. The day before, we said pizza in the field, everything was great. What has changed? What's happened?
Tell us more about that conversation.
Which one?
When she was at the soccer game in Oakland.
She called me, it was 9 or 10 in the morning, she was at the soccer game, and I says, Jaron and I think Brian was over tiling on the field, tipped it. And my phone rings, and I said, I gotta take this to Steve. Because I figured she's calling, telling me how actually he's doing the soccer game. And she was very upset, and she just says, we're all done, I got into a tie, we're all done. She hung up. That's it. And she would answer my calls all day long. So I'm in complete limbo thinking, what the hell is going on?
Okay. We'll come back to that. I have a couple of questions for you regarding your business. What year did things go negative with the vegetable farm? Is that in?
It was the year after we bought it. We went through, I think 14 is when we bought it, so it was like 15.
Okay.
And a lot of things went bad there because when we purchased it, Drewyor people we purchased from told us they had contracts for potatoes and different things for the next year. And they didn't. So we grew all the stuff, there's no contracts.
Okay. And then talk to us a little about your finances leading that. What did that look like?
Financing when we left.
Yeah, your overall, the company and your business finances.
Oh, business finances were in turmoil. I mean, we lost, oh God, close to probably $20 million. We put hundreds of thousands of dollars in redoing buildings and redoing all the stuff, a lot of equipment for up there. Because we couldn't pay it, we were rolling with the John Deere equipment, which you get a new piece every year. And since we couldn't do that in our dealership here in Tennessee, we were rolling 30 pieces every year. So he would get 30 pieces and it had just very few hours on it and he would sell it. A competitive edge over everybody else around. Well, he was getting, the economy was slowing down, things were slowing down. Pieces weren't selling, his lots were getting fuller and fuller. My machinery would trade every year. We did this 7 years, so he's got 210 pieces of equipment that he's got in the last 7 years from us. We can't sell it. Well, the deal was, I paid the rental payment, or the lease, whatever you would call it, he pays the note off. Well, they talked me into signing a note with Deere, just a 1 year note. So every year with Deere, I'm supposed to pay that piece off. Well, I don't pay it off. The dealership pays it off. I pay the rental. Well, they had so much machinery they didn't want to pay for the notes off. So Dale Stuck had to pay all these notes off. $5 million I'm supposed to come up with. Well, I can't. So now all my notes are due. My $1 million operating line at the bank is due. My other $500,000 line at the other bank is due. Well, there's this little clause in the bank's thing. Even though you've got all your money in the bank, you make payments to them. If they feel threatened in any way, they can take all the money out of your account and pay all the debts off. And that's the same bank cleans out of my accounts $800,000 that was set to pay everybody else. They took it off. They paid themselves off for free clear. They bounced 35 payroll checks. They bounced a couple hundred other checks that we sent off payroll meetings. So where do you think that left me financially? Until
We had heard that notes would be called back, but we didn't know that those pieces of information, how specifically played out.
Yeah, the roll program that we had set up here, and it was my own fault. I should have never let him talk to me doing it, but I was paying a quarter of the amount I would pay in a normal market. I mean, kind of my payment would be $50,000. I was paying 20. Same $30,000. Who would do that?
Yeah.
And that was the same on all these pieces. Well, the dealership, instead of them saying, hey, we can't take these in that trade. Let's keep these pieces another year, we'll roll them back in and go through it. They didn't do that. They just didn't pay down here.
Just let you hold the bag at the end.
Yeah, hold them back. Okay. But a lot of it was the manager of the dealership was not telling the owner, Paul Baker, what's going on. Because Paul Baker and I have a great relationship right now. I mean, I own $5-6 million right now with him. So if he didn't know what was going on, none of this other shit would happen. It all goes back to communication. You know, there was a failure in communication. I assumed the dealership's manager was doing his job. He wasn't. He was covering his own ass. So they threw me to the woods. And by the time me and Paul Baker got together, talked about what was going on. It wasn't just shit around.
And coming out of that financially,
what I had to do to survive is we sold out all the property we had in Manchester. The Sears Farms, I wrote a check and bought that. I had to sell another 300-400 acres I had in Britain to pay off the bank to get them off. Well, I didn't pay them off to get them satisfied to go home. And you know, Greg Harvey was in this deal because you know he's this great fucking guy. He's negotiating this deal and helping, which I've been better off not having had him involved. He ends up with 100 acres of mine and he negotiated the deal that they needed another $500,000 to keep me from losing everything. Greg negotiated this deal. But the other only got 2 weeks to come up with this money. You know, I'm such this Greg Harvey, this good guy, I'll buy that piece of ground from you. But I'm only gonna give you this much money. Even though it's worth this much money. He set up the deal that goes in my fucking pocket. Cost me over $100,000.
okay.
When he set the deal up, I only had 2 weeks. Were you gonna come up with millions of dollars in 2 weeks? No. He set it to fail.
So he negotiated this deal directly with the bank for you to have whatever extension and come up with X amount, and then gave you X amount for that property, basically, right?
That's
for sure. Okay.
So he fucked me in the deal.
Not this.
I'm still here.
I'm not saying this to make you mad, but it was explained to us that you two, meaning you and D, were in turmoil, and I'm being dramatic, but ran down the street to Greg's house, Greg, please save us, and that's what was essentially told to us before. So that makes a little more sense.
No, that's not it at all. He's like, he was trying to come across that he's gonna be the savior. Well, his whole master fucking plan was to fuck us out, and he did.
Which piece of property was that?
Maybe there's 100 acres there. It links. Greg's got about a 300 acre chunk there now, because he put my heart into this.
Okay. And how much would that have been worth at the time on the open market, do you think?
We should have been able to get about 6,000 or 7,000 an acre for him. Greg only gave me 4.
I see. Okay. Yeah, that would accelerate some mouth also.
Well, it did at the time, but you know, I'm one that doesn't hold the grudge that much, but I looked at this way, it saved me all the other properties I had, so it was a cost of doing business. But there is a sour taste in your mouth that, you know, family wasn't there to help his sister like he was trying to come across. He was very screwed her again.
Yeah.
And she was very bitter over it too, but I convinced her to keep her mouth shut and just civil on it. We're here, we'll get through it.
Sometimes, unfortunately, there's a price to pay to reveal someone's true colors too. You pay a hefty fine to reveal Greg's true shit.
Paid a lot of hefty fines. The due process cost me, I figured $20 million. wasn't anything that we couldn't do. You know, you feel this sense of invincibility. You know, if you work hard and you go at it, there's nothing you can't do. I mean, kind of American way. You know, if you work hard, you'll do well. And up until then, there's nothing we could overcome. But up there, we dealt with, we had 150 Mexicans working for us. Lying, stealing, cheating. You know, I should say much more, but give me an example of it's burned in my fucking brain forever. Real cabbage up there, 40-acre field of cabbage we sent to Mexico. It's all hand weeded. There's about 25 Mexicans in the crew that are supposed to help go out and weed this descends and out the weed. And I don't know if they're spraying. And while spraying, there's only 5 or 6 people that steal weed. And I said, I called the end, let's move in the next house. Call. I'm like, gee, there's 5, 6 people out here in the cabbage weed. Are they supposed to be here? She's like, no, I said the whole crew out there. And I said, so how many are supposed to be? She says around 20, 25. I says, there's 5 people here. He says, I'll call and I'll go check. Yeah, there's 25 people punched in. You know, since the property is so big up there, they all jump in their cars, they go back to the lane, then 5 of them jump off the driver on the backside over the camp, because we had housing up there. The driver only doubled the housing. So 5 people worked, and 15 went home, and you know, 3 carrots, and I says, well, it's time to punch out there a little bit, but they go back this way, over pick the 5 up, come up to camp, and I'll punch out.
So who's your short straws? Which 5 will work, as you say? The rotation, or how do you get out of that?
They did it. That was unbelievable. So, yeah, I don't see the rep that day. But you had to watch everything they did. Their own marijuana, I was back in America, their own marijuana. There's all muck around black here, their own marijuana and all the ditches all over. And come to find out after the fact, after we lost it and sold it, that when they were taking the stuff into Myers and Kroger's, that we were hauling all their pot in the truck. That had distribution at Myers and Kroger's where they were selling it, they were taking it off the trucks. Oh, wow.
So you get out of that financial trouble. Can you describe what your financial situation was like, you know, April 1st, 2021, what was it like that?
We were struggling. I didn't think, well, we were struggling. We had been struggling since we wrestled to get operating loans. And, you know, it's a challenge. The prices where they were, and they finally got hooked up with a group.
I have to stop. You got to talk to me. These are the prices where they were, maybe
More prices.
Okay.
I mean, back when things were rolling good, it was $6, $7 a bushel for corn, $15 for beans. Well, corn was back down to 4. Beans were down to 9 or 8. So I mean,
probably with the same operating costs. So
yeah, so we're operating at a loss.
Okay.
So it was tough, you know, and it was hard because we were paying off all that debt. We're still paying that debt.
If the farming is struggling that much, what was keeping you afloat?
Work harder, do more.
In which way? Can you describe that to me?
Instead of working 10 hours a day, you're working 18 to 20. You're farming more ground. You're trying to do more custom spraying.
Mm-hmm.
Time's being pushed to send the trucks out, more loads.
Okay.
But unbeknownst that, you know, after the fact, we look back, the farming side wasn't losing money, it was making money. But the problem was, is when you've got 10 guys driving a truck, 5 of those guys are on farm's payroll. The trucking company isn't paying farms back, and the 5 guys on the payroll.
I see.
So it's pretty easy to make a trucking company look very profitable when half the employees are on the farm side. All the maintenance that are coming from the auto parts store or the trucking store is being billed to Warwick Farms. You just got $10,000 worth of parts for that truck, it's all billed to Warwick Farms. Warwick Farms pays for it. The trucking company's using the truck free and clear, not paying for any parts, not paying for the drivers. Farms is paying the insurance.
Okay.
See where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
So you want to buy a lake house unbeknownst to your husband, and you're trying to get it refinanced, so you give them the financials from the trucking company, which looks like you're making a lot of money, 30%. fuck yeah.
Yeah, there's no overhead. Who's not making money? No overhead,
Right.
right?
Well, then you've got, different places. She tried to sell a trucking company in 2018, and announced me marked on the paperwork, and they're like, no. The industry standard for profitability in trucking is only like 5 to 6%, and you're making 30% E. What's going on here?
How did this deal come up with Laidlaw? Can you describe that to us a little bit?
The deal with Laidlaw? You guys, talking law enforcement, all these people after the fact, you guys crippled me. My ability to pay bills and stuff was crippled after you guys come in, took phones, took systems out, did what you did. I mean, it was a struggle before, it was more challenging. Then you take into place, fuel costs just doubled. A tire that used to cost me $800 now costs me $1,600. I can't pay that. How am I gonna keep making the payments on all this stuff? Todd sees this, he's dispatcher, and he knows some of these guys that plays on. They've been talking to him, hey Todd, what's going on for us? Why don't you guys do this? It's like, no, we're not leaving town. We're not leaving. Well, how are we buying them? Bring them down, Todd, we'll talk to them. They made us an offer. We paid off the trucks to debt. I had to take it on a 5-year non-compete. I got an agreement with them that I do a lot of maintenance and stuff for them. They rent facilities. All my employees are protected. They've all got jobs. Todd moved over. It was a deal. Did I want to do that? No. Was it a good deal? Yeah. I just eliminated a couple $1 million in debt on trucks. I had to do a non-compete for 5 years. Todd's got a job. I'm still getting rental income. I can make my house payment. I keep moving forward. 5 years, I'm going to be back. Todd and I decide, whatever one of you guys come back, if I ask them to, yes, they will. And we have a good relationship with them. And they know there's not a single thing I'll ask them to do that I wouldn't do myself if I had the time to do it.
Okay. I just want to ask you something to make sure I understand. So you agreed to a purchase price, and then you signed a contract saying, hey, I won't do any more trucking work, basically, and they're paying you X amount monthly for facility rental, essentially. Okay. And is that facility rental, is that also a 5-year contract?
No, that's
Just a non-compete is?
just a non-compete. Just the facility rental is month to month. So if they choose to leave, they can leave whenever they want.
Okay. And then is there a maintenance contract in place for you to maintain the vehicles, or they're just paying you?
They just pay us whatever it takes to keep it fixed.
Okay.
So
Okay. Recently you submitted some documentation for an SBA loan. You know what's going on? Can you describe that to us?
which one?
Both. I don't know if you do this too.
For each company or? No, there's a $500,000 SBA loan that we took out. Oh, it was, I don't remember, that was first, we took that out to pay off a lot of the debts that was occurred. I'll be there if we're going, so we keep going. And the second one we took out, it was a no-brainer. I mean, our operating loan at the time was, we got a $700,000, $800,000 operating loan. It was a 9%. SBA loan, we took out, it was only 3%. They don't have to pay anything back for 2 years, and after that's over 30-year payback, so.
Was that the EAD loan?
No, well, I don't know, the SBA loan, that's one, I don't know what the hell.
See, this is stuff Mark can probably help.
Yeah, that's also not fair market to go over, but I mean, from the accounting side, this is no brainer. You got this, you're gonna pay 9% on the operating loan for these guys, and you get this loan here for 3%, you're not paying anything for 2 years. This is no brainer. So that's
I'm sorry, who said that?
the accountants.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Mark was one of them, there are other accountants we talked to, our tax ones and different ones. I mean, you're gonna buy it, the numbers are gonna go, why would you not do this?
Even I can tell 9, 3 versus 9.
This is huge. I mean, this to the bottom cash flow. I mean, it's all about the cash flow. So it's a no-brainer. I mean, there's nothing shady, nothing illegal. The money's all worth. I mean, every penny that you guys can come look and see what's going on. It's all in the pay bills on the government. The conservator was put into place to protect and conserve these assets. I've done more to do that than anybody else has done. And their bills will be.
Yeah, I haven't spoken directly to consumer about this. This is was more or less to the grapevine, but I think one of the concerns was a copy of his driver's license and passport was submitted with the application.
So we've got that on file. Every business has copies of their employees. My passports in the file, my licenses in the file, my restricted use licenses in the file. Every employee's license is in their file.
Where is that stuff stored?
It's on the file cabinets. You guys went through well.
In the manual physical file cabinets? Okay. And again, these are questions that I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but we should ask based on
That's all you guys should have.
I don't, yeah, I want you to understand me, I'm not accusing you of nothing.
No, this is old. That's, how would you have got? Same procedure any place. You go to the medical office, the first thing you gotta get is your driver's license and your credit card, take copies of the file.
Yeah, I'm not running $1 million business and I have my stuff taken with Triangle, you know, I'm like Google Drive, because I need it for this or that, so I can see it completely. There was also some questions raised about a power of attorney. Do you sign, can you talk to us about that? When were those made or when were those signed, you know?
I don't know the dates on power of attorney. I think it was 12 or 14. And I mean, I've got power of attorneys on lots of things. I mean, I've got them with Farm Service Agency, I've got them for, was Tom Norwood at the time, Matt Luck at the time, Rob Persky at the time, Dee, myself, she had the same power of attorneys for me. I mean, it's the normal business operating paperwork we had.
Okay. Do you remember when or where those were signed specifically?
I don't know, they're all notarized and signed witnessed. The same one's the one Farm Service Agency, I think Dan was in the office at the time, he notarized them, or Stephanie was a notary, Stephanie did it too.
Okay.
Or before we had notaries at our own office, we went over to Brisky's and he had a notary in his office there, notarizing what we were really into the bank.
Okay, yeah, I know where I was there. Okay. Do you have any question on the business guy?
There was some questions to two operating agreements. There really is only one operating agreement. It was, other than the one that they manufactured afterwards.
Well, yeah, the one she fabricated over DW Bus, which she made one of them, just her name on it, the other. There's been addendums done to the operating agreements. And the first addendum that she did, Dee wrote one, she was under the understanding that she had to retype the whole operating agreement. So the one that's in question here, put on YouTube that is a fake or something, because she retyped the whole operating agreement and put the addendums page 1. She made, so it's like 14 or 15 pages. So she copied the whole agreement with the addendum and we signed it. But you don't have to do that. All you have to do is type up the addendum and sign it with the original agreement. She was under the understanding that she had to redo it every time. So she's like, this is a pain in the ass. You know, I don't have to retype this every time. And that's what she emailed him when he was kind of talking about it. No, you don't have to do that. She just got to do page 1. So it was kind of a time.
Business questions, good?
No, I've never.
Okay.
I mean, whenever you guys have questions, just come up. If you guys have to go into the office, it's an open door.
Okay.
Nothing that I read, anything that's shady is.
I don't think at all. No. It's unfortunate that a lot of questions we have to ask just because of the circus.
Well, that's what makes me feel like you guys are being led around, because it's all shit that it's fabricated by them, so once it's fabricated, you gotta ask. That's why we joke with his great sense there. It's a joke between you and me, so
Trust me,
don't take
I am not getting your Christmas card if I heard it. I can promise you. You might get one before me. How about that? What can you tell me about Dee and her migraines?
Okay. I've taken her to the hospital several times because she'll get a migraine, she'll lose vision, her voice will start slurring, her face will sag, it looks just like a stroke, it's scaring her down. I've taken her to the hospital several times. Go to the hospital, it's very frustrating because they don't do anything, they push in her room, they just leave you there. You know, she's very in pain, feeling helpless.
Mm-hmm.
They finally do give her something, it's like, what can we do? There's nothing we can do, I can discover home on this, you know? And where we're kids when any of this shit went on, not a fucking one around. She'd call, they didn't come. They didn't come, they never come. Ever.
How long has she been having? When did you start?
Since I met her. She had him, I think she had him back when she was married to Tim. I think she had one with Tim. She said they thought it was a stroke and she lost her face sack. I think that was the worst one she had. That's what they call it, like a mini stroke.
Mm.
You'd have to ask Tim what that first one was, but I don't remember. But she had them. They were getting more and more frequent, but she had a vertebra in her neck that was deteriorated, so it was, the nerves were around each other, so we were going up to Chelsea to the pain clinic. They were giving her injections in her neck.
Okay.
For the pain. And before, I didn't know it, but I think she'd been hooked on the oxycodone and stuff for quite a while.
That's scary.
Yeah. And you guys know bottles and stuff I found in the house, didn't you?
I couldn't tell you how much, but I'm familiar with what you mean.
Yeah, there's bottles and bottles. I found them everywhere. I'm still finding stuff in the camper. There's a little pill bag. It's just.
Were you ever concerned she may be getting them elsewhere?
Hindsight, yeah, now I am, but I was oblivious at the time.
Yeah.
That was always someone else's problem. That's not my wife. It's not here.
And
Blind to it.
I'm finding that that's, everyone feels that way.
Yeah.
It's never their kid, it's never their wife, it's never their.
And I know exactly where they're coming from now, because I look back and I go, oh my fucking God.
Mm-hmm.
There was 10 bottles of oxycodone. I could go get you 10 bottles of it right now out of the house. Or in the drawers. And now I'm talking, thank you guys. I need to get that shit the fuck out of there, because I got a 10-year-old dog in the house.
Yeah, I'm scared to have around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just, I don't know what else she was doing that. And I was used to.
Did you, aside from the oxycodone, do you know what other pills she may have been taking that were prescribed her?
I don't know what they are. I mean, there's a bunch of them. She had for depression, she had for a lot of different things.
I'm sorry, I need to back up 1 second. Now, how often does she have a migraine, would you say?
She'd have at least once a month or more.
Okay, and can you describe what that was like for her?
Just unbearable pain in her head. And it got to a point where she'd always talk about the pain and you'd just get hard to because you heard it so much you didn't believe it anymore. I mean, like a kid crying a wolf. Sometimes you feel like she's just using that as a crutch to, I got a migraine, I'm going back to the house to get away from you. But the pain level was unbearable. And I could tell when she was having one that was bad because her face would start sagging a little bit. And her vision, she'd have blurred vision. She'd be talking to you, if you're talking to someone where you have eye contact, she'd be talking and she'd be looking up over here because she couldn't see me.
And what was,
and her voice would start getting started a little bit. And that's when I knew it was bad.
okay. And what was her behavior like when that was occurring? What was she doing?
She would still try to fake it and be normal. But she just couldn't function. Her voice would be slurred and she just not be acting right. I'm like, honey, just keep it down. So I just get her to lay down or just to get her to calm down. She would, at first when it was first going on, we'd get her a beer or some alcohol to thin her blood. That's what the theory was, would help. And that helped at first, but after a while it didn't help anymore. And she had some the one doctor that she was going to had some pills that they had made up as a combination of three different drugs. And she'd take them, and it was 4 migraines.
Okay.
And that helped. And the one pharmacy, there's only one pharmacy that was up by Chelsea that I guess they had to custom make them there. And that's where she got those, and that seemed to help the most.
Okay.
It would do it. I mean, she would still, some of the pills you take, like the codeine, oxycodone or whatever, then she'd just be a zombie. But this here, she can still function, she can talk, and be more like the normal D, she'd just be slowed down version.
And aside from you said looking back, you could see things with the pills. Did you have any suspicion then or see her taking pills that you thought were in excess?
I always thought, I don't take any pills, so I always thought it's an excess if she's taking anything. Why are you taking those? But I guess I'm just a freak that doesn't have, I mean, I don't drink, I don't smoke, so I'm already a freak, because I don't drink alcohol, but
Okay, what's wrong with you?
I don't know, because I not to work, so, you know.
It's a good problem, that.
Well, yeah. I didn't spend any time with my first 4 kids because all I did is work, so. Not making enough things.
Initially, when this happened, you, and I don't want to misquote you, so please correct me, but if I'm saying something that you said, I would be correct me if I'm wrong, sincerely, okay? You guys made a statement about she's in Jamaica. And what made you think that?
She loves it there. She was fascinated with it down there. And what makes me think that I will find her. I will find her actually. She's in Jamaica, or she's in Mexico. The reason I say she's in Jamaica, and when we're down there, she was fascinated with it. She was always off with it. What would you call it? Person that's in charge of the resort that gives you all the information, can get you anything you want while you're there, take you wherever. And she's always fascinated. You're in Jamaica with resorts, you look up on the hill. There's all these mansions way up on the mountain. Where are those up there? I want to go up there. That's all the drug cartels. That's all the people that you don't want to go over there. She's fascinated with that stuff. She's there. Here too. You tell my wife she can't do something, she's gonna prove her wrong. She's gonna go what she's gonna do. She was on that cruise ship. It's about 3 years ago when she met with Stephanie Mills. She found somebody in that ship that hooked her up, or they hit it off like her and I did years ago. And they told each other some dreams of what they wanted to be or what they wanted to do. She's in Jamaica up in the mansions, or she's in Mexico, and some of the places you don't want to go to.
Did this person she hit off with, can you describe it to me?
He was a guy on the boat. He was one of the directors or one of the top guys there. And it was either him or an associate because it was on the boat. It was very well off, very well to do. And she was hanging with them a lot. Well, this is according to my brother. And just the things that Dee would tell me, we did this. And then she would tell me, she's like, you can see it back when oh shit, I should have told you that. I mean, they left and Stephanie, which is the worker in the office, Stephanie, and Dee went on the cruise. I would go, I don't like boats, I won't want to go. She was pissed, I'll show you, I'm going to go anything. So she took Stephanie, she didn't answer me, and Stephanie took her dog. So then my brother went, and Amy and their daughter, and my sister went, and Miranda, because Miranda had cancer, that was the last trip before she passed away. So my brother and I left the girls all with Dee and Stephanie for that night. Well, Stephanie and Dee put the girls in the room, put a movie in. They go out bar hopping all night, leave the kids in the room all by themselves on the boat with 8,000 fucking people. And I find this out after the fact. My brother says, I really don't want to say this to you, but I'm going to tell you because my daughter was left alone in the room by Dee and Stephanie went out bar hopping. And Angelina called me in the middle of the night, scared because no one was in the room with them. And my brother, they were furious. They left her in the room. Why didn't you just have to come back in our room? Well, while they're out bar hopping that night, that's when she's with these guys in the ship.
And you're learning about this after the fact?
I learned this. I've got bits and pieces of this now for 4 years, 3 years.
Okay.
I'm trying to go back together in my mind. And I'm thinking, okay, she's on this cruise ship. When she's on the cruise ship, she bought $10,000 rings. She bought another $5,000 of jewelry here that I found receipts in the mail. And we're in Jamaica, she's buying jewelry. I find out after the fact I get home. She's fascinated with these places up on the hill. Wanting to take off and go to town by herself. I'm like, no, you can't. Well, then she goes and that seminar garden with her where she goes. So she's there, she's in Mexico,
And I just want to be clear, specific with...
No, that's my gut.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. So specific with the guy that you met on the cruise ship, that's something that you're thinking hindsight, or you have something to...
I don't have anything backed up other than what she's told me different. It's all speculation.
Okay. And the reason why I asked...
I mean, the kids in the room, my brother would back it up, hang out.
I think I heard that before.
I mean, that'll all back up. But as far as anything else is speculation, that's
you describe how she would have gotten there without a passport or without crossing a border?
You don't need a passport to Mexico. You don't need one to Jamaica. If you guys think you got that one, you guys are really.
Well, obviously that's the most common way to get there, right? So, so if you were her, how would you have gotten there without one? Can you describe that to me?
She's gonna get driven down to Florida. She's gonna get on a boat. She's gonna go over. You don't need a passport to get to Jamaica. You give $50. Mexico, you give $10. I seen that coming back from Mexico. Our guys lost their paperwork when we took a group down there. They had nothing. Went the back, gave the guy $10. We're home.
Okay, when was that?
I can tell you years, 2 years ago, and whenever he and I just went down to Jamaica, was it 6 months before she went missing, or wasn't too long before that? Nothing's changed. I mean, the guy that works over Dad's Ozzy, the black guy that works over there, he's from Jamaica. His brother's a detective down there. You know, it's all money. He has some money. You can do anything you want. Something.
Okay. Specifically on the money topic, where would she have gotten this money to do this? Because now it's been a long time to survive this money. Where would she have gotten it?
Mark's still tallying up how much money she's got. We're still puzzled on where she could have found in her house. She's got the money. Where she got that answer like that.
Okay. And you had previously made statements about money missing from the safe. Can you describe that to us?
There's money in the safe was gone. Something.
How much money was in the safe?
There was approximately close to, not for sure, between $75,000 and $100,000 cash in the safe.
Okay. And can you describe how that money was collected or how it came to be?
It was, we sold different pieces of machinery, and you know, over the time you take your paycheck, you put $100 aside, you put it in the safe, and it's just accumulating over years.
Okay. And then how much was missing when she left?
I don't remember for sure Kevin would know because we went down there and looked. And it seemed like there was only like 18 or 20,000. I mean, don't quote me. I'd have to ask Kevin because I think they looked your county or did something at the time. It seemed like there's only like 18 or 20,000 left.
When you say Kevin, referred to Greta, make sure I'm clear. Okay. And can you, if I was leaving forever, I wouldn't leave anything behind. Can you explain that?
I know. She knows that. I figured she left that because that was the amount of money that she figured I could have put in there for my paychecks for my saved since forever. So I guess she got a little guilt that she left. I don't think she did. I don't understand.
Okay.
But, you know, like you said, what that is disease, you can take it all. But she left the one bag that one that I could win. So
She ended up with a bank account, the TCF account.
yeah, TNC.
That was, that she was using to file money, and then from DPW investments and some other stuff.
But most of the money was from they had an auction, we sold different pieces of machinery and her stuff. And some guys paid cash. She put in there. You know, she said it was her money, and I thought that time. She said it was her money, but she thought it was hers.
And a lot of those financial questions, we're awaiting a financial forensic audit, so a lot of those questions are going to be answered. We just don't have them right now, essentially. But specifically with cash, sometimes hard to show where from, where.
Well, it's a car over years, it's how you.
Yeah, a lot of them we're going to discover, but that's a lot of so many to have in a house. So I was interested if you had a specific thing, like we sold this tractor that's worth X or something large, but nothing like that comes to mind. Okay. Okay.
I mean, that might be a large amount of money for someone it's not for, it wasn't for us. I mean, you have $100,000 in saved at all times. Over to everybody's looking Risky's got $1 million in saved.
How
the size of the volume of business.
How long did you get money like that with that amount of safe?
Oh, we've always had $50,000 to $100,000 in saved. Even when we're getting bankruptcy, I mean, that's your cash reserve. What are you gonna do? You know, if everything goes down, get that money to the line.
Okay.
That's not money that you're gonna use to make a house payment or these other payments. That's the money that you have to have to on the table. You know, to Okay. Imagine if over your house you might have some cash that's away somewhere for your wife, you have your kids, and you're not gonna. I'm assuming that.
My wife isn't trusting me for money, so I couldn't tell her.
So I'm hearing my excuses. No, what's wrong?
I'm talking. I mean, I caught her earlier. I wasn't kidding.
I can tell you I do not have 100 else.
Okay, you have to forgive me, we gotta get into a couple more parts here, but I have to step out and use the restroom. Can I get you another water while I'm out?
No, I'm not going to use the restroom.
Okay, do you guys know where that one is? I just actually go one at a time, is that all right? There's another water in the corner I'm gonna use.
So just
Okay, they've paused it, and it sounds like she's about to speak here. We'll listen to what they say. They're probably going to take a break, and I will get us back to, let's see what she says here. Sorry, let's do it. Sorry.
Just briefly for some clarification, you're sitting on the far left, and your back is towards is that a body camera, or what kind of camera is that?
That's a camera mounted to the wall.
Okay, and who's sitting directly to your right?
That's my partner at the time, Detective Sergeant Scott Singleton.
Okay, and across the table from you, who's seated directly?
That's them. I didn't do anything. It went black. Sorry. Might come back. That's them. It's playing. See? I can show you. And trust me, it's playing. The time is counting up and down here, so it should come back any second. Maybe they missed this part. It's black.
Okay, the record will so reflect, and why don't we take about a 10-minute recess, give people a chance to get up and move around a little bit.
I will find, so it looks like they're taking a recess. I can scrub ahead. I see something here, but it doesn't look like much. You know what? I will take this opportunity to copy this and share this, even though they're a news organization and it's court documents. They've obviously taken the trouble. So these guys, I just put their channel in, or that's the link for this video. Where are they? 1 second. Just so we can do the right thing and share, because it's part of the fair use type thingamajiggy. This is their YouTube channel. Okay, so I will scrub ahead. We're on day 5. I believe they're just taking a break. We're watching the Dale Warner. I've got on screen there what we're watching, and the guy is still going to testify, I believe. And all these cops have lots of video and body cam video and interview room video. So I think we're going to probably see more of it, I believe, if I scrubbed ahead. I'll find it. We're here. Let's do it. The judge has come back in, but it looks like he's not going to say something here. He's probably going to just say, I don't know, they might have had some redacted parts there or something, because they said they were going to take a 10-minute break, and in real time started at 1:25 to basically an hour break they took, and it doesn't look like he's going to say much here. I'm not sure. Let's listen.
May be seated. All right, I apologize for the extended break. The reason for that is that during the break, it came to my attention that there is still video footage on the internet of that depicts jurors. And that to me is unacceptable. It is becoming a disruption to these proceedings. The court has the ability and the authority to address these issues in a way that protects the jury and is consistent with making sure that MCR 8.115C3 is followed, which says that no one may photograph, record, broadcast, or live stream any juror or anyone called to court for jury service. At this point, I am going to order all members of the media who have access to this trial to remove all footage of day 1 and day 2 of the trial from their websites, from anywhere where it is viewed publicly.
That would explain what's going on here, because I remember him saying that he was pissed on day 3 or so, and we had trouble finding the opening statements day 1, and there was 2 witnesses in the afternoon, I guess, in the very beginning before Zachary Bach, her son, came up, Dee's son. There was a witness, at least 1 or 2 witnesses, and we couldn't find it. So now it makes sense as to why they scrubbed it. Yeah, that's why I was able to find it on a few other channels, I guess, aren't listening to him. I didn't know. I hope we didn't play any juries. But yeah, well, I do, yeah. It's very reasonable to listen. Yeah, I mean, it's about the jurors. It's not, he's not being a dick. You're right, Paula. He's being, he would expect. I agree with you, Paula. He seems to be reasonable. And it looks like they've scrubbed day 1 and 2. So I hopefully when we played it, I look back, I'm sure the people would have cut it out. I didn't even notice myself. So that's what's going on here. Yeah, he's pissed because they've been showing the jurors, which isn't cool. So let's finish up this and we'll talk more about that after. So now we know why we couldn't find that first day or 2 stuff.
Because both of those days, we've just looked at video and confirmed, still have depictions of jurors. We are also at this point going to break for lunch, and during the extended break, we will be checking in with our jurors in the presence of myself and the attorneys to determine where we stand with respect to this issue. And we will continue with the trial once we've completed that task. I appreciate the public's desire to know what is happening in this trial. But that cannot come at the expense of the integrity of this trial. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen. Ms. Wyse or Ms. Chartier, is there anything you want to address with respect to this issue on the record right now?
Not at this point, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, court will be in recess until 1:30.
I think he handled that pretty reasonably. If that was Gull, she would have said, oh, everyone, you know, she would have taken this as an excuse to just start rounding up people all across the world and charging them with all the power. Just kidding. But man, sounds like, obviously we see there's more video coming up. So this luckily didn't ruin it for everyone. What does this mean? De Giro output. What? So they're taking a break. He's very reasonable there. There's something here. It might just be, I don't know, maybe. Okay, it's just their little logo thingy. So I'm scrubbing ahead. I believe we're going to continue more with this guy. And then there's going to be one more guy after this. So we'll probably do day 5 and most likely day 6 with this amount of breaks. Here it comes. Comes back in around here. All right, comes back in around here. I will mute my mic and, or, I'll just play. Right, Mimi, right. You guys want to talk about that at all? 'Cause it makes sense now. Remember, I mean, the first day or two, we didn't, when we started, we're like, where's the, we couldn't hardly find, we had to go to other places to get the opening statements. And I remember when Zachary Bach, her son, came up, we thought he was the first witness, testimony, but it turns out at the very beginning, if you listen, they said, can you bring out your next witness? So he wasn't the first one, but he's the first one we have video of. So whoever went on the first day, remember we were, it was around 11:20 on day 1, and they went and it all disappeared after that, and we couldn't figure out why. So we're still missing day 1, the rebuttal, because the prosecution comes up in the opening statements, the prosecution starts, and they talk for like an hour. Then the defense talked for like an hour. We caught that. But we never could find the rebuttal. Prosecution always gets kind of like the last word in the opening stuff like that. So the prosecution, the second part of the prosecution on opening statements, we couldn't find. And then we assumed that all the afternoon of day 1, we couldn't find for whatever reason. And when we started the next one, day 2, it was Zachary Bach, D. Warner's son. And right at the beginning, if you hear, we thought he was the first testimony, but it turns out they said, can you bring up your next witness? So we've definitely, remember that, guys. In the future, if I can figure it out, I will go back to that. If we can ever, I'm sure now we know what's happening, I will find the rebuttal, the prosecution's rebuttal to the opening statements, and any witnesses that were testimony that was before D. Warner's son, Zachary Bach. Okay, we'll find that if we can. But obviously we know now he was pissed. They caught the jurors on video, and thank God he didn't shut it all down, because Gull took advantage of when Court TV accidentally showed the jurors or something, and she shut it right down. So it seems pretty fair, because we know there's lots more.
-21841-FC. Are we ready to have the jurors brought back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ready, yep.
Yes, sir.
May be seated. All right, and we can have the witness come back to the stand. So I'll just remind you, you are still in the room.
Yes, sir.
All right, so where we left off in the interview, you guys kind of took a break for a little bit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you come back, there's some further discussion about some basic farming and then details of the weekend of April 25th, 2021. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We'll continue to play that, Your Honor. Can we just ask, Your Honor, if it's too loud or if there's an issue with that thing up there? Too loud?
Turn it down a little bit.
Okay.
Where do you live? Right here, East Lansing?
Yeah.
Is that-
Yeah, it's right.
Your Honor, is it appropriate to ask the jury if this is better than before when they were trying to listen or worse? Because the speaker is supposed to make it better, but we just want to make sure it didn't make it worse.
Is there anyone?
Better? Okay.
Thank you.
I was school. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Just about half. So DCO used to be for American Americans now. Oh, yeah. And they did it right up there at the school. See?
Sorry, I can't really make out what they're saying, and this would be perfect, but the closed captioning says unavailable. Sorry, guys. I can see him. I can hear this guy talking. There's the other detective and this guy, and this is the guy who's on the stand now. Obviously, Dale Warner, but he's saying something, and I mean, I don't know. I can't hear it. It's on full blast. Sorry.
So she was in law school, so they had sort of a professional relationship for a while. And then basically, Michigan State was working and he became Michigan State law school.
Oh.
So I was I actually was working in Washington. I was supposed to stay there and go to law school. So
Didn't they say they just did something with the audio and they hope it's better? But I have a feeling they're probably going to jump in and say it's not, because I don't recall having any trouble hearing these guys in the beginning. So I bet you if we just play, they're going to go back to how they, I'm not sure exactly how they changed something, but sounds to me like they changed it for the worse, because I didn't have any problems before. This guy I can't understand.
it might be an official, and I stayed there.
Little chunks.
It was in the 80s. I don't know what that.
Sounds like this might be like the tactic of doing like a little small talk, but yeah, he's still under oath. So when he gets his guard down and they're cool, I don't even know what they're talking about the case. I can't hear it, but looks to me like they're talking to each other and they were waiting for this guy. They're not finished their conversation, and he's kind of like, we're all just sitting around like buddies having a chat, and he's under oath. So sometimes it's like a tactic where, you know, he'll probably say something silly. Not sure why. I can't really understand. Sorry, guys.
Ladies, except for you. We doing that? I had to get it in. I so I'm driving down here this morning and listening to the tape, right? And like everybody, I'm kind of upset about the lines and what's going on and everything, you know. But I actually remember the lines used to be sort of good back in the, late 80s, early 90s. My dad was making transportation.
Oh, yeah.
So Redskins. The Redskins ended up going to America. It was the last time I went to
Last time I went to playoff game in 91.
Yeah, they beat the Cowboys at so they came. A couple of years after that, they were in the playoffs against Green Bay. And so Sheriff went to overtime. Very first play for the scrimmage, right there against Sheriff. And a lot of bound when it was. It was like literally the first play. All of that. And I don't know. They went to maybe the playoffs one more time after that until 2016.
Right.
It was just so bad for so many years.
I still found myself Sunday watching. They're gonna, they're done. See, same old Lions, and they came through, so.
Also, it's got to be passes on Raiders. The Lions could win a playoff game for the first time in my life. You are old enough to remember 90.
If I could ask you a generic farming question, Cal, could you, in 30 seconds, if it's possible, describe like the seasons of a farmer? So, winter, spring, summer, what are you doing through those seasons?
I asked him the same question. Right now, we're still, marketing our crop from this year.
When you say marketing, you include selling?
Yeah, marketing.
Okay.
Selling. I'm looking at purchasing the inputs, buyers, chemicals, and fertilizer, and seed for next year.
Okay.
We're getting machinery in and getting it retooled, redone for next year. We're taking, as we're going through here in February, we'll be getting orders of hopefully what application jobs we're going to do for someone else, or what their needs are going to be. Our seed corn will be coming, they call it here, they want to bring seed, and I haven't seen yet. But wait till the first year to start bringing seed in, we'll start putting it in the door.
Okay.
And they'll start bringing out soybean seed, put it in their long tanks. Basically, we're getting machinery around up until February, March.
And what happens in February, March this year?
March is, depends on what Mother Nature does, but March will be the time you can start putting some magazine. Or you can put in some fertilizer, get the fertilizer to dries, depends on what crops you're doing. Got some wheat.
What does that mean?
Put fertilizer in. You got wheat, winter wheat was planted, here a month or two ago.
Okay.
You got the fertilizer on it, and put it on once either. By the week still dormant, it'll come out of dormancy until the water starts going up.
Okay.
The yard starts getting ready, weeks coming out of dormancy.
Okay.
So I get the fertilizer on, so it comes out of dormancy. Fertilizers have the nitrogen, everything's got nitrogen. So it's ready to go. We sell for weeds and bugs. Your first application, we spray 4 times. You'll be out there, you put your fertilizer on the first application, in February, March. Second application, you'll be out, putting more fertilizer on it, and probably an insecticide, or herbicide. Third, we'll be doing for fungus. And the fourth will be for fungus and insects. And we made up in probably May will be your last application. Unless you get, it depends on if you get a lot of moisture, fungus will grow, the molds and stuff, you have to spray for mold and weed. Then you get some weed molds or different insects will come in and spray for those. And at the same time, you're doing burn down, which is spraying it down over 240 in the jug, either in the field. So you go through fertility equipment, stem all, and everything, and that's fertilizer bed, for seed, like your seed fertilizer, more fertilizer. Then you're gonna go out and spray that application of so most emergent spray in, which is gonna be like atrazine, metachlor, which is all the weeds are coming up. You go back out again. Probably middle of June, top dress, which is getting more fertilizer for the forward. You're looking for insects and weeds to get sprayed. Then you get towards the middle to end of July, you're getting close to tassel where it's going to be cloudy. We got a thing that they call soot, black soot. There's different diseases that are coming into the farm right now. We're out spraying there, means to stop the black smut and stuff that comes in. And then we start your yard safe with beans. You just got like beans and fly, or in Chinese beetles, different insects, sprays at different ends.
You just keep track of all the stuff in your head and give a schedule, a formal schedule for everything.
A lot of them I have, seasons.
And you could add me up.
Your body knows when this is coming, or having the weather.
That's what I was gonna say, the weather, I mean, you can't predict, like, it's been recently warm, and so coming up right now, you know, not that things we
And yes, that done is the whole life, it's just.
So you use the buffer zone, right?
You know, like, it's hard to find them anymore. It's hard to get them anymore. Like, when you do, there's a lot of truth to it. Grandpa would say that, what was it, the frogs croak so many times before a hard frost. There's so many different sayings. The locust, you know, here it sounds like the frogs at night. You hear all the locusts chirping. So many times they chirp at night, you may get frost. So many times they chirp at night, it's the rain. These guys had shit down. And then different ones, you know, with the cattle, you should be more cattle, you cut their horns off, otherwise, you know, or each other, they get over there. There's sayings out that you don't want to deworm cattle after half moon, or you could after full moon, don't bleed less. Something's true. If you deworm them, bleeding, you want to ruin the blood straight out, because you know, partners straight up there. Next time you do it, after full moon, you're bleeding a lot. There's some truth to this.
It affects the tides, so I don't know what.
There's so many things.
I don't know.
But there's so many things. There's so many things that there's so many things that there's so many things that I would remember to tell you because it's all second nature. You know what I mean? Just,
yeah.
I say go plant corn. Well, I already know where all of it is. There's things that's missing and stuff. And you tell me everything, assuming that I know what you're talking about.
And outside of your, when I say your farming, I'm referring to the land that you own, when it comes to, please correct me if my vernacular is going to be wrong, when it comes to lands you were contracted to spray or fertilize, do you have a formal schedule for that, or how does that work? So let's say I own 100 acres and I'm going to hire you to spray. Do you schedule a specific day with me, or how does that work?
You're going to call me and say, I got 100 acres of corn, I want you to spray. I'm going to ask, when did you plant it? You know, how big is the corn down? What fertilizer do you have on? What do you have on? You have chemicals, have you done anything? Did you till it? Or is it no till? No till means you just went out and planted it. You didn't till the ground, so you didn't kill any weeds or string any ground. I'm going to ask you those questions. Then I'm going to go out and look at it. Okay, you planted 50 days, right now. You planted it on Monday, well, in the next 2 weeks. Before I really have to get certified. Things like that. So I run over it and pop back up. He gets over this tall, you run over it instead. It's cool. So I'm going to come out and look at it, and I'm going to ask you what weeds you have. You have thistles, you have broccoli weeds, grasses. So I know what chemistry I have to use to keep it clean. And if you plant around right more, you have liquid link. You have
Those brands, or what is that?
that's resistance to different herbicides.
Okay.
Round ready, you can spray Liberty Link, you can spray Liberty, and it won't kill it. There's different ones, there's a BT, or more resistant for bugs that they die. There's a rootworm resistant, maybe you put like chlorophos on or something for insecticides. You can answer all those questions, and go out, look at it, and go, okay, it's decent, this is what we're gonna use, and I'm gonna come back and spray it. It's gonna be determined by, if we had rain today, I'm not gonna go out there tomorrow, because I'm not gonna sink it in one field and wait for this dry. You know, schedule it by, if they're calling for rain tomorrow, well, no, I don't want to spray it tomorrow, because the stuff will spray, it takes 4 hours. It's got to be unplanted or be there 4 hours before so I don't spray it, it's rain an hour later, well, it just makes $30, $40 an acre. So why don't we drink all that now? And you gotta make sure the wind can't blow if you're in a subdivision, I don't want this stuff blowing over on the neighbors, killing their grass, kids are out there, and drifting on them, so as far as we schedule, we'll be there Monday to spray at 9 o'clock. So it's gonna be when the weather's right, you have faith in me that.
Within a window of the appropriate time for that plant, essentially, right? Okay. you look at it, you have 5 days, you're gonna be there within that 5 day period. But it's never, I'm gonna be here this morning or that morning.
Right, okay, be there when, I mean, there's mornings when it's real calm out and there's no wind, great, let's go spray. And there's days that it doesn't stop blowing, you can't spray it off. You have to kind of petition on spraying still.
And is what you just described as far as your scheduling things, is that Dale or the kind of the generic farm? Say, can everyone operate that way, or is that just
Everyone should.
I mean, as far as scheduling, is that?
Well, if you go to the Tuesday world during the schedule, we're gonna be at your farm on Monday, you don't know what time, they're gonna be there Monday, Tuesday. What they're gonna do for this long, they're gonna put your things in the tanks, across the 10 to 12 bucks an acre. Or they're gonna tweak, there's different chemistries you can do. We're gonna put on more gallons, so we're gonna have more volumes, so we're gonna put more. Or we're gonna put on the last, we cover more acres, because you got 100 acres, we can only carry 80 acres in our tanks, where we can cut back to put 50 gallons on, we put 10, so we can get it in one job, so we put less chemical, less product on, so my actually poor control. So I mean, there's a lot of things you can change, so they can make the schedule. They got young guys that don't have the experience, they're just gonna fuck around.
Okay.
So they don't care if they get fined from MPA comes out and spray it with, because they find the operator, not the company. So you lose your license.
Okay.
So the company might need some money here, no, but it goes on, you got to make the determination of doing the job. Just like driving a car. You get in there, you're responsible for this, all you yourself, you're responsible for it. Okay. They don't really mean the difference. It's like in the morning, I try to get up early because that's when the wind is the lowest. I mean, the day he left, for example, that was a calm day. It was scrambling like hell to get out there because I had a full day and I had to go. And I knew the winds would pick up, so I had to get this done. So I got to go. If I can sit with you.
Okay. And as far as chemicals go, for you owning and selling chemicals, is there a state license for that? Can you tell me about that?
You're a license from the state.
Okay. Is that covered by Laura or somebody else?
I think Laura and FDA.
Okay. And what sort of chemicals do you have on hand on the farm?
Oh, I couldn't tell you for sure without looking at it. Usually around the back. Normal herbicides.
Okay. Anything else?
Insecticides. I mean, what do you mean on?
I don't know. It's not on the farm.
Oh, somebody just you're gonna have Roundup.
Okay.
You're gonna have atrazine or metallichlor, which is a chemical you put down. It stays there for 30 days. You're gonna have some kind of insecticide. That'll kill the bugs. You're gonna have some surfactants to make it stick to the plant so it won't. Ammonium sulfate, which is dry, it softens the water to make it slippery, so chemicals work better.
Okay.
As far as you're not gonna have a lot of stuff sitting there. I mean, this is the time of year that we can take an order, so we get a lot of stuff in the springs, you have it there. But like now, there's not really a good barn, because you don't carry inventory, which mean money.
Right. You want to buy as when needed.
Right.
Right. Okay. Okay. Do you have a question on that stuff? I don't know. I'm moving the weekend.
No.
Okay. Tell us what you remember, and I'm referring to the weekend that the weekend of April 24th and 25th, right? That weekend. So tell us what you remember from Saturday.
Saturday, I think, is the day that he called me all over Saturday. She was done. We put tile the night before. I was putting tile, and she brought me some field. It was on Friday night. She brought me to the field, we all went to tile, and talked about what we were doing the next morning. So we were trying to finish that field tile for Marches. She was gonna take Angela into the game. She wanted me to know how I was gonna go. I said, no, I didn't. So I was there to put my tile in. She came to the game. I think that's what she thought, was that we're done. I was confused, and she didn't talk to me the rest of the day. I think that day, Saturday, that's the day I went down years to take the truck back and set. Brought the truck back home. She was talking about what she meant by that's what I asked her what she wanted to do. She just wanted to stay and watch the kids or what she wanted to do. That's when she started getting money. She got some. She had an age. She got. She said she got pizza, subs or something for breakfast. Was from staying at the coast that day. So I got him up. Got that to eat. We laid down, had a movie in. I was sleeping in the living room. And then this morning, around 6 or 4, ran outside. Over around, it's a kind of one with JC out. Pulled off some big trash out the building, I'm going to spray it out. You know, to spray the weed, I just spray the weed at Leroy's first. Come back, they had it rinse out. Loaded up with herbicide for. It was burned out. Around 240 so they had it back on so that it's very quick. And from Brooks, I went to Brooklyn, John Thompson. I think that's what Stephanie called. That was a great one. I think it was Stephanie calling on all the teams that. She said, oh my gosh, that was why Stephanie was calling me instead of Raquel. She said, "How about it?" So all the stuff, and then tried to call her. I think I called her 3 or 4 times so she answered. She said, "We'll find out." Well, she's on her couch. I just left her. Out. She says, "No, she's not here." I said, "Okay, I want to spray her. I have not come back." So that's when I finished her with the sprayer, go back here at home. I pulled the office and it's like I pulled him in the house and went in the house. He wasn't there, she was in the house anywhere. I walked in the bedroom, looked around. That's when I noticed the bags in the bedroom. Making bags of bathrooms. I said, "Where all the bags are?" She said, "Zack's." Zack's here. She's not there. I made sure she didn't pick them up. She said, "No, the car's here." I said, "No, where's your two?" This is the same country. No. Then Raquel went in the bathroom with her out and she agreed with me. She said, "Well, Mom's hairspray's down." Off the counter. Hell, I don't know which hairspray she got. Raquel picked out. She took her hairspray. She didn't take Raquel's hairspray. So then, thinking about pulled out from to the office. Hindsight now, looking back, this is weirder than weird to me. He's been gone an hour to 2 hours, and the kids are here all in panic, and she's left countless times. This is weird. And then Zack's in the office going through the security cameras, trying to figure out where's Mom at. He wasn't going through the security cameras, he was leading shit off the cameras because he gave his Mom over, he wanted no tracks. That's
But I think, I'm sorry, I'm taking it off on incoming, I appreciate the information, but specifically to Saturday, can you describe the source of Dee's anger? What caused her to get said that? Can you talk to us about that?
I guess she got into it with Terry, one of our drivers, over something his girlfriend or his wife or his ex-wife or ex-wife had done. I guess they had a big argument and he quit. And then she got into an argument with Todd that day over dispatching or Terry or else they were arguing. He just said he called her out and said, "I don't know what you're not doing. It's ridiculous money."
It's been told to us that you had informed the employees, however, that happened, that she was taking Xanax and she didn't take back to that. Can you describe that to us? So we were told that you had informed, whether it was Todd or Carrie or both of them, that Dean was taking Xanax, and that was a source, a portion of her being upset that day. Okay, and the way it was presented to us was, and I'm paraphrasing, Dale went her back and told employees she's taking Xanax, and I believe her, that she won't be able to know, essentially. Okay. So outside of the phone call you had with her at the soccer game, can you go back to that? What happened from that?
I didn't talk to her, but she tried to call her several times, but she didn't answer her phone. I was finished, so. I can't remember if I finished with tile, and I can't remember if I was in spray or spray more. But I know I had to take tile out to, I asked Todd, he said, yeah, you got into it, the same motion. I called her out to today, and Carrie couldn't help me do my best to
What was your instinct then? Do you think this was gonna resolve itself, or what did you think at the time? Is this spat kind of comment?
I figured, I'm gonna have to go out and talk to Terry, go back to Monday, this and all.
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna go in the house tonight, I'm thinking is, I'm gonna go in the house tonight, I'm gonna get my ass chewed for something that I know nothing that went down, I'm gonna get chewed out because I didn't stick up for her with the Terry argument. So I know that it's this bad already, even though she's 100% wrong, so I'm just gonna keep the microphone, she argued with Todd, I think it won't. The last thing I did was that Todd could too, because then we'll really be screwed. So I'm thinking, yeah, she's gonna argue screaming out at me tomorrow. I'm gonna have to go talk to Terry, come back to work, same time, it's gonna be all these tomorrow, that's Saturday, so Monday. I have to talk to him, go back. To figure it out, we're going to weeks, we're going for a couple of days, let's just be back.
And at that time, if you on Saturday, with how upset she was over this argument with her employees, essentially, Todd and Terry, what do you think her mindset was like?
I don't know anymore, I was just thinking.
Some of the statements you had made in the past were that you were concerned she was abusing her pills and that she may be depressed. Or is that accurate?
Yeah, she was depressed, I think she was upset and depressed, because she didn't know what she was doing for the day, because, her best friend quit, and that's why they quit, so now what else gonna happen? The trucking company, she can't go. That's why she was saying, you're done, what else do you have to do? The lot of shit was going on. So, I cornered any crops in, because now I'm going to go with it, we're going.
Because it was a busy time of year in general.
This is happening here. Yeah, it was like, on the calendar, pretty much every year, I start planning corn, I think it was like 50.
Okay. Barring weather or whatever.
Yeah, this is the day I start. Before this is where this is the day you start.
Okay. And she's come home on Saturday, and what happens then?
I come home on Saturday. This is just the house. And I call my son, he's still spraying fertilizer. So I go in the house to see, and she said, she's questioning me about, I already asked her what's going on with Angelina. She says Angelina needs to move to the house. And I'm like, why? It's like 8 o'clock at night. Why is she doing it? Because Amy called and she's home. Okay, I gotta go to town to do chores, check the cat, see if he's doing it. No, Amy's going to get her. Okay. So I go over, get times, check the cat, talk to her, sit over, and I hired someone over there. Come back in the house and see like that Amy, she was coming. Yeah, I remember if Amy was there when I left, when I came back. Amy was there, she didn't say nothing, she's actually left in the house. Tried talking to Dee, and she's all upset. I said, okay, see, I will talk about it. She says, we're all in the morning. I know we told you this. Jerry quit. Yeah, I heard Jerry quit. Todd's upset with me. I said, oh, first you try to scream, start getting fun. I just tried to sit down talking to her, and then she got this. She says, "You're using this kind of shit out of me." I was trying not to say anything worse. And mom just sat down and talked about wow. She's talking to me. She's still mad about Terry. She's still want to tell me about Terry's girlfriend did this, she did that. It's cute. Tell Terry what to do. And see, she was starting to get my she's over you're here, she's looking over here talking, like she's talking to me. Says you need to play with me. Yeah, this is just so I went over and asked her something about the so we cooked, and that's what she said. We got some breakfast ingredients to come see. It's steak or something. So she got those out. She got it over. She started to cut it. I think she cut her finger. And she was doing it. Just stop. I cut it. Warmed up. We ate some breakfast. She ate are you feeling it better? Yeah, I can tell she wants to do this. She takes some seconds. Her first little slur. She's I gotta take it away. So she went over to the other. Went through her clothes. I was like, oh, it's okay. And then said, I was talking. She's like, well, since you gotta drink something too, because you're getting dehydrated. That's why it was a problem. And she's like, no, and she's just kind of, I just don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I said, just, watch it. That's what we did. She just went back to the bench. First, I was getting the pressure on her head to make it feel better. Went back and back. She said, we get better. She's talking a little bit. I thought things were getting better. Then we went to sleep. I got up in the morning. She was there. I just sneaked out because, she lit up. She went to work.
You had previously described this as one of the worst arguments you had had. You described that to us.
It was one of the worst arguments that we've had in a way that she's never spent it all done. I was confused. She's talking about it. And then after I get into the form, we're all done. A year and a half later, she couldn't come to the line anymore. It's funny that she took stuff they done with her computer, with the big stuff, and come with stuff we found.
Yeah.
She can't hide it.
You had previously stated that you gave her some medicine.
I never did her medicine.
Okay. Any idea why you might have said that then?
Yeah. She always
Okay. No idea why you might have been mistaken about a different day or something?
maybe I went to pick medicine off for her pharmacy.
Okay, that specific day or another time? Okay. So I want to be clear, you did not physically give her any medicine, the medicine she took, she obtained herself from wherever. Okay. And you only saw her take, that?
I didn't see what she took.
Okay.
Living room here, the medicine she had in the counter, she went over to the guy and she was done.
You're referring to the counter with the wood over it, kind of a dining room table?
The bar is off, it looks like the wine right in.
That, okay. You and I still together on the phone over there, okay.
Yeah, that covered right there's where she got over. Her medicine was there, the rest of the medicine, like aspirins and normal household stuff was all over in the kitchen.
Okay.
There she kept all her separate over there, so. But I was over by the kitchen part, getting, the food warmed up, and she's trying to get a pill or whatever, she went over there, had something on the cover, took it, went back and sat down. She ate.
Okay. And then what time do you and her fall asleep?
I was thinking it was on 12 o'clock, probably.
Okay. Can you describe that?
Just, I was sleeping.
Where?
Sorry, in the living room.
You, both of you?
Yeah.
Okay. So everywhere on
the floor.
Okay. Is that common?
Yeah.
And how often do you sleep on the living floor?
About every day.
Oh, really? Okay. Why is that?
We always did in our old house, we always just like in front of the TV and watch TV and like everything. So,
Okay. And you slept there all night, each of you?
yeah.
Okay. And then what time did you wake up?
It was around 6 o'clock.
And what's a normal morning for you? What do you, this, in great details you talk, what do you wake up?
I get up, I'll get my clothes on, use to brush my teeth, grab my watch, my phone, get dressed, take my blood pressure pill, take my pill every morning, and I head off.
Okay, now that is in general, or that's what happened that Sunday morning?
That should not happen today. Just come back every morning, get up.
And how long did that process take you?
10, 15, all that morning, I think I had to go downstairs because that's where next, those are transplants. We did them all, received the transplants downstairs. Yeah.
What's a transplant, sorry?
We started vegetables.
Yeah.
Trays, it's trays downstairs, and I think the day before, actually, and I just put receipts, and I think I went down that morning, I had to water. So I ran downstairs with water and the transplants, I went downstairs twice. Team water down, water the transplants, and all that kind of stuff. I went.
Okay, so I want to start really slow. So you wake up, you're on the floor, and what's the first thing you do?
Get up and walk over, take my blood pressure pill, start getting my pills in, because I'm in the phone in the garage.
Okay.
So I'll get up, I'll go over, get a glass of water, try to do it every morning. First thing I do is take my blood pressure pill, I forget. Get that up, take my bill, go to the garage, pick the uniforms up off the floor, so I took out the night before the floor, picked them up, came out the garage, get my uniforms out, and put mine, put them in bed, brush my teeth, go back out, so I have to grab my phone, my watch, this is my routine I do every day.
Okay.
And on the calendar, if I always make myself notes of what I need to do for the day. I don't have my paper on that day, sure I never know where I was supposed to go spray and what I need to do, so that I didn't forget anything. I have to separate that for it. Back with all well, go back over, got it, move over the gate. Usually I make a circle around the back of the farm. I'll do it as I go out, and I'm looking at the grass. There's not to do with the grass, I'm trying to sit it up, get all wet. I put different stuff in the tank. It's dry, and it goes to some different additives in. Something like that, around the sprayer started, I'll go back, I'll go get the JCB out of the barn. If I have food for lunch, I'll go back in the house, grab it out, walk in, bring it with me. Well, start loading up the sprayer.
Do you typically shower in the morning? No, you shower in the evening and everything?
Usually 30 minutes of bed.
Okay. So I want to make sure that you wake up, take a blood pressure pill, grab your clothes in the glass of water, grab your clothes in the garage, come in the bedroom, maybe the bathroom, brush your teeth, get dressed.
I get dressed up.
Okay, get dressed and we're just in the house, and then you grab your phone, your watch, and then do you eat breakfast in the morning or are you ready to leave? Okay, so specifically on that Sunday morning, what happens from that? You're dressed, you take your blood pressure pill, you have your phone, your watch, what do you do next?
I have to brush my teeth, get my phone up, walk the door, and I can check the dogs.
Which, I know you have a bunch of doors out there, which door is common for you? Okay. Okay.
So sometimes I go to the backside, no horse, usually I try to go to the garage.
Okay.
Or the laundry room, I mean, just wherever I park the motor, where, I've got to get the dogs for singing, go to the grass, and say, I got two cans of dog. Or if I don't have the dog, then I can call the shop to get it,
Okay, and I apologize, so you leave out through whatever door you're supposed to do.
First thing I'll do is I'll bring out, let the dogs out, then I'll get them to go over, the hedge over on me and see if there's anything on. Well, start the sprayer out, and check the whole stuff on. Then hopefully I remember to take my fucking list, because other county, I don't bring a list, I'll bring back the spray. See what goes straight up with it.
Okay.
So that day, I had to finish the week from Drewyor and on my list.
And how many acres do you have? How many did you spray?
I have to look in the book to sure, I think it was like 10. It took me more time to get out down in the field.
Okay. How long is 10 acres on the take it? Okay.
So seems like I had a flush of it, so I gotta go down about 3 times with water, open it back, and go straight to the road, fix it, go down 3 times, come back in. Look and see if I got any on the chemistry that'll take the loader to the JCB. Come over, the front buildings where we keep the chemistry. I keep some back right lower, but all the small stuff, it's little jugs, or little things we keep up by the office, so somebody shows up to buy some. Just like, girls do by the market, just need to jump outside for lots of water. So I'll go there, get ready, throw my jobs, put it back to the motor, drive back to the market, walk the small little thing, motor, I'll take the JCB up there and form it, bring my pal down. So that morning, I think I made 2 or 3 trips with the motor, different jugs, because that's just, that's all on my sheet right there, sheets. Okay. So my log sheets, I'm gonna Jackson, what time I went to Leroy's, I'm gonna go get my sheet, and tell us what time I loaded the barn, what time I got to Leroy's, when I'm back, because I'm loading the next one, right, when I'm getting in the corner. That's, when I get in the sprayer, I write down the sprayer, I want to leave the field, I try to write down, the acres in it, whose name it is, so there's, try to double up so I don't miss it. Right. So that I got those 2.
Okay. So you go out in the house, you go to feed the dogs, and what's the next thing you do?
I got
And you get a toxicity thing. When you say Kubota, what are you referring to?
a little, what you call it, a little ATV.
Okay. Like a side-by-side with a,
Yeah,
with a parcel area?
Yeah.
Okay. And where's that normally parked?
It's usually parked out by the dogs, right behind the garage.
Okay.
And you get where it's, leaves it that.
And you get that, and where do you go from there?
That morning, we drove around, last spring, we drove around the boundary of the farm. Nicely cleaned out, the grass is up, so the grass, see if there's 200 for what it is.
Okay, and then what?
Then I go into the sprayer, started watching, started watching, it's more down in there.
Okay.
That's how we're going to this, I've got a load.
Okay, and what happens from there?
Went to Leroy's, sprayed that, bring it back, and it was out. Went to the roads, sprayed that.
Okay.
And then I loaded it up. I loaded it. Then also I had sprayed for me.
Okay. And can you describe to us what you do with the JCB network?
I would have pulled up, that was, pulled it out of the barn, pulled it up by the house. Oh, I think it was just for trash that well, no, I had to put the forks in when I pulled that back. There was a pallet that I had to move ammonium sulfate in the barn.
Okay.
Usually, there's a bucket, dump it in, one shows, so all that trash goes in the bucket.
Okay. You said you pulled it up to the house, can you describe that to us?
I think I pulled up behind the house, I think I had to really grab my damn sheet, my load sheet, for sure. I know I took the loader around, it was the first sprayer started, I know I got the JCB, the loader, pulled around by the house, and I run in, I had to grab something out of the house, and I go back out, grab the loader, back I go. Put the forks on it.
And what did you see in the house, and you could run back in there? Okay, she's still asleep. And at this point, it seems like it's a question, was anyone else on the property or in the house? Okay. And
She's still by about 6:30.
that was my next question, how long had it been? Okay.
It's about 6:30 now. That maybe close to 6:30, so we got 10 on the ground moving and started to spray her up. You know, it's running. And we're able to load her, pull off her paddle, forks.
Okay. Get that. This is going to help me just because I don't want farm talk. When you say you leave the house, you go and just show me, I think I know, show me where the dogs are. Okay, and then you jump in the Kubota?
So you should set one here by the house.
Okay. That was going to ask which field you're referring to. Because grass. Okay. Okay.
You know what it is.
Okay. And is that common for the farmers to check the grass this morning, or that's just part of what you do, so you can schedule? Okay, okay. And then where was the sprayer parked? Is that where okay. And you started and you there while you were loading everything else up, you said it goes up air, and that's so we go air and spray.
Well, suspension goes up those areas.
Which you started, okay. And where was the JCB parked?
JCB's right along here.
Okay. And you said you pulled up to the house, can you show me?
Pull out here, pull around this way, pull up over here. Grab what I need, house, back down.
Okay, can I mention another time you really okay? She said this is the Kubota.
Yeah.
Could you just draw next to the Kubota bus? You got a better pen anywhere? Might work. Where's going on all fronts here for me?
Maybe it's the paper.
And then, where is the, if you can mark the sprayer, is it out on the paper, that part? Okay. And where's the JCB part? And then could you just draw X on it for me, to make sure I understand? Different people call the buildings different things, so I don't want to make sure. Okay, what do they call the dry bar? What is that? Oh, okay, and then there's a wet bar, does that make sense? That's, see, that's what I mean, it's different people. Okay, and then you pull onto the JCB and you show it where you parked it by the house?
No, pull it up here.
Okay, can you mark that for me? Okay, and then, where do you go from there?
Over here.
Yeah.
Back down, around here, so
Okay. And then what happens after that? You try the JCB over there, you hear the JCB, and then what happens?
sprayer.
Okay. And when you, how many minutes do you think from when you were in the house to when you got over here and left in the sprayer, how many minutes is that, if you have to guess, that Sunday morning?
Before I left with the sprayer.
Correct.
Go ahead.
If you have to guess, is this an hour long process? Is this
Half an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay.
And
And
I'm trying to remember if I had to rinse before I loaded the weed spray out, or if I rinsed. I don't remember, I'll look one book, I did check that, how much more that book.
not with me now. So,
See, because I keep that book in there on the shelf, so if I spray for atrazine, say, with the yesterday, now I'm going out there and I got spray weed, I'll look at that book, I had atrazine there, I'll fuck, I can spray weed.
I see.
So now I'm gonna rinse out, so I got.
Those are the papers that you gave me.
Yeah,
We were out there one day.
yeah. They would have ran on the lumber.
That was a good one.
Do you guys want to the game now? Hard. Oh, really?
I've been not looking at the book, I can't like I had to come out and rinse. If I had to rinse it, be an hour. If I didn't rinse out, I looked at half an hour, 45 minutes, I might get all the chemicals. The sprayer's in here, JCB's here, I can walk here, got some stuff out of the building in front here. Took back, measured it out, because it's an house, this was a lot house yet. Measured the shit out, right? Put the sprayer, and I would pull it out.
Okay.
So I mean, it should be on the camera, use the camera, and I pull the bar, will show you pulling it out the sprayer.
Okay, and specifically with the JCB, I think this is the most question I have to ask that's out there. So the Justice Brigade crew, at the time, I think the adult children perhaps Parker had seen the JCB tracks, and that's why they asked you why you pulled the house. Is that accurate?
They didn't ask me.
That's
They didn't ask me.
correct.
They didn't ask me. Okay.
Okay, that was understanding, because the JCB tracks were, for the Hawkins farm. Is that news to you? Yeah, so,
So then I pulled it all back around behind the house later that day, I pulled it up next to the grass where I was parking.
right, so when they had seen the Hummer, you already moved back to the house, and the JCB tracks were underneath it.
All around it.
Okay,
Around it.
and that's from when you pull up to the house?
Yeah.
Okay, and the
Yeah,
JCB,
yeah, the JCB, I pulled up there, the Hummer was out front, and they were leaving anything out front.
Yeah, okay.
I pulled back around the house, and I pulled over next to the grass and parked it.
In the normal spot, essentially.
Well, normal spot's the garage, but we've been parking it outside because I think she had something else in the garage for her caddy, or she parked in the middle of her caddy. So I just pulled it over next to the grass, because I waited, because the rest of the area there is where the rest of us park. You know, park my pick upstairs, Jared, or whoever pulls in, that's where they park.
Okay, so you got the JCB, pull back into the house because you forgot your sheet or something, and you get back in and you go back to the bar and go to the store. And when you're in the house, she's sleeping. Right, okay. So how did the Hummer get from behind the house to the office?
Like that morning,
Yeah,
it was there when I came back. That's where Carol was received up from.
okay. Where was it when you left?
When I left, it was on my house. I think there was a buffer. I don't remember.
Okay.
Seeing the number, I mean, it's a lot. I don't remember. But I do remember grabbing it from in front of the office, parking it back behind the house, because we never leave anything else on the roof.
Okay. So it was behind the house when you left?
I don't remember. I don't.
Okay.
Well, I guess easier when you left to go to Brooks or wherever. I wasn't parked in front of it.
I don't remember seeing it out there. I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember sitting up there. It's almost like I didn't look that way. I mean, I can tell you where a piece of farm machine is. I can't tell you where the homer's at. It's just not something that I pay attention to.
Okay. So then you get in the sprayer, you go out to Leroy's and you spray, you said, how many acres at a time?
It was
10 acres.
10.
Okay. And you come back and then what happens?
I think I had to flush out the windows in that straight. I jumped to the coat again and pulled out front, or I had enough, I don't remember if I had to kind of shoot the bar.
Okay.
Loaded up, if I had rinse out, I'd pull it back in, and actually rinse out, pull that being loaded. Go to the next job.
And the next shot, remind me, I'm sorry, you're going to, was it towards Brooklyn?
It was on Brooks.
Brooks, I'm sorry, okay. And then where do you go from there? Okay. And then what happens then?
That's when Stephanie comes and asked me for you to that.
Okay. And what do you do after that?
I head back to the house, and that's right.
Okay. And who's there when you get home?
The kids were there.
The kids meeting, I'm sorry.
So then Zack, Cal. I got Zack, Cal, Dustin. TJ was there.
Okay. And you said they're in the office, and what are they doing?
They're going to the computers. Security things.
Okay.
And that was no problem that they had the codes to get into it.
Yeah. And when you access the cameras, what were you looking for?
I never accessed them, I didn't have the code to get into it.
Yeah, when you did access the cameras, what were you looking for? I know it's a silly question, but.
I was looking to see, what was going on at home. I didn't look at anything other than what Zack was there, because they had me locked out after we did.
Okay, well, there's actually no doubt you access the cameras that morning. I'm just asking what you were looking for. It's a silly, we're trying to move the sheriff's department, so we think you can explain everything as silly as it sounds,
They were looking to see if what cars were by the way,
Okay, and that's what you did when you accessed them?
I didn't access them. Zack already had them on the screen.
Yeah, we promised to be honest with each other.
I did look.
Just listen, there's actually no doubt you access the cameras. If you were just looking for your wife, then just say you're just looking for your wife.
I was looking for my wife, but I didn't access the shit. Security cameras that morning.
You had access to them on your phone, correct?
Yes, if it'll work, it would not work.
Okay, so when you tried to access the cameras, what were you doing?
I was looking to see who was in the office, if he was on the cameras.
Okay, so you're just looking for you, that's all I'm trying to get.
Yeah, looking for me, see where she's at, but I already figured she's at Zack's house.
Okay, and that's specifically from your phone, that's what you're trying to do, right? Okay, and is that, I think it's called milestone? Milestone? Is that you typically have problems with? I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Okay. What are you supposed to be able to do from the app?
We're supposed to be able to see the cameras and see what's going on in the cameras.
Okay. And how often would you try to use it?
I'm trying to look at it on and off. Oh, whatever the day it wants to be or something.
And what percentage of the time do you think it works? Too good of a trick,
No,
right?
I mean, if you're in the office, and you wanna look at the camera system when you're in the office, it'll work. If you're in the house, it'll work. If you're anywhere else, it don't work. Because you got internet access, I guess, go with your phone, you shouldn't have to, and it don't work.
And do you have any other issues with your phone, or is it with that app, do you think? It's the application itself?
I don't know, your phone's, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that will work.
But by and large, it's this application that gives you issues. Okay. Do you pretty much carry your phone with you at all times?
Most of the time.
Okay, specifically that Sunday, you had your phone with you all day?
I'm pretty sure it was,
Okay.
the only time you know is if you drop it somewhere, you're backtracking, trying to find it.
Yeah, you do both. And that Sunday, do you remember about what time Stephanie called you to ask where he was?
I was thinking it was around 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Okay. And then until that point, as far as you knew, she was at home, right? Okay.
I think I texted her, telling her how sorry, so that she.
Okay, but until then, things are normal, you don't know any different, right, essentially, okay? And then, what were you doing, okay, why did you access the Cadillac that morning? What did you go to the Cadillac for in the garage? You accessed the Cadillac, you could enjoy it within that. I'm not sure.
There's something that I get out of the car.
I'm not sure.
If I opened the door, got it out, but I didn't. She's got the key.
I'm not saying you drove it, I'm just saying you accessed it for some reason. Don't recall why.
Access it, I got it immediately. I was like looking on my app on my phone.
I'm not certain what you did physically with the vehicle, but you had access to the car.
Well, because I probably looked at my phone to see where it's at.
Okay.
That would be accessing.
Okay, I'm not familiar with what you can do with that.
And
So
then I'm sorry, I mean, I sit down and start looking at my phone, it tells me where it's at.
okay, and
Tell us about that.
yeah, tell us about that. I'm not familiar with that.
Just, you know, I'm sorry, you're down, start app on your phone, you can start the car, lock it. So you're on the phone.
Oh, okay.
And you're looking at the bottom, tell me what car it's at, it's in the garage.
Okay. And for what purpose were you doing that morning?
It's only, well, it's not there, I see the car's there.
Okay, so you would have accessed that app and it tells you where the car is, and that's why you would have done to see where she was.
Yeah, see my car's, the car's almost supposed to be home.
Okay. And what about when you tried to locate your iPhone? For what purpose was that?
See what she's at.
Same thing.
Everybody was trying to find her on my phone.
Okay. Okay. And it had been described to us that when things weren't comfortable with you, she didn't like you knowing where she was. Did she know you had access to those things at the time? Was that ever a point of contention in recent times? You know, overall, there had been disagreements about that, but about leading up to this incident.
Okay, right, I mean, she were out there, but she could access my phone.
Okay.
It's never safety, if I don't, she can't get a hold of me, she can find my phone, see where I'm at, her, she knows.
Okay. Do you have any more questions about Sunday? Okay.
All right, so during the course of that interview, you had the defendant draw on something. What was that?
It was here is you a satellite image of the Munger farm.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 124, and we are going to, okay, we're going to switch it out on the iPad. I'm going to have you get it out, though. Exhibit 124. And is that the exhibit I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was the point of that exercise?
The intention of reviewing this with Mr. Warner was to have him specifically mark where he parked the front end loader on 425, the morning of 425.
Okay. If I recall correctly, you had him draw 4 different X's on this map. Do you recall what the other X's were for?
Yes, there's one X in the very top right-hand corner that was to get the pen to work. There is one X directly north of the house where he indicated that he parked the front end loader. The other 2 X's.
Hold on, I'm gonna have you stop. So you said directly north of the house?
So in the image, you can see a white car
Yes.
north of the house. There is an X to the right of that.
Okay,
That is where he indicated that he parked the front end loader.
okay. And do you recall what the other 2 X's are?
The other 2 X's are, I asked him miscellaneous questions about where he picked up the side-by-side from and where the front end loader was initially parked.
Okay. And why are you asking these questions?
The other 2 questions, honestly, were more of a decoy. The only thing I really wanted to know was where he parked that front end loader that morning.
And so at this point in time, had you reviewed some of the stuff, but not all of the discovery in the case or the evidence that had been gathered so far?
I had reviewed probably in the high 90% of everything, if not everything in its entirety.
Okay, so why do you care where the JCB was parked that morning?
It was observed, there were tire tracks observed from the front end loader. And when asked about it, Mr. Warner later explained that he returned to the house in the front end loader.
Okay.
Where this X is marked and where those tracks were is also where the Hummer is typically parked and where it was parked that day. His statements were that D must have moved the Hummer to the office, but he states when he returns to the house in the front end loader and parks in this spot that she's inside sleeping. So then it begs the question of these 2 objects cannot be in the same place at the same time, which means the Hummer must have already have been moved when he pulled up to the house.
Okay. And you asked about a number, 3 other items. So first you asked about the, I believe the milestone.
Yes.
What was that?
Milestone is the application used to access the surveillance cameras on the Munger property.
Okay. And Find My iPhone, what's that?
Find My iPhone is an application. If you're granted permission between different Apple products, you can look at their geographic location on a map.
And the My Cadillac app, what's that?
That is another application offered by General Motors and or OnStar in which you can do a variety of things, including looking up the geographic location of a vehicle.
Why are you asking these questions?
All of those applications were accessed by Mr. Warner that morning, and they were all done prior to when he states that she realizes she's missing.
Prior to when he realizes she's missing?
He's very consistent in that the first time he knows that she's missing is when he receives a phone call at approximately 10:30. However, he accessed all of these applications, in his words, to find her well before he knows that she's missing.
Okay. So after you do this interview, you kind of continue this investigation for a couple years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, we're going to get into the rest of the details of that investigation at a later point in time. I want to focus right now on August 16th of 2024. What happened on that day?
On August 16th of 24, I executed a search warrant to look for anhydrous ammonia tanks at a property on Paragon Road.
Okay. Were there 2 properties that were searched for anhydrous tanks?
Yes, there was also a property searched on Carson, just north of Munger, kitty corner from the Munger property.
Okay. I'm going to show you a handful of exhibits, sir. First, exhibit 90. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, where's that location?
That is at the barn I searched on Paragon Road.
Okay, and was this photograph taken August 16th, 24?
Yes.
Exhibit 91. What's this?
This is at the same location. This photo was also taken on that day.
Okay, 92.
The same thing, ma'am, on Paragon Road, also taken on that date.
Okay, 93.
This is outside of that barn, the same location, also taken on that date.
Exhibit 94.
The same, ma'am.
Exhibit 95.
The same.
Same date and location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, exhibit 96.
Same date and location, ma'am.
Okay, exhibit 97.
Same date and location, just outside of the barn.
Exhibit 98.
Same date and location inside of that barn.
Exhibit 99.
Same date and location on the outside of the barn.
Okay. Exhibit 100. Okay, what's this?
This is inside of a separate portion of the barn, taken on that same date at that same location on Paragon Road.
Did you make observations on this tank?
Yes, initially it stood out because all of the other tanks were outside and or in the open portion of the barns by one another. However, this tank was by itself in this area.
Okay. Did you make any other observations?
Yes. On the in this image, what would be the back or the left-hand side of the tank, there was a non-factory weld visible from the outside.
Okay. Exhibit 105, I'm going to have you look at that. Is that one of the welds you were just discussing?
Yes, this is that back end of the tank. Obviously, this is the top of the picture is the top end of the tank.
All right. Exhibit 73. Is this another portion of the weld that you observed?
Yeah, so this would be the bottom of the tank, and or if you're going from top to bottom, a continuation going downward from the previous photo.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit 101. What's this?
This was a handwritten note that was wire tied to the valve on top of the tank.
Okay. When you say the tank, are you referring to tank 34 that was in exhibit 100 that you just detailed?
The previous photos, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you exhibit 102. You still have the scissors?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know that we need it open until the jury wants to see it. Okay, what is exhibit 102?
This is that tag that's pictured in this image.
Okay, is there a writing on both sides of that tag?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 103. What's this?
This is the same tag as a previous image, just depicting the writing on the other side of it.
All right. Exhibit 104.
This is just an overview of that portion of the tank. You can see that tag on the right-hand side.
Okay. And again, all of these photographs were taken on August 16th, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. After you made those observations, what did you do with that tank?
I contacted a tow truck company and I escorted it to the Ambassador Bridge for an x-ray.
I'm going to have you look at exhibit 106. And is that the image you received from the Ambassador Bridge?
That's correct.
Again, this was on that same date that you observed the other tanks, 8/16/2024?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Based on this x-ray, what did you do next?
I escorted the tank to the Michigan State Police Crime Lab in Northville for some preliminary evidence collection. From there, it was escorted to the Monroe Post for secured storage until we could make arrangements to open it the next day.
Holy crap. You guys see that? That's an x-ray of the tank. And the body's laying there. It's like she's face down and you can holy fuck, eh? Wow. Oh my God. Holy shit. You guys see that, eh? Oh my God. I can fucking x-ray that metal tank. Wow. Sorry, I'll play.
Did you in fact open it the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 107. What's that?
That is that same, actually, that is the opposite end of the tank that I observed the non-factory weld on. We cut basically a window into the tank so we could take some images and gather some, an idea of what was inside of it before we continue cutting it open.
Okay. And this was on August 17th, 2024?
Yes.
All right. What did you observe when you placed that camera inside there?
With the light that I'm holding, you can see inside of the tank that there was something wrapped inside of a blue tarp.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 108. Is that what you observed in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you made that observation, what did you do?
Once we gathered some videos and photos of it, we then continued opening the tank, essentially almost like a cigar cut, removing that end that we made that pilot hole on.
Okay. And then what?
Once it was open, we were able to remove the object that was wrapped inside of the blue tarp.
Okay. And what was the object inside the tarp?
It was human remains.
What did you do with the human remains?
The remains were escorted to the medical examiner's office to have an autopsy performed.
Do you know if there were any chemicals inside that tank?
Yes.
All right. Describe to me if you can estimate an amount of chemicals in there.
Laying along the bottom of the tank, there may have been a half inch to an inch of what smelled like ammonia.
What about the tank? What was done with the tank?
From there, the tank was escorted to more long-term storage until it could be evaluated at another date.
Okay. Was that tank processed?
Yes.
All right. Was it processed on the 17th or a different day?
It was processed by lab personnel on the 16th and 17th.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would be tendering Detective Drewyor to Ms. Charday with the understanding that I am calling him back to actually get into the details of the investigation at a later point.
All right, Ms. Charday.
Thank you. Detective Lieutenant Drewyor, my understanding is you are going to be coming back to the stand and testifying next week. Is that accurate? That's your understanding as well. Okay.
I don't know the question. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, sure. I should have a question mark at the end. Is it your understanding, having just heard Ms. Wyse, that you are going to be testifying next week as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to save my questions for next week. I don't want to bifurcate them. Okay, thank you, sir.
I ask counsel to approach briefly.
And they've muted the microphone. There's Nicole's puppies, and I believe there's the previous puppy. Mark Nicole. How many are we looking at here? I think you have to update them. I'm not good with the names, but those are. Sorry if I don't. I'll get it right, but these are other Nicole's puppies. The other ones. KB's drawing of a mouse. Yes, a mouse. KB's drawing of a badger for sure. KB's, I believe this is her hamster. Could be that mouse. Although we got more. Critter's puppy. Critter with her puppy. Adorable. This is, I believe, that same hamster. KB's cute little hammy. Hammy hamsters. Ghost. Mimi's bobtail kitty. Looking so comfy. Chilling like a villain. And we're coming back.
Okay, so I've had a brief discussion with counsel at the bench. My understanding that both sides are in agreement with holding off on any questions from the jurors until Detective Drewyor has been back to finish his testimony. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Detective Drewyor, you can step down.
Take these exhibits, Judge.
You can take those with you. All right, so at this point, we will take a recess. I think there's some technology we need to set up in the courtroom for the next witness, so we will do that, and we'll bring the jury back in when we're ready to proceed. Anything we need to address outside the presence of the jury at this point?
Yes, Your Honor. The court previously ruled on a motion for a protective order regarding the autopsy photos. I would ask to amend the order. We want to be able to show the jury the autopsy photos while Dr. Cho testifies. However, we do not want those photographs to be publicized, recorded, or any photographs live streamed, nothing. So we would ask for a protective order over that.
Okay, Ms. Chartier.
We're in agreement with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, the court is permitted by MCR 2.302C, which applies to criminal cases, through MCR 600.001D to issue protective orders to prevent annoyance, embarrassment, or oppression based on my prior review of the photographs that are the subject of the people's motion. The court finds that unauthorized proliferation of these images would constitute a significant and irreparable injury to the victim's family based on the nature of those photographs. So I am going to grant that protective order. The decision, I believe, is further grounded in the court's inherent supervisory power over its own records and files to prevent them from becoming a vehicle for improper purposes, as was recognized by the Supreme Court in Nixon versus Warner. Well, I am mindful that this is not a FOIA proceeding. The dignitary privacy interest of survivors has been recognized in National Archives and Records Administration versus Favish, another United States Supreme Court case, which established a compelling interest that the court must weigh against the public's right of access. Again, although that court involved analysis under the Freedom of Information Act, the interest identified by the Supreme Court in that case remains a compelling factor in this case. That interest is further reflected in the public policy of the state of Michigan as codified by the legislature in MCL 333.2855A, which restricts the public display of autopsy photographs except under limited and controlled circumstances. To balance these interests and pursuant to the court's authority under MCR 8.115 to manage the courtroom and conduct and recording, at this point, I am going to order that while the autopsy photographs are available for public viewing as presented in open court, that the physical or digital copying, scanning, or reproduction of these exhibits by any member of the media or any member of the public is prohibited. No person shall use any camera, recording device, or any device of any kind to capture these images while they're being displayed in the courtroom. I don't believe this order is a prior restraint on reporting, as the media remains free to describe evidence and testimony in detail. I think this is narrowly tailored on the reproduction and distribution of sensitive judicial records, which are intended to protect the privacy of the survivors while maintaining the transparency of these criminal proceedings. So that will be the court's order with respect to the autopsy photographs. Anything else we need to address at this point?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
Okay. We'll take, well, I'm not quite sure how long this break will be because we'll need to set up the screens for the jury.
Thank you.
And we're back. So doctor coming up is Dr. sounds like the ME, Dr. Cho. Should be coming any second here. And I'll mute. Here we go.
Okay, are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
So just to be clear, this is going to be Dr. Cho, the ME. Looks like he's on for, say, 6:37 to, looks like pretty much the end. So it'll be like about a half an hour or so. And then I'll get day 6, 7. Oh my gosh. Day 6 ready. Okay.
May be seated. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can see we've reconfigured things a little bit. That's because the next witness's testimony will be kind of photograph intensive. So, Ms. Wyse, you can call your next witness.
The people would call Dr. Patrick Cho.
And before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can sit down.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yes, good afternoon. Patrick Cho, C-H-O.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a deputy medical examiner,
And where are you a deputy medical examiner at?
Oakland County,
How long have you been doing that?
2007.
You've been in the same place since 2007?
I've been at Oakland County on and off since 2007. I have been a contract medical examiner for Jackson County since then, and most recently Lenawee and Hillsdale County after Dr. Bader Casson passed away. But I also do cases in Bay, Midland, Tuscola, Iosco, and Aranac counties.
Okay. And you've been a medical examiner since 2007, though. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Approximately how many autopsies do you think you've performed?
Well over 6,000 at this point.
Okay. Have any of those autopsies you performed been related to homicides?
Yes.
Have you ever been admitted as an expert in any courts in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Have you ever been denied that?
No. Over 200 times in federal circuit and district courts in 11 different counties.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd move to admit Dr. Patrick Cho as an expert in forensic pathology.
We leave it to the court's discretion. Thank you.
All right, I will so certify Dr. Cho.
On August 20th, 2024, did you perform an autopsy on Dee Ann Warner?
Yes.
How did you identify her body?
So the body was, it was presumed at that point on August 20th. The dental identification came later, verification of Dee Ann Warner. So that's how it was.
Okay, so on August 20th, 2024, you presumed it was Dee Ann Warner, but at a later point in time, you were able to confirm it through dental records?
Correct.
All right, and do you know how long that took to confirm the identity?
Offhand, I don't.
All right. When you did the autopsy, I noticed you did an external examination and an internal examination. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about the external exam observations first. Just give me a brief overview of what you observed when you received her body.
Sure. The body was enclosed in a body bag, as is normal. Once the body bag was opened, the body was actually wrapped in 2 polyethylene tarps that were secured with duct tape. So that was the initial exposure to the body.
Okay. Did you unwrap those two tarps?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe when you unwrapped those?
There was the body of an adult female. The legs were bound with duct tape. The arms were bound to the torso with duct tape. There was duct tape over the nose, mouth, part of the head. And then there was brown, kind of red debris, sludge.
Did the body have any clothing on it?
There were what appeared to be pajamas, top and bottom, and underwear.
When you say appeared to be pajamas, what do you mean?
They looked like just standard ladies' pajamas, but because of the dirt and red, maybe they were light sweats. I don't know,
Okay.
but I thought they were pajamas. So.
Okay. Did you was there any jewelry on the body of Miss Warner?
Yeah, there were 2 metal posts with clear stones in the right and left ears. Pardon me. And there was a metal ring with clear stone on the right 4th finger.
Did you observe any injuries to the body of Miss Warner?
Once the tape over the head, face, and neck and arms were removed, there were contusions on the right and left cheeks, lateral aspect of the left eye, contusion on the left shoulder. I believe that was it. No, there was a small contusion on the back of the head as well, the scalp.
Did you observe any internal injuries?
Once we completed our external examination, we proceeded with an internal examination, standard Y incision, opening up the abdominal and chest cavities, and then the head. There were obvious temporal parietal scalp regions and on top of the skull. There were subdural hemorrhages over the brain, so that's indication of blunt force injury. There were contusions about the tongue, not contusion, but bruises about the tongue. And there were petechial hemorrhages on the epiglottis. Yeah.
You used the term epiglottis.
So that's why I was looking at if you wanted me to explain.
I do need to know, yes.
The epiglottis is a cartilage tissue that overlays, while we're talking here, it's in an upright position, but as we chew and swallow food or drink water, it'll close over the windpipe so we don't aspirate. So that's what that was.
Okay. And you use the term contusions. What does that mean?
So bruising, another way of putting.
Okay. Hemorrhaging.
Hemorrhaging within the muscle. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits and kind of have you walk me through what you observed. I'm going to have you get in front of, does that microphone,
You can pull that out.
This?
Yes.
and it doesn't project your voice, it only records. So just make sure you speak into that, please.
Okay.
And then I'm going to have you stand in front of at least this screen over here.
This one here.
Yep, please. And then I'm going to pull up photographs, and when you need to point to something to identify it, just let me know, and I will put a laser on here. All right, I'm going to start with exhibit.
Sorry, I'll speak up.
Your Honor, Dr. Chill may need to move a little bit away just so the.
Here.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm going to first start with exhibit 127. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That's the body within the tarp as we received it with the duct tape.
Okay, before you removed it?
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 128.
That's with the tarp being removed from the body and the duct tape around the body.
129.
Same thing.
Okay. In this one, you can see the top half of her body as well.
Yes. The head is here.
Okay. 130.
This is with the body bag, the tarp removed and just the duct tape around the ankles and lower legs.
131.
This is the head, the top of the head, and there's duct tape over the nose and the mouth here.
132.
This is just with the duct tape removed. The teeth, I think prominence of the nose is here.
133.
This is a cleaned up photo of the head once we've removed the bag and all of the debris. You can start to see some contusions around the right eye, left cheek.
Your Honor, is it okay if I ask if everybody can see that clearly, or if I need to point anything on we're good? Okay. Exhibit 134.
This is just a same kind of area that's being photographed, but from the left side. So you can see better the contusions that are on the left side of the cheek and the lateral aspect of the left eye.
Exhibit 135.
Left shoulder, there's a contusion on the left shoulder.
136.
Just a panned out shot of the shoulder and the head.
137.
This is the back of the head, and there's an area of contusion that I was pointing to earlier on myself here.
Exhibit 142.
This is an anterior, so front view of the head and neck with the head kind of pulled back. This area is a contusion and abrasion on the anterior part or front of the neck.
Exhibit 144.
This is the metal ring with clear stones I was talking about on the right fourth finger.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Did you say on the right? Right hand, okay.
Pardon.
Okay, no, it's okay. I'm going to move to the internal injuries. I'm going to have you look at exhibit 138.
So this is the top of the head with the scalp reflected back, and we're seeing the top of the skull. This area here is a contusion that's on the skull, so we call that a subgaleal contusion. This is on the undersurface of the scalp, so that's a subcutaneous contusion. More of the same on the back of the head as well.
139.
This is the right side of the head, showing very much the same thing. So on the surface of the skull, there's some contusion, and then on the undersurface of the scalp, there are contusions in that area.
140.
Just a close-up on the left side, really highlighting the hemorrhage that's on the surface of the skull, as well as on the undersurface of the scalp, all indicative of blunt force injury.
141.
This is with the top of the skull removed. This is the surface of the brain, and there's all this residual subdural hemorrhage. So there's been bleeding on the surface of the brain from blunt force injury.
143.
So the epiglottis that I had talked about before, that flap, this is the epiglottis here. And what you'll notice are these petechial hemorrhages here. Those hemorrhages shouldn't be there. And there's also bruising on the back of the tongue, as I had mentioned, around the areas, but that's the petechial hemorrhages.
So you use the word petechial hemorrhaging. What does that mean in layman terms?
So petechiae are just pinpoint hemorrhages that occur when there's been intense pressure. And we're talking about the vascular system here. So vessels are carrying blood, and when constricted or compressed, it's just like a hose. The water or the fluid is going to want to go to the path of least resistance. So in this case, the blood will go to the smaller arteries until there's and vessels until there's an endpoint, and then there's nowhere to go, so it'll burst. And that's what gives us those petechial hemorrhages.
When you discussed the bruising under the scalp on the left side,
Yes.
and had the scalp pulled back to look at it?
Yes.
Okay. Would those injuries necessarily cause the skin to break open?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And tell me about the internal, I'm going to go ahead and have you can take the stand again. And if I need to show you an additional picture, I will. So the photograph of, it's exhibit 141, where the brain bleed that you described. How does that happen? Like, right, how is there a blood on the brain is it in between the skull and where is that located?
So our brains are covered by dura. It's fibrous tissue. And there are small bridging veins between the surface of the brain and the dura that go through the dura. So when there's blunt force injury to the head, strong enough to tear those bridging veins, that's what will give us that subdural hemorrhage. So it's a subdural, meaning sub, under the dura, but on top of the surface of the brain. I don't know if that was clear.
I think so.
Yeah.
Is there anything about that injury, the brain bleed, that you saw evidence that it would bleed outside of the scalp, if that makes sense?
Yeah, no. So there were no skull fractures. So no, it would stay contained in that space.
Okay. Were you able to determine a cause of death in this case?
Yes.
And what was that?
Strangulation and multiple blunt force injuries of head and face, I guess.
Okay, so you came to two separate causes of death?
They both contributed, yes.
Okay, could either one of them independently have caused her death?
Yes.
Were you able to determine the manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicide.
Did you also do toxicology in this case?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of oxycodone in Miss Warner's body?
No.
As a result of doing the autopsy on Miss Warner, are you required to sign a death certificate?
The chief medical examiner signs the death certificate.
Okay.
I author a report.
All right. And who is the chief medical examiner in Lenawee County?
Dr. John Maino. Maino.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
And thank you. Was one done in this case?
Yes.
were you able to determine, well, let me ask you this. CSI, Law and Order, they'd have you believe when you find a body, within 20 minutes, the exact date, the exact time of death. Is that how that works?
No.
Okay, can you explain that to me? How do you determine date of death?
A lot of it's multifactorial. It's based on investigation, last known alive, body condition, all of that.
Okay, and in this case, People's Exhibit 259. Oh, you can't see that, can you?
I can walk up. Should I go?
No, I'm going to come to you. I try to move it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, death certificate. Yes.
Is there cause or the date of death on there?
Date pronounced is August 17th.
It's
Date
up
of
here, you
death.
can't see.
Oh, it's scrolled up. Yep. On or about April 25th, 2021. Yep.
I'm gonna ask you that again since I'm back here.
Yep.
So the date of death on the death certificate,
Is on or about April 25th, 2021.
was there anything about the condition of Miss Warner's body that made you believe she could not have died on or after April 25th, 2021?
No.
Okay. She looked a little bit, when I look at the pictures, I'm kind of shocked to see the way her feet are bound, she looks somewhat fairly well preserved. Can you tell me why that's not a concern for you?
No, I mean, it was a sealed tank. There was presumably little to no oxygen in it since it's an ammonia tank, anhydrous. So if it was water, H2O, there's your oxygen source that would speed up decomposition, but didn't seem to be any of that. So.
Okay, and why does it matter? So the oxygen would speed up decomposition?
Yep, I mean, ammonia will too, but obviously at a slower rate.
Okay. The lack of oxygen, again, would lead you to not question her date of death as being April 25th, 2021 or later?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further.
We're going to make our way back over.
Okay.
Thank you. No, there's nothing else. Dr. Cho, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mary Chartier. I represent Mr. Warner, and I have some questions for you this afternoon. So I want to pick up where you left off, where you were talking about the date of death was on or about April 25th, 2021. And you said two things factor into that determination, an investigation and then the body condition. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the investigation entails what? Is it people telling you the last time I saw her was this day or this time? How does the investigation factor in?
Sure. That information is presented to me usually by law enforcement, last known alive, reporting as such. So we're not an investigative entity. So that's why we rely on outside sources.
If someone hadn't told you that, if someone had not told you the last time that Ms. Warner was seen alive was roughly April 24th or April 25th, 2021, what would you have determined the date of death to be?
I'm not sure I understand that.
Sure. So let's imagine that this body was found. No one knows who she is.
Right.
Right. And so you don't have any law enforcement officer telling you anything about last time seen.
I see.
What would you determine the date of death to have been?
Yeah, for me, I would have to say unknown.
So the body condition of Ms. Warner, independent of the investigation, would not give you a date, a month, a year?
No.
Okay, thank you. So that was my question. And then you indicated in your analysis that the time of death was unknown. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And that's because you can't tell that by the body condition.
Correct.
And also that the place of death was unknown, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you can't tell that, again, based on your analysis and the body condition.
Correct.
You had indicated that there can be two causes of death, strangulation and then blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell what was the cause of death or both contributed to death?
Both contributed.
Both contributed.
Yes.
Now, with strangulation, there may be a loss of bodily fluids. Is that accurate?
Possibly, yeah.
And that would be, for instance, urine or bowels, correct?
Correct.
With blunt force injury, you indicated that the brain bleed would not cause external bleeding, correct? Or am I wrong about that?
No, I think the question I was answering was, what I thought I was answering was a subdural hemorrhage. Would there necessarily be an external source of bleeding or bleeding from that? So, as I said, you can get a subdural hemorrhage without a skull fracture.
So
I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
So that's okay. I will ask maybe a more particular question. Yeah. With the injuries that you noted on Ms. Warner, could any of them have caused external bleeding?
So can you specifically cite which injury you're referring to?
Any injury on her body, any contusion,
sure,
any injury.
So any of the contusions that are visible, there could be external bleeding.
And with the brain bleed, or the strangulation, is there any chance, for example, of bleeding from the nose, from the mouth, anything like that?
I suppose it's possible.
Do you know the instrument that caused the blunt force trauma?
No.
Moving on to the body, when you examine the body, was there an odor emanating beyond what you would expect with body decomposition?
Sure.
And what was that?
Ammonia.
Was it overpowering?
At times, yes.
And that odor might sound like a basic question. That is not a natural odor that a person has when they pass away. That, you believe, was a chemical from inside the tank?
Well, if an individual, so if I were to pass away in a house that's abandoned and somebody comes upon me later, there would be a strong smell of ammonia from that. But in this case, with the environment of the tank, there's no way to discern. I'm not sure I'm asking.
No, you are. That was it. So the overpowering at times ammonia odor, you don't know if that was from Ms. Warner, the anhydrous ammonia in the tank, or a combination of both?
It's more than likely from the tank.
More than likely from the tank?
Yeah. From
the chemicals in the tank?
Absolutely.
And then because of the ammonia, in looking at your analysis, there was tissue breakdown due to prolonged exposure to ammonia?
Some, yes.
And some facial features and landmarks were also absent because of the prolonged ammonia exposure?
Sure, and the tape, yeah.
Do you know are there studies about what prolonged ammonia exposure does to a body?
Not that I know of.
Not that I could find either. I didn't know if you knew any.
No.
And then we saw some red or brown mud-like substance. What was that?
I don't know. I mean, I presume that it might be some dirt mixed with some some fluids, but I don't know.
But so the answer is you don't know. Setting aside your presumption, you do not know.
Correct.
Now, was there any rigor mortis when you examined Ms. Warner?
No.
Talk to us about that. When does rigor mortis set in?
Generally, after a couple of hours. It should be present under normal environmental conditions for up to, 24 hours. It'll start to break, and then will go away.
What is rigor mortis?
It's the stiffening of our muscles after death.
So if someone is in rigor mortis, can you move their body in terms of like bending it and things like that?
Sure.
And what would that do to the condition of the body?
Nothing.
Would it cause any sort of indication of injury, break a bone, anything like that?
Sometimes, I mean, if you have a really brittle osteoporotic person, it could.
Now, if a body is placed in a certain position when they're in rigor mortis, and then the rigor mortis lapses, what would be the impact of that?
The body would just stay in that position.
The body would stay in that one position.
Correct.
Want to talk to you about the clothing that you had indicated were pajamas, but also indicated it might be a sweatsuit, correct?
Correct.
So what particular pieces of clothing did you find?
Top and bottom, pajamas, and underwear.
And underwear. So are you talking about a bra, or are you talking about underwear?
Underwear.
Underwear. So underwear, so bottoms and top. Was the top crew neck, hoodie? What was the top?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
Would looking at a photograph help refresh your memory? Ms. Saylor, would you show Dr. Cho 1413, please? $14.13. And if you could just take it up to him. Well, if you just can show him, let's see. Oh, great. So you're showing 1403. Without my glasses, I put the 0 as a 1. There are some other photographs, if those would be helpful as well, if you'd like to scan through
You're
those.
speaking of the ones on the left of the screen.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Did that help refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Okay, so what was the top?
From that, I can't even tell. I mean, it's just hanging down.
Okay. So would you like to look at other photographs to help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Ms. Saylor, why don't you show him the photographs? All of them, and see if that helps.
Presumably, these are the pants that are hanging over.
Just let me know when you want me to go.
Oh, you can go. Yeah, please do. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure. I can't tell where the top part of the clothing is.
Okay, thank you,
It's
Ms.
pretty
Saylor. So the clothing, let me jump back. Was the clothing cut off, Ms. Warner?
It could have been. Sometimes when it's difficult to remove from the body, we will cut.
And so again, you found underwear, earrings, a ring, a pair of lounge pants. So they could be pajamas, it could be sweatsuit, could be loungewear. You don't know, correct?
Sure.
And then a top that again, you don't know if it's a crew neck, a hoodie, anything like that, correct?
Correct. I mean, as I said, it looked like a set of pajamas to me, but.
Thank you. Now, you talked about doing a toxicology report. What impact would the delay in doing the analysis have on what you could find doing the toxicology report?
Well, the laboratory was able to test it, so not much impact at all.
So you didn't do the testing yourself?
No. We will collect samples and they'll be sent out to a national laboratory, and then we wait for the results.
So you looked at the results, but again, you didn't do the testing, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, with everything that you did, you identified what you believe to be the causes of death and the manner of death. You don't know who the perpetrator was, correct?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
Again, you've been doing this since 2007,
Yes.
and a common practice is to rely on the investigation when you're dealing with date of death.
Always.
I was a little bit confused because you said it earlier and then again on cross-examination. So you said both the strangulation and the blunt force trauma contributed to her cause of death. What does that mean?
Either could have caused it.
Either independently could have caused her death.
Correct.
Okay. And you were asked if you could determine what type of instrument was used. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does it necessarily, I mean, could it have been a wall or a table or a floor or any of those things?
Yes.
The brownish red substance that was on Miss Warner's body, have you ever seen anything like that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing additional. Thank you.
Okay, we do have one question from the jury, if you would approach.
And they've muted it. What do you think they're talking about? Oh, that was a quick huddle. Here we go.
Okay, is it possible that contusions can be from moving the body after death?
No. Do you want me to explain? Or just simply no?
It's a question from the juror. So, Ms. Wyse, do you have any follow-up based on that question?
I would just follow up and ask him to explain that.
So the contusions form because of a vital reaction that we have to that injury. So if I'm dead, die, and somebody smacks my head, my heart isn't beating any blood. So there's no response to that injury.
What about the brain bleed? Is that the same
Same thing.
thing? Okay, thank you.
Nothing additional. Thank you.
Okay, and may Dr. Cho be excused from his seat?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your time, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think we have another motion.
I apologize.
No worries.
Question was being written while we were talking.
Yes. That's okay.
Any more questions? Yes, there's another question. Come on up. Huddle. Don't we have to look it over? Huddle. Oh my good. Here we go. Huddle. Show your pretty hair, lady. Yes. Got great curls. Yes. You smell great. My goodness. Oh, love that little suit dress. You're working it, girl. Doctor, here's the question. We got it. Sniff. These two guys are sniffing both of these ladies. I see it. Oh yeah, look at him there. Excuse me. Ed, here we go. Definitely, I'll meet you for sure.
Can you tell if the body was killed inside or outside?
No.
Anything in follow-up to that?
No follow-up, Your Honor.
Wait a second. What kind of question is that? That I mean inside or outside of this? Oh my gosh. Do you think about that? Excuse me. One sec. Sorry. Maybe they meant inside, like if she might have been held captive in that cage, in that No way. Think so. If she was murdered inside there or put in there, oh my goodness. I was thinking like first I thought when I said inside or outside, like outdoors, and I was like, what? But I'm guessing obviously, oh my God, she could have been in there alive for a while. Think so. I don't think he'd be that. Oh my, I don't know what to say. I mean, he murdered her. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I guess I wonder if there would be, the investigators would be better to answer that because there would be obviously signs if she was like staying in there. Ugh, sorry, I don't want to think about it, but here we go.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. We all set with questions from our jurors? Don't see anyone writing, so okay. All right, thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, it is quarter after 4. I don't anticipate you want to start a new witness at this point. Is that
No,
it?
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we will adjourn then to tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I will say for the jury and for everyone else, there is a sentencing hearing tomorrow morning that I expect to take longer than normal. So I'll ask you to be here at 9 a.m., but there might be a little bit of waiting in terms of getting that hearing completed. And we will get started as soon as we can. Okay, thank you for your time. Oh, yeah, I'm right in front of me. still going to miss it. Oh, Lord. All right, so during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence that you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, please follow this instruction. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, Ms. Wise, Mr. McCready, I have the photographs if you want those back.
Thank you.
All right, anything else we need to address before we adjourn for the day?
No, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Court will be in recess.
Okay, so that was day 5. I have day 6 ready. We shall. So I've linked, that was, here, I'll put that one. That was day 5. And it's 3:10. I have time. I'm working hard. I'm watching Next Door. So this is that video that we just watched, day 5. Be sure to like and thank them. I gotta always make sure I've subscribed. My computer's going slow. I'm sorry, guys. It's like each time I hit it, it's like making me wait. So how about I'll shut this down because I have it here. Can't have so many press. I'm gonna add my other screen. Here it comes. I pop in there. Get rid of, we don't need to see their chat. Ugh. See, I just clicked that and then I took that, I won't complain. So here we go. This is day 6. I'll write down when I'm starting to know which people are there and that. So day 6, February 20th, day 6. Okay, I'll scan through and let's do it. If you guys are here, I'm here. If I see one of you is here, I'm staying because I'm having a good time. Any ideas or suggestions, or I'll read chat while I'm doing this. Let's do it. And I'll go full screen. You guys are okay. Well, I'll take that off because that's done. I'll put a fresh one up when I learn exactly what is up. Scrolling. Check. Oh, here's some action here. Right about here it starts. So I'll get it going. As soon as I start the audio, I'll mute my mic and I will update you of how long each person might be in a brief. If you see me doing this, I'll scrub ahead to kind of get an idea. Looks like there's a witness, a guy in a green checkered black and white checked shirt or something. I'll write down his name. Looks like we're gonna have lots of evidence here and photos. Okay, so this looks interesting. Oh my goodness. Definitely. Oh my God. I won't be putting our pictures up because it seems like, oh my God, lots of photos and videos and exhibits. Wow. So this guy goes for at least, they take a break after about an hour and a half of all those, but then he comes back. So they break for, and he comes back more. Oh my goodness. Then they take another break. So I'll let you guys know exactly what's going on. Wow. I'll just scrub ahead. So if you see me doing this, I'm just kind of looking ahead to see he's on the whole show. It looks like, wow, this guy's something important. Oh, there's one guy at the end, an old bald guy, an older man. So I'll update you. So basically, most of it's going to be 5 hours of, but there's a couple hour breaks. So at least 2 or 3 hours of wherever this guy is coming up. I will put it on screen. Okay. Yeah, it's rolling. I'm just kind of going, and when I hear the audio kick in, this is Dale Warner trial. I will update you and put it on screen. I most likely won't put our too many photos on unless there's some good times. I don't want to be like I'm making fun and light of this, but it is interesting when there's a slow parts to see our cute animals and drawings and paintings and anything you guys want. Send it to me. I'll check my email. Should be any second. I could scrub ahead, but I feel it usually when I do that and then start. So he's about to stand up. The jury's going to come in. She's got nice curls today. The other one, I think her curls are better, but great curls. Burnett, stand up, please. Here we go.
Maybe see them. We are back on the record in file 24-21841-FC, People of the State of Michigan versus Dale Warner. I'd like to just thank everyone for their patience this morning. Is there anything we need to address before we bring the jury?
I just want to put a handful of stipulations on the record as far as his exhibits go. We would stipulate to, I'll wait.
Go ahead.
All right, exhibit 250, the surveillance footage. We added 263, 264, and 265, which are aerial maps. And we would stipulate to those.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so 250, 263, 264, and 265 will all be admitted pursuant to stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. You may be seated. All right, people may call their next witness.
The people would call Ivan Boyd.
Sir, before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit down.
Can you state your full name and spell it for the record?
Ivan Alexander Boyd, IVANALEXANDER, Boyd, BOYD.
Where were you employed in April of 2021?
War Egg Farms,
And how long had you been employed there at that point in time?
4 years.
Did you work for the farm business?
Yes,
And did you become familiar with Dale Warner?
yes,
Did you become familiar with Dee Warner?
yes.
What was your relationship with Dale Warner like?
He was my boss. We worked together closely. Besides the mechanic and one other hand, I handled most of the field work that he didn't have time to do or wanted me to do.
Okay. And you said besides the mechanic or another field worker, who are you referring to?
I was referring to Jim Hawkins and Randy Kane.
What was your relationship with Dee Warner at that time like?
I mean, as good as it ever was or wasn't. I mean, it depended on the day, but we were close.
Okay.
She was, again, my boss.
Okay. When you say it depended on the day, what do you mean by that?
To have good days and she'd have bad days where, something upset her and you just, it was what it was and you left it alone and you just, if you couldn't help, you just stayed out of the way.
What were your typical job duties on the farm?
I ran truck for the trucking for the trucking company side of it, and then when I would come back, we'd farm.
Okay, when you say ran truck for the trucking side of it, what do you mean?
I helped out with the trucking. I would run loads for the trucking side of the company when we didn't necessarily have enough for me to do in the off season.
Okay, so when you say run loads, are you talking about doing deliveries or pickups?
Yes, deliveries and pickups.
Okay.
So I would leave in the morning and come back usually sometime in the afternoon.
And when you talked about farming, tell me what that entailed.
I applied fertilizer. I worked ground, odds and ends kinds of things. Took care of the cows, stuff like that.
Okay. Did you do any of the mechanical work on the farm?
I did from time to time.
And what would that be?
General maintenance, mostly on the trucking side of it. I would do services, tire changes, general maintenance stuff up to diagnosing electrical lights, stuff on the trailers. Just pretty much anything that needed to be done.
Did you ever have to do any welding on the farm?
Yes, from time to time.
Okay, and what types of things would you have to weld?
Brackets, small repairs on trailers, on trucks.
Where did most of your work get done?
Most of, as far as the mechanical work,
If you were working on the farm property that day on Munger Road, would you work in a specific area?
usually in the old shop. That's where most of the tools and all of the supplies and everything were.
Okay. Can I have Mr. Lee flip that first exhibit over for me, please? Okay, and I'm showing you People's Exhibit 263. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is that area?
that is the layout of the home farm on Munger Road.
Okay, there should be a pointer up there on the stand with you, a little collapsible, pulls out. Do you see it?
Yes,
All right, can you identify the old shop where you just testified you normally did work?
that would have been number one right here. Mostly in the front part here, that is where the main shop is. And then this back here was mostly just part storage.
I'm sorry, your head was turned,
Oh.
so,
This is number one. This
Yep.
is the old shop. The front part here is where most of the work occurred.
okay,
And then the back part here is mostly storage.
storage, okay. Who were the employees that you dealt with most often on the farm?
Probably Jim Hawkins and Dale.
Did you know Jason Gravel?
I did. I guess I didn't know him really well. At that time, I was still trucking quite a bit, and I would only be back for a few hours in the end of the day, and depending on what he was working on, I didn't really spend a whole lot of time with him. No,
Okay. Did you know Todd Nierink?
I did.
And who was Todd to you?
Todd Nierink was the dispatcher. He's who told me what trailer I needed to take, gave me my marching orders for the morning as far as trucking.
Okay. And would somebody different give you marching orders for the farming side of things?
Usually Dale would give me whatever it was that I was doing when I got back.
Did you know Terry Nierink?
I did.
And who was Terry? at the
Terry
farm?
is Todd's brother. He also drove truck for the trucking side.
Okay. Did you interact with him a lot?
Not really, other than to ask him if he came back and he had a problem with his truck. I would ask him what was going on with it, but other than that, no.
Okay. Were you familiar with Jaron Warner?
Yes,
And who was Jaron?
Jaron is Dale's son.
And did he also work on the farm at that time?
Yes.
And do you know what he essentially did for the farm?
Again, odds and ends stuff, mostly spreading fertilizer, dry fertilizer.
How long had you known Jaron in up to April 2021?
About 4 years, about the same amount of time that I worked there.
And did you have any opportunities during the 4 years to observe Jaron driving onto the property or off of the property?
Yes,
And did you know what vehicle he typically drove?
yes.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 81. So this is a screenshot from a body cam dated 4/27/21. Do you recognize the person not with the sheriff's vest
Yes.
on? Okay. And who is that?
That's Jaron Warner.
Okay. So if I'm looking at this photograph to the left, you see two trucks, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the farthest truck to the left, away from Jaron, do you know whose truck that is?
That is Dale's new truck.
Okay. And how do you know that?
It has step boards and it is taller. He also had, if I remember right, black bumpers on his work truck, and that has a chrome bumper.
Okay. What about the vehicle directly in front of but to the left of Jaron?
The GMC,
Yes.
that is Jaron's truck,
Okay. And how do you know that?
because that was the that was the only black GMC that we that was on the farm.
And then you mentioned Jim Hawkins that you knew from the farm.
Yes.
Do you know what Jim Hawkins' typical duties would be on the farm?
General maintenance, whatever needed fixed. He was the head mechanic.
The head mechanic. Okay. And then you mentioned Dale. Did Dale typically do work on the farm?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Do you know what types of things Dale did as far as the farming side of things go, or no?
Dale was primarily responsible for spraying any application of chemical, not fertilizer, anhydrous as far as applying it to the fields owned by the farm, planting, anything small and little, usually on the weekends, spray weeds, stuff like that. Basic duties a husband will carry out.
Okay. Did you ever, during the 4 years that you worked there, observe Dale welding anything?
Once or twice, maybe, yeah.
Okay. Were they any big projects?
Not usually.
Who would typically do the welding work for the business?
Prior to him leaving, Randy Kane usually did most of the welding projects, and after that, I believe Jason did.
Jason
Gravel.
Okay.
Both of them had more experience and were better welders.
And did you know Zack back?
Yes,
And how long had you known Zack back?
about 4 years.
Did you meet him at the time that you started at the trucking company or prior?
I met him about 2 months before I started working for Dale and D.
Okay. And what's your relationship with Zack back?
He's my fiancé.
So have you been with him the entire time since 2017?
No.
Okay.
When I left the farm in June of 21, I also left Zack.
Okay. And did you at some point reconcile?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was September.
Of that same year?
There, yes.
September 21?
Correct.
So you talked a little bit about the sprayer. What is the sprayer? What's the function of that?
Sprayer applies fungicide, herbicide, and pesticides in liquid form to the field.
Okay. Do you know if there was a Kubota on the farm?
Yes,
How many were there?
there were 2.
Okay. I'm going to show you people's 21. Do you recognize that Kubota?
Yes.
And what did the other Kubota look like? Let me start there.
The other Kubota was gray. It had no glass in it and no doors and was fairly beat up.
Okay. When you say gray, was it like fully gray or?
It was gray. So everything that's black on there basically was gray. And the body panels were also camo on that one as well.
Okay. So it was camo with gray as opposed to black in the 21 photograph.
Yes.
Okay. And who would typically drive the Kubota in 21? This photograph right here.
That was Dale's.
Okay. Did anybody else drive that Kubota?
Very rarely, unless we were in a field with him doing tile work or something like that. But no, there would be no reason for anyone else to drive it on the farm.
Okay. And is that because there was the second Kubota?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 20, the JCB. Are you familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what types of things around the farm did you do with that item?
It loaded fertilizer. That was its main duty. It's sitting in the fertilizer barn in that picture. We also used it. We also used it to load various things around the farm.
When you say the fertilizer barn, I'm going to refer you again to the map behind you, and I'm going to have you identify what you're referring to as the fertilizer barn.
In that picture there, in that picture, it is sitting in this barn right here, barn number 2. And it's sitting about actually right where my pointer is.
Is there another name for that, JCB?
Telehandler.
A what?
Telehandler, but that we all called it the JCB.
Okay. Have you ever referred to it as a front end loader?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
I haven't, no.
You haven't personally. Okay. If you did welding on the farm, what location would you have done the welding at?
Every time that I welded, I did it in,
Objection relevance.
It goes to the location, the spray barn would not be a location that you would weld in, and that's exactly where we're alleging that Mr. Warner did the welding.
But what does it matter where he would weld?
I think it's relevant to where other people welded or where welding typically occurred on the farm is relevant. So I will rule that objection.
Thank you.
sorry, can you repeat the question?
Where would you typically do welding at on the farm if you were welding?
Typically, welding was done in the old shop, which would be the barn number 1 there on the chart. There were several welders in that barn, as well as in this part of barn number 5. There was also a welder.
Okay, and what do you call barn number 5?
That was the new shop.
All right, so I'm going to take you back to number 1, the old shop. And can you earlier you identified there's a front portion of the old shop and a back portion of the old shop. Can you identify which portion of that shop the welding would be done?
That would be done in the front part up here. Most of the so there's a barn door and a bay in the center, and then all the different equipment is down this side of the shop here. The line right here is the separation between the upstairs and the downstairs part of it.
Okay, so essentially if you were inside the front portion of the old shop, you would have to go up a level to the second section in the back that you described?
You would have to go down. You would go down the
Down.
ramp into the back section.
Okay, perfect. And then in the new shop, that's a pretty big building there, number 5. Can you identify where in there the new shop the welding equipment would have been?
It would have been somewhere in these, I believe there was 3 bays in this barn here. So there's what's called an apron on this barn here. That is about the reference where the shop part stops, and that was, and the front part of that was storage. But this part was the shop. So that would have occurred somewhere in here.
Did you ever do any welding in number 7, building number 7?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, and what do you call building number 7?
Building number 7 is the spray barn.
Okay. Have you ever observed anybody else doing any welding in the spray barn?
No.
All right, we're going to go back to the old shop, and I'm going to show you some photographs of the inside so we can get a better understanding what that layout looks like. I'm going to show you Exhibit 146 that was taken on April 27th, 2021.
Yes.
Is that the old shop?
Yes.
Okay. Point 2, so you talked about a bay door. Is that what you just described on the front of that building, number 1?
Yes.
Okay, can you point to it again, please?
So that photograph is taken in this back corner looking east, and that door the overhead door that you see is on this end of the barn.
Exhibit 147.
Yes.
And so that's just kind of turning a little bit to one wall. Which wall would that be?
That would have been the south wall. So that would be looking, that walk door is in this corner on this end of the barn. And that bench there is this front side here.
And there's some items up there. It looks like a shelf. Is that a shelf?
Yes.
Okay. And so what types of items are on that shelf?
That was all what we call consumables. So there would be paint, there would be there was lubricants, basically anything that you used part of a can, you'd put it up there. Wrenches, tools that you would use often.
Okay. When you say paint, are you referring to like a can of paint or?
Various cans of paint that would be, they were just whatever you, so say you welded on something, you didn't want it to rust, you'd hit it with whatever you had that kind of matched what was on it. And that was where we kept it. They were just half used pieces.
Okay. So maybe I'm sorry, maybe I asked the question wrong. So the paint cans that you saw up there, are they your typical big paint cans, or are you talking about spray paint?
They would be spray cans.
Okay.
Everything that was up there was all aerosol. All the brake clean, all the consumables were aerosols.
People's 148. And again, is that just moving over again a little bit?
Yes, that would be further towards this end here.
Okay. And what types of items are in that area right there?
Again, they're consumables. There's some wrenches, our grinding discs, all that stuff was kept in pretty close proximity because we used it quite often.
All right. So you mentioned grinding discs. Were grinders kept in this area as well?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Here's exhibit 149. And that photograph was taken on October 11th, 2021. Can you just describe that for me?
That would be standing in the walk door that I mentioned before in this front corner here, and the viewpoint is looking back towards this back corner back here.
Okay. So if I were to walk all the way back there, and you discussed going to the back section from there, how do I get there from here?
You would walk directly almost into the center of that picture. There's a large red toolbox back there, and there was a path back there to get down a ramp to get into the back section.
Okay. And this is People's 150. And so again, tell me where I'm at. Is this still the old shop?
Yes.
Where am I at in the old shop?
You are just zoomed in on the left side of that picture. That would be somewhere right in here along this wall.
Okay. And just for the record, it looks like you're pointing to the north wall of that shop.
Yes, that would be the north wall. Right along here is where that would be.
Okay. And what items are kept over there?
The welders, the plasma cutters, toolbox.
Okay. And that photograph was from April 27th, 2021. Were those kept in those same condition the entire time you had worked there? Were those kept in that same spot? Okay. People's Exhibit 151.
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the back storage part of the shop, the old shop.
Okay. And again, that photograph was taken April 27th, 2021. Exhibit 152.
Also at the back shop.
Okay. So if I just looked at, so I'm looking at the further left corner of this photograph. Is that the ramp we just saw in the last picture?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's 153. What are these items up here? This is a zoomed in photograph of 152.
Those were mostly spare parts that we had laying around. We kept hitch pins, tow hooks for the back of trucks, chains, some consumables, a generator, a portable welder, stuff like that back there.
Okay, if I'm looking at that end cap, there's 2 end caps in the photograph. If I'm looking at the one to the left, what items are kept up there?
Hooks and hitch pins.
Okay.
Steel hooks and hitch pins.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 154. And where am I at now?
You would be standing at the top of the ramp at the end of the toolbox. That would be this. You'd be standing about right here, just above the ramp.
What are these items? These, it looks like tanks. What are those?
Those are oxygen, acetylene, and argon bottles of gas. They're used for welding and cutting with torches.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 155. And is that directly, where's this located at?
That is located in the picture that you showed before, along the north wall of the shop where the welders and the plasma cutters were kept.
Okay, and what is this item that is red on the left?
That is a welder.
The red one?
Yes,
Okay, what's the blue one to the left of that?
that is also a welder.
What are the yellow tanks?
That'd be shielding gas, the argon gas that we use to shield with. It helps shield the weld while it's cooling, while it's being applied.
All right, I'm going to zoom in and do you recognize, maybe I'm going to zoom in. Do you recognize what those are?
Those are protective gloves that we would use for welding or torching.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 156. Where is this located at?
That is just left of the last picture on the north wall of the shop next to the toolbox.
What's this? Did it zoom in? Okay.
That would be a welding helmet.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 157. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
It's a forklift.
How many forklifts were on the farm to the best of your knowledge?
We had 2.
What would you use it for?
We would generally use it for moving anhydrous tanks around. We'd use them for moving pallets of stuff, like in that picture there, the power washer there on the pallet. We would move that out to where we would power wash anything that needed lifted or moved around that was too heavy to handle by hand.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 158. Now that's a zoomed in photograph of the forks.
Yes.
Can you explain the forks to me?
Both of the forks had holes cut in them so that we could, it was easier to fasten things to the end of them. You could take on the front of wagon tongue, for instance, you could put it over the tongue and drop a pin through it. It made handling and lifting things easier.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit if that's easier to see. So at the very ends of those forks, are those the holes you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever use a chain or anything with those holes?
Yes.
For what?
Just basically as a safe point to lift in order to you could either put a bolt in it to keep a chain from coming off the end and dropping whatever you were trying to lift, or you could put a pintle in there and be able to loop your chain through it. It just made for safer handling.
Would you typically work on Sundays?
Depending on the time of year, yes. Sundays were usually the day off, but
okay.
in the and planting and harvest, it really didn't matter.
Were you working on April 25th, 21 at the Munger Farm?
I was working on a personal vehicle of mine.
Okay, so were you supposed to show up for work that day?
I was not.
What did you have to work on your truck?
I believe I was doing radiator hoses.
Did anybody go with you?
My little brother came to help me.
How old was your little brother?
He's 4 years younger than me. So at the time he would have been about 20.
I just want to make sure I'm talking about like a 5-year-old or something.
No.
When you got to the farm, do you recall approximately what time it was?
Mid to late morning, I believe.
Did you see anybody else on the farm when you got there?
I don't remember seeing anyone right away. I don't remember how long it was, but the first person that I remember seeing was Dale.
Do you remember approximately what time that was?
Maybe 10, 11 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Do you remember where you saw him at?
He came out to the shop, the old shop.
And is that where you were?
That was where I was working on my personal vehicle.
Did you end up working in the old shop all day, or did you go between buildings?
I predominantly worked in the old shop all day.
How many times throughout the day, if you recall, did you see Dale?
Maybe 3 or 4.
Was it always at the old shop or any other locations?
I believe it was. To the best of my knowledge, it was only up in the old shop. I was there most of the day.
Did you have the opportunity to view some surveillance footage in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you originally watched a lengthy bit of surveillance footage. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you some surveillance footage from the farm from April 25th. And I'm going to stop and have a couple of questions here and there for you, okay?
Okay.
I'm probably going to play this for you. Okay, this is 4:25, approximately 6:58 a.m. And do you recognize the person in that? Is that the JCB?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
How?
You can tell by the name tag, the posture, the hairline. That is Dale in the JCB.
Okay. Did you think that this photo or this original image was strange to you at first?
Yes.
Objection as to relevance.
Well, let me rephrase the question. I'll withdraw that question and I'll ask another.
And I'll ask to move to strike the response.
Okay, so the answer will be stricken and the jury directed not to consider that response.
Did you notice anything different about Mr. Warner at this time?
Yes.
And what's that?
He's not wearing a hat.
Why is that different to you?
Because we all wore hats. I count on one hand the times I've seen Dale out of the house without a hat.
That's approximately 7:13 a.m. Can you show me on this map that's still in front of you where I'm looking on this footage? Where am I at?
The point of view is from this end of barn 6, which would have been the office. This tree here that is partially obstructing the view of that camera is this tree right here. And that viewpoint is looking out towards this barn out here. You're basically looking almost straight at the corner of this building, number 7 here.
Okay. And this is 7:23 a.m. Okay. Well, let me go just a little bit further. All right. Can you identify again which direction on the map, where we're at on the map?
Yes, that is placed in the same location. This red mark here on the map is the farm scale. And the end of that is what you are looking at right there. So that JCB is traveling this way around the front corner of that barn.
Okay. So just for clarification, if I'm looking at the tree just to the right of it, I see a little bit of red.
Yes.
Is that the scale that you were just referring
Yes.
to? Okay. Okay, approximately 7:30 a.m. And would that be coming from the opposite direction so before you said he was going towards the front of the office, so would that be coming from the front of the office?
Yes.
And the direction, again, is that going back to the spray barn?
Yes.
And you watched this footage again a couple of times, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person on the fork, is this a fork truck in the
Yes.
video? Did you recognize that person?
Yes.
How?
It was posture, glasses. It's Dale in the picture on the forklift.
Okay. Okay, again, we're looking at 7:40. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but based on what you testified to earlier, is that appear as he's going back to the spray barn again at 7:42?
That is correct.
Okay, we're looking at approximately 11:18 a.m. Do you recognize this? I'm going to call it a vehicle that's in the photograph.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the sprayer.
Is that the sprayer that you kind of described to us earlier with the
Yes,
farming?
that is correct.
All right. All right, now we're at about 12:43 p.m. on the 25th. Where am I at?
You are sitting, that view is facing out the driveway. So the view is from basically the center of the barn facing forward.
All right. And is this where you were working on your vehicle?
That is correct.
Are you in this video?
Yes.
All right. And who's in this video with you?
The individual standing next to the truck is my little brother.
Okay. You can kind of see some legs and some dogs Do you remember who that was that came in there?
That was Dale.
I know it's about, a couple years later. Do you remember any conversation that you had with him that day?
I don't really. The only conversation that I remember from that day was when he came out to tell me that he thought Dee had left.
Okay. Was that one of the first times that you had interaction with him that day?
Yes.
All right, now we're looking at 12:51. Where am I at?
You are directly above the walk door in the front of barn 1 here, and you're looking just kind of straight down right in this general area in this corner right here.
Did you observe the vehicle that drove into this building?
Yes,
You talked about the 2 different Kubotas. Which Kubota would this one be?
that would have been Dale's.
We can only see a half of a body here. Do you recognize the body?
Yes.
Based on what?
Clothing, posture. That's Dale.
Again, just a different angle of the Kubota coming into the old shop.
Yes. You can tell that's Dale's because it has the doors open. The other Kubota did not have doors.
Thank you. All right, 12:51 and 50 seconds. Again, where am I at where am I at?
You are sitting in, or you are looking down from the center of the shop, the camera that was in the center here, and you are looking towards the south wall.
Is this your truck here?
No, that is the farm's truck.
Okay. Were you able to tell who that person was in that clip?
That is Dale.
And how did you recognize him?
Posture, clothing, mannerisms.
Okay, 12:52. Same thing going back to the Kubota.
Yes.
We have about 12:53. And what direction?
He's heading back towards the spray barn.
Okay, in the Kubota still?
That is correct.
$12:59. There's a vehicle that pulls in. Do you recognize that vehicle?
That appears to be Jaren's truck.
Okay. And what makes you believe that was Jaren's truck?
Jaren's truck's GMC in black. That was the only one that we had, or that the farm that came to the farm. You can also tell there's chrome underneath there's chrome moldings underneath the driver and underneath the windows.
Okay. And within a matter of seconds, we see what do you see here?
That is Dale's Kubota heading back around the front of the barn.
Okay. And this is 1:13 p.m. Where am I on this map?
The Kubota is coming He's come down the ramp here and it is heading back this way. That's this lighter section here is the cement pad that you see in the picture there. And he is heading east towards barn 2.
One 14 p.m.
Tails Kubota headed back.
Same spot. Okay. Now I'm at 1:14 and 37 seconds. Where am I at? I keep asking where I'm at. Obviously, it's not me. Can you identify where we're at?
Yes.
Thank you.
You are looking, you're sitting about right here in the back in the storage shop. The photos that we looked at that you showed me before here of the storage area in the back of the old shop.
Okay. Again, we see the back of a person. Are you familiar with who that is?
Yes, that's Dale.
Okay, this is 1:15 p.m. Where am I at now?
You are sitting in about the same spot, but you're looking out the back. So there is, in this back part of the shop, there is that overhead door is on this wall here, pointing this way. So you're sitting about right here, looking back
Okay.
towards the north.
Okay. Okay, now we're at 1:15 and 23 seconds. Is that the same person?
Yes.
Okay, now we're at 1:26 p.m.
That is Dale's Kubota heading back around the front part of the office, heading back towards the spray barn.
Okay, now we're at 1:46 p.m.
Be the sprayer.
Tree limbs are awful, huh? The tree branches.
Yes, they are.
Okay, we're at 1:48 p.m. What's that?
That is the sprayer.
Okay, how is that? What direction is that heading out on this map?
That would be pulling along around the outside of the scale and heading this way towards the road. And it appears that it pulls up and around and is then facing back east in front of the shop. Or I'm sorry, in front of the office.
So this is 2:18 p.m. Do you see all the way in the right corner of this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the spray.
How do you know that?
The distance between the bottom of the hood and the ground, the spray booms that are sticking out in front. We didn't have any other equipment that matches that description.
Okay, we're at 2:41 p.m. And do you see the spray? Oh, do you see the sprayer?
Yes.
Okay. Where's that parked on this map?
That is parked about right here, somewhere right in the middle of this driveway pointing north.
Okay. Where would that sprayer typically be parked when coming back to the farm, if you know?
If it wasn't being parked back into the spray barn, it would be lined up in this orientation, the same as these vehicles here along this row and this gravel next to the driveway.
Okay. Okay, now we're at 2:46. Again, where am I at?
You are sitting on that viewpoint is from here looking back. These three tanks that you see here are the three tanks that are in the picture. Dale's Kubota is over here, and the semi that's pulling around here is sitting somewhere right in here.
And what's this item at 2:49?
That is the versatile tractor.
What is the versatile tractor?
Versatile tractor was primarily used to pull the corn planter on the farm.
Do you know who typically drove that planter?
That would be Dale.
So again, at 2:51. Are we back by the scales?
Yes.
Okay, now we're at 3 p.m. Approximately 3:01. I apologize. Do you recognize that person walking?
That is Dale.
And where's that at on the farm?
That he is walking in this little area right here towards the scale in this way around the corner of the office.
We're looking at 3:12 p.m. Where am I at now?
You are in the new shop, and you would be this ramp here came out the east side of the barn. You're sitting about right here, looking this way, out towards the east.
What's this item being pulled out of the What building is this first off?
That is the new shop.
Okay. And what's this
building
item?
number 5 on your.
Okay. What's this item being pulled out of there?
That is the
I
corner
think
lamp.
my screen froze. If I screwed something up, I'll start again. If something's frozen, 1 sec. If you can hear me, I will go back. Something's frozen.
Okay, we're at 313.
I don't know if you guys can hear me. Give me a thumbs up. Something's frozen here. My screen is frozen, but my StreamYard isn't. Uh-oh. Let me know. I might have to shut this down. I will be right back if I can get something to respond here. Can you guys hear me? My ticker is moving on my one screen. The 2 screens have froze. Okay. So something's froze here. Might be just my Firefox. Uh-oh. 2 of my screens have frozen, except my Google isn't. So it's got to be Firefox. So you know what? I will Control-Alt-Delete and shut down the Firefox because I probably overloaded it. I have, on my other thing, I have a bunch of browsers open. Actually, I have a whole bunch of stuff open. So I'm going to Control-Alt-Delete. Okay, 1 second. Uh-oh. Processes. Task Manager. Sorry. Oh, I got the Task Manager. Okay, I'll be able to shut down. Oh, wait. See, I won't shut it down just yet because now my... I got the Task Manager open. Something's going on. Sorry, guys. Oh, my goodness. So my... Nothing is responding. I might have to go unplug it. Oh, my goodness. What have you done, young Shibby? I see chat is moving. Oh, bear with me, guys. I'm so sorry. I was going to pause it to say, because she said, if you can see the screen, it says 8:32 a.m. She said it was something 3:12 p.m. But that's not how military time works. 3:12 p.m. would be like 15:32. She said it was 3:12 p.m. No, it's 8:32, which has to be a.m. Ugh. I don't know. I was going to pause it, but then So sorry, guys. Now my Task Manager, I might have to just unplug it if you can still hear me, because now I got my Task Manager on frozen in front of my damn StreamYard, and I can barely see you guys in chat saying stuff. Oh my God. I'm an idiot. I might just have to unplug and I don't know. Nothing's responding. I made it worse by opening my task. The one good screen I had, I opened my Task Manager, and now it's like frozen on that screen, blocking the one screen I had. I can see you guys. Okay, I got rid of it now. Okay, StreamYard's going. I see my tickers moving. Oh my goodness. If I can just get something closed down here. Something's going on. Can't close anything down. What's a boy to do? Oh, if I can get to my desktop. What's a boy to do? What's a boy to do? What is a young boy? What young Shibby? What would you do? I should probably just unplug my damn whole thing. Nothing's working. Okay, so that's okay. When I right click stuff, I can't close anything in my taskbar. Nothing's responding. I could turn my chat on and off. Oh boy. Sorry, guys. If you can still hear me, you're like an idiot. Oh my goodness. Nothing's responding. Nothing's responding. I'm just going to plug it. I see if I would have, should have just, oh, okay, so I can do this. What is going on? Nothing is responding. Oh, okay, so I'm going to close a bunch of windows down. I got, okay, some response. Okay. Oh, shit.
PM approximately. PM approximately.
Oh. Okay. Oh, okay, I got response. Okay, that worked. Okay, looking good. Okay. Oh my goodness, I closed a bunch of stuff down and I finally got I'm just gonna close a whole bunch of stuff down. Sorry guys. I'll stop. I'm just gonna close everything down and start fresh. Okay, I got my 2 screens back. Oh, let me see what's going on here. Oh, it's this Firefox. It's Firefox. Okay. Okay, we're back. Can you guys hear me? Let's do this. A smart person would close this down because I probably have so much shit running. I closed a whole bunch. Okay, here we go. My process. Here we go. Now I got this is what I was looking for. My little thingy. This is my computer where I can see how much I can clear some stuff up. Anything that's not supposed to be running. Look at that. I erased half of my RAM was being used for whatever. I don't know. Looking good. Sorry, guys. Temperatures are okay. Okay, there we go. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Get rid of this. My Google's working. Okay, sorry. Oh boy. Wow. Oh boy. Hide you. Okay, sorry guys. Let's do it. Pretend that. Oh, it's fucking Firefox acting slow.
It's a same piece.
And away we go.
Coming around the front port of the office there, around the corner, heading west.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. That's a better view of the versatile pulling the corn planter around the front.
Wait, are you guys still seeing a frozen screen because it's working? Okay, so I know what I'm going to unshare. That's what's going on. I'm going to end that. If you can hear me, sorry. Oh my God. Because it was working, but I noticed on StreamYard it looked frozen. So I'm going to stop screen share and re-screen share. Because I thought was it working all the way up until that one photo where I was complaining about the time? Here we go. I'm going to reshare. Oh my goodness. This screen, turn audio on, share. Here it comes. Okay, boom. So let me.
Corner of the office.
Okay.
Okay, so everything's working again. I'm so sorry. Starting fresh. There we go.
And now we're at 3:17 p.m.
Yes.
First.
Okay, so if this audio is lining up, I'd like to point out that this woman's times are not lining up. She's saying 3:17 p.m. 2012? Oh boy. 3:17 p.m. Something's not right. You know, I'm going to have to go back a little bit. Something's not right. She said, wait, she said 3:17 p.m. That's 8:04 p.m. I'm just going to go back a little bit to that. Here's where I remember last. Sorry, guys. Right around here when she was talking about this, right before this, there was a photo. I don't remember seeing this.
Do you know who typically drove that planter?
That would be Dale.
So again at 2:51. Are we back by the scales?
Yes.
Okay, now we're at 3 p.m. Approximately 3:01. I apologize. Do you recognize that person walking?
That is Dale.
And where's that at on the farm?
That he is walking in this little area right here towards the scale in this way around the corner of the office.
Okay, so the audio's lined up. Everything's fine because he says he's walking towards the scales, but her times aren't lining up for me, or the timestamp. Something's not right. See, this is the one where I tried to pause first time. Take note. It says 8:32 a.m. And she says for some reason, unless they said it's 5 hours off and I'm missing something. Did they mention that? But look at, listen to the time she says. She says 3:12 p.m. or something like that. Watch.
We're looking at 3:12 p.m. Where am I at now?
You are in.
You're not looking at 3:12 p.m. You're looking at 8:32 a.m. on, it's 2021. All these numbers are messed. This is why these timestamps, I mean, the fuck.
The new shop. And you would be, so this.
Wait a second. Look at this. So this is, look at, they got a black, every time I move my mouse, look up top. See, so what I'm talking about up here is these numbers. They're black on top of white. It's like they've changed the 1 and the 8. There's a black 1 on top of this 8. I'm going to move my mouse away. Look at these numbers. I can't do it because this title comes up when here what I'll do. I'll do this. Sorry, guys. Professional shibby here. Can you see that now? These numbers aren't jiving. This 1 is black over top of the 8. Oh my goodness. So sorry. Check it out so I'm going to unhover. Those numbers, they've doctored this? What the fuck? Why would the numbers be black? Let's see, it's THU. There's a black U. It's a white TH and then a black U. And these numbers are messed up. There's a 1 over this and it's 18. But the 1 is black and the 8 is white. And she's saying it's 3:12 p.m. and it says 8:32. I mean, the only possible time it can be is 8:32 a.m. Because if it was p.m., they would be saying p.m. And since it's not, then it's military time, so it has to be 8:32 a.m.
This ramp here came out the east side of the barn. You're sitting about right here, looking this way.
So take note of those. I'm going to go back a few seconds and play that again. Just take note of what she says and those numbers. It's not jiving. I don't accept this. Okay, I'm going to just play it. So take note of these numbers. She says 3:12 p.m. There's a black 1 and a white 8. It just makes no sense to me. Here we go. Playing that. It's going to come up right after this.
We're looking at 3:12 p.m. Where am I at now?
You are in the new shop. And you would be, so this ramp here came out the east side of the barn. You're sitting about right here, looking this way, out towards the east.
Okay, so I'm going to move on, but I got to write this timestamp down, and I should be screenshotting this, but I'm not going to. I'll come back and do it later. I got to watch it again because it's ridiculous. It makes no sense. Nothing lines up. They've modified the date. Last time I'm right 1 hour and 30 minutes. I'm going to write it all down in this video. I'm going to come back and just something's not right here. Last time I got to play it again. Watch these numbers. She says 3:12 p.m. with a black 1, a white 8. The T, there's a the white TH and a black U for Thursday. What world does that happen?
We're looking at 3:12 p.m. Where am I at now?
You are in the new shop, and you would be, so this ramp here came out the east side of the barn. You're sitting about right here, looking this way, out towards the east.
But what would that mean? It has to do with what? But what does it have to do with her saying a different time than what's on the screen? That has nothing to do with it. I don't accept this. These people just can't change timestamps. If something's not correct, it's no longer good evidence, in my opinion. I'll go back and listen, but I mean, it wouldn't. She's saying it's 3:12 p.m. and the timestamps say different.
What's this item being pulled out of the new? What building is this?
Now, only this is black, but on the other one, the U was black. Why would only some of these letters change black? Now it's totally different. They've come back. What am I looking at now? Why? How? Didn't you guys see it a few seconds ago? This U was black. This whole time was black, wasn't it?
First off,
That is the new shop.
okay. And what's this
building
item?
number 5 on your.
It just okay. Something's. I'm gonna move on. It's changing. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna move on. Fucking nothing. I've never seen that before, ever.
Okay, what's this item being pulled out of there?
That is the corn planter.
Okay, we're at 3:13 p.m. approximately.
It's a same piece of equipment, better view coming around the front part of the office there on the corner heading west.
I'm sorry, I can't hear
I'm
you.
sorry. That's a better view of the versatile pulling the corn planter
Okay.
around the front corner of the office.
Okay, and now we're at 3:17 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, I can't take it. You're not at 3:17 p.m. What is happening here? Now we're back in 2012. Fuck this. I'm sorry. I gotta move on. I don't care. This is fucking 2012 now, not 2021. She said 17 p.m.? The fuck? Sorry, guys.
First, show me where I'm at on this.
That semi truck is sitting in this orientation.
Up here in this corner, it says plus 1 minute and 35 seconds. I don't know. 3:17 p.m., she says. Fucking. Instead of 2021, it's now 2012. So we've teleported back 9 years. And we're in September? I thought we were in fucking.
The front of it is about right here. You're looking down the side of this barn, right here. where that little line right there, that's where that cement is stopping in that photo there.
Okay. And is that a Kubota in this frame?
Yes,
And which Kubota would that be?
that would be Dale's.
Now we're at 3:18 p.m.
No, Mimi, we're looking at the TV screen in the courtroom. We're not looking at anything special. This is what they see.
That'd be Dale's Kubota.
Is that not in the video? I don't know. Maybe I'll figure it out. But I figured we were looking at video of a time. Those timestamps are of the video.
3:21 p.m.
It's the same machine.
3:41 p.m.
Okay, I can't take it. There's no way that this is not in the video. No way. But it's not this date in the courtroom. September 20th, 2012, 8:28 p.m. Pretty light out for 8:28 p.m. What the fuck? I'm gonna move on, guys. But this is what they're seeing. This is a person holding a camera pointing it at the TV screen.
And again, is that the area you just showed us on the
Yes.
side of the new shop?
That is correct.
Is that also the front of that? I can't remember what you called the planter, but whatever pulled the planter.
That would be the, are you referring to the east end of the fertilizer barn here?
No, I'm talking about the piece of equipment, the red piece of equipment.
Yes. That is the front of the versatile tractor, yes.
Okay. Now we're at 4:29 p.m.
So who is this? This is the prosecution talking or the defense? Because like why are we zoomed in so far on some of these where we don't get to see the timestamps? I don't like this. Sorry.
And do you recognize whose vehicles those are?
The vehicle down closer to the bottom right corner of the screen is Dale's Kubota. The truck pulling out of there is Todd Nerick's pickup truck.
Did you see Todd Nerick on the property on the 25th?
I don't remember now.
Now we're at 4:32. What am I looking at?
You are looking in that out of that same camera on the back side of the old shop looking out this way, and that is the JCB.
Okay, do you recognize the person that's in there?
It appears to be Dale Warner.
Okay, now we're looking at 4:37 p.m. (4:39 p.m.) All right. Now we're at 4:52 p.m.
Yes.
Where am I at?
You are in the old shop in the center, and you are looking down into this corner here where the welding equipment was kept.
And do you recognize this person?
Yes,
And who is that?
that appears to be Dale.
And is that because you've watched the surveillance footage again? You've gone over it?
Yes. And that day, he was the only one that would have been on the farm with uniform shirt on like that. Everybody else was in either sweatshirts or their own personal clothes.
Okay. What are you familiar with the item that the defendant's leaned down in front of?
Yes,
And what is that item?
that appears to be a welder.
Okay. Is there, I'm not familiar with welders. I don't weld. Is there something on the bottom of welders?
Yes.
What?
So down in that front section there on a welder, there's a little flip down. It's kind of like a book. Shows you the different thicknesses, where to set the welder for different materials, thicknesses, so that you can properly weld.
$453. What's that red item?
The one against the wall there is a welder.
Okay. 455. Again, where am I at? Just remind me.
You're sitting above the walk door in the front of the shop here.
2/13/2021. She just said 4 o'clock or something. I can't handle this. I'm sorry. I can't handle it. It's 12:56 and yet it's not 4:50. What the fuck? I'm gonna move on, but just know that I'm not okay with this.
And it appears as though Mr. Warner's walking out.
I want that on the record for when I'm proving something's funny here. That this woman is her time. I just want it on the record, okay? I doth protest, and not too much, I say. Not too much, methinks. I doth not protest too much.
The front overhead door.
Okay. And if I didn't already say it, it's 4:56 p.m. at that time.
No, it's not, lady. It's fucking 12:56:51.
$4:56 and 30 seconds approximately. $4:56 and 44 seconds. Again, did you watch this a couple of times?
Yes.
That's weird. Why does that? Oh, because I'm highlighting this. Okay, I thought it was the. I thought I was highlighting their time. I was like, no, I'm highlighting the title. Moving on.
And were you able to identify the item in Mr. Warner's hand? Or not in the video?
What's that?
Or not in the video? It's okay if you can't identify it in the video.
No.
Okay. $5:04.
Lady, it's fucking 9:52 p.m. and the sun is out. It's fucking now it's 2012. We've gone back to September. We're skipping from February 13th of 2021. Now it's later that afternoon. It's 9:52 p.m. The sun is shining bright. And we're gone back 9 years to September 20th, 2012.
What's that vehicle?
That is Dale's Kubota.
Okay. 505. Remind me where I'm at.
You were in the back of the shop in the parts room. About right here, and you just walked in that door. Right here.
You recognize that person?
Yes,
Okay, who's that?
it is Dale.
5:06 p.m. Is that again Dale?
Yes,
And it appears to me he's walking down the ramp. Is that accurate?
yes.
And were you able to identify the items in his hand?
It appears as though he's carrying the welding mask and the gloves.
Okay, 5:07. Okay. 6:06. See a little bit of movement in there. Okay. Okay, 6:08. JCB again.
Yes,
6:10. Did you see which direction the JCB was going?
it appears to be going towards the spray barn.
Okay, 6:26. Who's this?
That is my pickup.
Okay. So at some point on the 25th, did you leave the farm?
Yes.
And for what?
I replaced the radiator hoses and I drove to the gas station on the corner to make sure that I didn't have any leaks and to get it warm.
Okay. So is this when you're arriving back to the property?
Yes.
And it looks like you are driving now towards the spray barn.
I did. Just
And then at 6:37, it appears that you're leaving. Do you
Yes.
remember seeing Dale at the spray barn that day?
I do not.
Okay, there's 6:39, the JCB again. JCB, could you tell what direction that it was heading at 6:40 p.m.?
It appears as though it's headed towards the spray barn.
I'd also like to put on the record, I'm not okay with this shot neither. It's like, I mean, this tree is really growing. Man. I mean, is this supposed to be the same day? How is this? I could see before. Now it's covered. What's happening? I don't feel it. I think I'm going to go back. I'm writing a note that I protest all this video. I'm going to go back through all this and make sense of it. Because this to me is, I mean, if the guy's guilty, let's nail him. But if your timestamps are off in Delphi, whatever, I don't give a shit. You're good or bad. Your evidence is garbage.
All right, at 6:41. Were you able to, after watching that, determine what that was that went by?
Yes,
And what was that?
that was the JCB.
Okay, and did you recognize anything in the bucket?
Yes,
How?
by the shape and the color.
Okay, and what'd you recognize?
A welder.
Okay, and describe what you meant by the shape and color.
So most of our bottles were yellow.
There was something in the bucket.
It's the ones we used for welding. That was the color for that particular shielding gas. and all of our MIG welders were blue millers.
Like, I trust this guy, but I mean, he says that. But I mean, does that mean, like, I mean, he says that, but I'd like to get confirmation from, the company saying, yeah, all our tanks are, yellow, so this guy seemed okay, but I mean, I don't know. Again, if somebody's guilty, they're guilty, but something feels wrong here, this evidence.
Okay, 6:43. Where am I at?
Lady, you're at fucking lunch. You're out to lunch is what you're doing, lady. It's not 3:18 now. Wasn't this 2:13? The fuck? I can't take it, guys. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. You're out to lunch, lady. It's not 6 whatever p.m. It's fucking 12:03.
You are in the new shop looking out of the same camera that we watched the Versatile leave earlier, about right here, and you are looking towards the east.
Okay. And right about in the middle of that footage, do you see the
I mean, this guy could wear the same clothes pretty much every day, right? Like, I mean, how do we know what day this? We're just taking their word for it? I don't get it. How does this get into court of law? Good or bad, you can't just have timestamps like this. You can't. I don't know.
the blue and yellow item that you were referring to?
Yes,
Okay, and what is that?
that is a welder.
I need to figure out how to switch back to the photographs.
What are you saying, Mimi? I'd love to, because this fascinates me. I would love to tear this apart. You said you want me to go back to that one where I was talking about the very first time I started complaining about this? Oh, I'd love to. Carol gives a thumbs up. Go back. What does that mean? Go back to the previous stop. Boy. They're so used to not having to prove a point. Well, yeah. Oh, I got rid of my comment. I didn't mean to do that shit. Now I go back. Oh my! I'm just gonna play this for a bit and find that other comment because I had what was going on. Sorry.
How often during, I don't want that one. How often while you were worked there did you go to the spray barn for anything?
Depending on the time of the year.
Okay. And what would you need to go back there for?
Either to load customers with chemicals, load a tank with fertilizer for customers, things of that nature.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 84. Do you recognize that item under the camouflage blanket up there?
Yes.
What is that?
Okay, so now the body cam. Obviously, this is the right day. 4/29, April. And yeah, okay, that's 3:40 p.m. So remember, we're at one. I can see the time here. I'll so you guys can't see exactly because I got my banner up, but I'm going to change it to this. Can you see? No. How about I just remove the banner for now, and you guys can see timestamps with me. Okay. So if I go here, 1 second, can you see timestamps? No, you can see the line. Sorry, I got to keep my banner up because it saves me from all liability. This banner saved me. Now here's the timestamp. I'm at 1:45. So you said go back to what was it again? The previous. Was it here? So I'll keep it up. I know I'm jumping around, so I'll keep it so you can see the timestamps. So every time I stop, if you can take note of the timestamp you want me to go back to, because you're saying go back to the previous stop when the prosecutor asked the last view. I think it was here, right? I'll just play this again and let me know if it was back farther or not.
It appears that you're leaving. Do you remember seeing Dale at the spray barn that day?
I do not.
Okay, there's 6:39, the JCB again. JCB, could you tell what direction that it was heading at 6:40 p.m.?
It appears as though it's headed towards the spray barn.
All right, at 6:41. Were you able to, after watching that, determine what that was that went by?
Yes,
And what was that?
that was the JCB.
Okay, and did you recognize anything in the bucket?
Yes,
How?
by the shape and the color.
Okay, and what'd you recognize?
A welder.
Okay, and describe what you meant by the shape and color.
So most of our bottles were yellow. At least the ones we used for welding, that was the color for that particular shielding gas. And all of our MIG welders were blue Millers.
Okay, 6:43. Where am I at?
You are in the new shop looking out at the same camera that we watched the Versatile leave earlier, about right here. And you are looking towards the east.
Okay. And right about in the middle.
Is this what you're talking about, Mimi? Because I'm going to move on. We're going to go through this, but I mean, this isn't okay. This whole timestamp. She's acting like this is like 3:30, 3:40, like all within an hour or two. It's like we're tracing this guy's steps and we're jumping in timestamps. Fucking watch. The next one we're going to be back to September 20th of 2012. And then they showed the police camera was April 29th. And then this woman is saying it's 6 p.m. and oh my God, I don't see any way to prove it's 6 p.m. or even the same day. If you think about it, we need shadows. And this guy could wear that same fucking shirt every goddamn day. Could have 20 of them exactly like that. So, night, Nicole, if you're leaving. Night, sorry. So I'm going to just play it through, but I'm writing it down a huge note that this whole time this woman's been up on what day was this again? 6. Everything about everything has been suspicious. I don't like it. I'm not even sure. I'm pretty sure it's the prosecution, right? I don't like this because let's nail the guy, fine, but you can't. I got to move on. So I'm going to play it. I'm writing a note. I'm filing a complaint with my notes app.
Of that footage, do you see the blue and yellow item that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
That is a welder.
I need to figure out how to switch back to the photographs. How often during, I don't want that one. How often while you were worked there, did you go to the spray barn for anything?
Depending on the time of the year.
Okay. And what would you need to go back?
Like, I get what you're saying, Mimi. Like, sometimes the camera guy's not showing the whole screen, right? But when they're showing the timestamp, there's no reason it would be off. I just changed my view here so you guys can see the timestamps, because when I go full view, it's behind this banner and you guys don't see it. So, but I'm talking about, yeah, this is the full screen. You're seeing the full screen here. And when that person puts the camera up, yeah, sometimes they're cutting, whatever, and they're zooming in to, I get it. But when the timestamps are there, those are in the video. There's no reason it could be all these different timestamps. That's all. So
Back there for?
Either to load customers with chemicals, load a tank with fertilizer for customers, things of that nature.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 84. Do you recognize that item under the camouflage blanket up there?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a safe.
And had you known that safe to be in there prior to April 25th, 2021?
Yes.
Do you know how?
okay, so earlier I get it, because they don't go back for a long time, so it's fine. Like, this isn't the same day it's actually happening as all those other ones. I get it. This is the police cam, and they did go back in April. So forget what I said about this. But I mean, other ones, she's acting like it's this guy's walking out of here and going here. Then he's walking here and he's being seen, So obviously these ones are different. So forget what I said earlier.
How long it was in there?
At least 6 months to a year, if I remember right.
All right. During the 4 years that you had worked on the farm, had you ever seen an anhydrous tank inside the spray barn?
No.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 85. Do you see a tank in the spray barn right there?
Yes.
And would that not have been common then?
No.
Do you know if that spray barn had a lock on the door?
I believe it did, yes.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 178. Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
Where am I at?
You are standing. I'm not too sure. The cement pad here is the overhead door. Next to the overhead door, there's a walk door, which you see in the picture. So you are standing about right there and looking in this direction towards the west.
Okay. And would that be the door on that spray barn then?
Yes.
For clarification, can you, so the spray barn, you just talked about the south side of it, correct?
Yes.
On the north end of that, was there another way to get in?
Yes.
And how was that?
There's an overhead door. There's it's a straight through building. You drive through this side of the barn here, and you can come out the back side and back out around the drive.
Okay. Did you ever work with the anhydrous tanks on the property?
Yes.
And where were they stored at?
Typically, they were stored along along the driveway behind the fertilizer barn.
Show me on the map.
Typically, they were stored right along here when we had them at the farm, in season, and out of season they would be stored at two different properties, the Paragon Road Farm and the Carson Road Farm.
Okay. Now I'm going to have you flip to the, Mr. Lee, can you flip to the next map for me? 264. Did you say the Carson Farm or the Carson Barn?
The Carson Road Farm.
Okay, and where's that at in relation? So show me first the Munger Farm.
This here's the Munger Farm, the main home farm.
All right, and where was the Carson property?
That would be this one right here.
All right, and where's the barn you're talking about?
It would be, there was this barn out back here that would have a few of them in the backside back here, and then there was the front barn that didn't usually hold any anhydrous tanks.
And then you indicated the other property where you guys stored tanks was?
Yes, the Paragon Road Farm.
Okay. Mr. Lee, thank you for your help. All right, I know this is a bigger, more stretched out map, but can you find the Munger Farm on this map?
I believe that the Munger Farm is up here, which would be the home farm up here.
All right, I'm gonna have you wait to turn to me before you talk because I can't, you're soft spoke, I can't.
This is the Munger Farm up here, the home farm.
Okay, and the Paragon property we're talking about where some extra tanks would be stored, where's that at?
That would be down here.
And do you know approximately how far away it is?
Mile, maybe mile and a half. Around the corner and down the street.
Okay. You discussed the anhydrous tanks that were lined up. Can you put the first map back up, please? So the anhydrous tanks that you discussed that were lined up right there on the north side of the property,
Yes.
are those full tanks, empty tanks? What are those?
Those were generally full tanks.
Okay, and were you storing full tanks or empty tanks at the Carson property?
Usually empty.
Okay, what about Paragon?
That would usually be a mix. Whatever we had that was filled and did not get used would be taken over there. And then whatever empties we had at the end of the season that we didn't refill because we didn't expect to have another customer, those would also go over there.
Okay. Were you ever part of the filling of the anhydrous tanks?
Yes.
And how did that, how do you fill a tank?
There are two hoses, one for gas and one for liquid.
So you'd take the forklift out there and generally, if a customer brought the tank back empty, they would just drop it up here in this area and you'd scale it back in on the scale. And then these are the mother bottles. That's what we filled the tanks out of. If our driver had brought them back, he'd just bring them back and line them up around here.
So you would connect both the hoses and make sure that your bleeders were closed. And then you would open your valves and start the pump, fill it until the level gauge was up to a certain, usually about 80%. You had to allow room for expansion in the heat. And then you would shut it off and use your bleeder valves to clear
the section in the line that you connected it to the tank. And then after that, you could take your lines back off the top of the tank.
You mentioned people would bring tanks and drop them off back by the mother tanks. Is that what you said?
That would be the driver. If he brought them back and scaled them back in, they could be taken back to be directly filled again.
Okay, so the ones that are being brought back there are the empties that need to be filled.
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do after you filled them?
Once they were filled, they got parked back in this line along the north end of the farm.
Okay, was there anywhere else that those tanks were parked if they were full?
Usually, we had 4 larger tanks for the farm. Those were ours. Those, to the best of my knowledge, never went out to anybody. They were larger. They were more dangerous to pull down the road. They were heavier. They stored more. Those would be parked where I pointed right there. Those 4 tanks there, those were the farm's tanks. But other than that, that was not usually, there wasn't usually any other place that they were parked. No.
I'm going to show you people's exhibit 161. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the back of the Carson Road farm.
Okay, and so that would have been to the north, the one that you just showed us to the northeast?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And this is people's 162. What are those?
Those are anhydrous tanks.
And people's 163.
Again, anhydrous tanks.
And the previous one I just showed you, was that at the Carson property?
Yes.
What about this one?
This is also the Carson property.
Okay. People's 164.
There's one liquid fertilizer tank and
like I get with the photos, Mimi, these aren't security cameras, so there's the time stamping. So even if he's not cutting it off, we don't need to see it because these are photos, so there's no time. You can tell by the camera, like you would, security cameras are like up in the corners looking down, right? His are like up in the rafters pointing down. So, but it's just whenever there is a time stamp, I'm not okay with it being different. Except obviously the cop goes back a different time, but when he's walking from here, she's like, he's walking here and he's walking out of here, he's going here and here and here, and it's all like different decades almost.
More anhydrous tanks in that barn there. That appears to be the same barn.
And when you say one liquid fertilizer, I'm going to assume it's the only one that looks different from the other 3.
Yes, it would be the blue one with the orange frame.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have you look at exhibit 165. Is that also on Carson?
Yes.
All right, and what are these?
Those are anhydrous tanks.
Do you know the sizes? Are there different sizes of tanks?
Yes. We had several different sizes. They were different shaped. Some of them were tall, shaped more like a barrel. Others looked more like a propane tank, but they all served the same function.
And were you shown a handful of photographs of tanks that were found on the Paragon Road property?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you people's exhibit 90. Is that one of the tanks from Paragon Road?
Yes.
So I want to look at the design of these. Tell me about the front end of that anhydrous tank.
The front end of that tank there has your valves where you would hook up to fill it. That would be the 2 smaller ones closer to the back of the tank, or to the left in that picture. There is the larger valve in the front is where you.
Just a thought I had. Okay, so obviously this guy, more than likely I'm thinking he's probably like he's guilty or whatever, but let's just think about this for 1 second. He seems like obviously an intelligent guy. Why would you put a body in a tank? Well, I don't get it. He could have, this guy would be disappearing with like chemical. Like, I mean, I watched Breaking Bad. They turn into acid and just it disappears, and they could just, I don't know, almost like maybe would an employee or somebody do this and then keep it in here because it's hard for the. I'm not saying that's what happened, but why would this guy do this and put it in a tank? Got this huge farm and all these tools and ability to chemicals and everything. I mean, he could have done this all in one night. I've seen it. I watched Breaking Bad. They disappeared bodies in acids and barrels, and the body's gone, and they pour it down the drain. So, or bury it with they put lime in and bury it without plastic and stuff. This guy seems far too smart to be doing this. I mean, I'm not saying he didn't, but this feels weird. Why would he put it in something like this?
You would hook on to empty the tank. They're protected by a steel cage in case you had it come off of the truck. That protected the valves from being knocked off and emptying the tank in public. And then towards the back of the tank there, that little white piece that sticks up, that's protecting a relief valve.
I'm gonna, oh, I can't do that. So the very back of that photograph, I was gonna try to use the laser, but I can't, it's not working. So that is a cover for what?
That is a relief valve.
Okay.
Under pressure and heat, under when it gets warmer out, it expands and it causes.
Hey, Paula, night. Yep. Thanks for being here. Get yourself some sleep and catch the rest of the replay tomorrow because there's going to be a lot more of this. All right, Paula, thanks for being here. Nighty night.
Pressure in the tank. If the tank is overfilled, that relief valve will pop and keep it from turning into basically a giant bomb.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 92. Is this a smaller version of the anhydrous tanks we've been looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we see the
yes.
Okay. The back end with the, describe it for me again.
The relief valve. You're not actually looking at the relief valve in that picture. You're looking at a pipe that's welded onto the top of the tank to protect that relief valve for the same reason there's a cage over the valves on the front.
Okay, and that's what you were looking at in the last photograph too,
yes.
Correct? All right. And are most of the anhydrous tanks, well, let me ask you this. Have you dealt with the anhydrous tanks the whole time you worked at the Warner farm?
I believe I started filling them and I think it was my second year there.
Okay. Did you deal with them in some sort of capacity while you worked there then?
Yes.
Would this be the I'm back to Exhibit 90. This valve on the back, the cover that protects it, would that be typically the way that they're designed?
That was standard for all the tanks that I remember us having, yes.
Okay. And you were shown a photograph of People's Exhibit 100, Tank 34. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And well, let's first describe the front of that tank for me.
The front of the tank still has a cage over the valves there. That is, it's fairly standard. That is shaped a little bit more like a propane tank.
What do you mean?
So we did have tanks that were shaped like that. If I remember right, we had 3 basic kinds. We had the big ones. There was 2 front loads, and 2 top loads, and then we also we had some taller ones that were more barrel shaped. We also had some more that were more torpedo shaped, a little smaller in diameter, a little longer in length.
Okay. So let's look at the back of this tank 34. And can you describe the back of that for me?
It appears as though it has a different cover over the relief valves.
And have you seen a cover like that on the anhydrous tanks that you've come into contact with over the years?
I did not remember having a cover on any of our tanks like that.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Here we go. We're having a little powwow here. So I was about to type in, like, I want to believe this guy's a dope, like, but I don't think he's dumb. I think, you know, he's callous or whatever. If he did this and whatever to murder your wife, and selfish, wanting to have, you know, I'll not share that if they got divorced. But I don't know. To
We'll
cut
take
us
a 5-minute recess here and come back and continue with testimonies. So if you'll just stay there for a moment, Mr. Boyd. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So it looks like somebody had to jump in. Maybe someone had to really go to the washroom or something, because to take a 5-minute break seems odd. I'm going to scan ahead. So it's happening at 2:03. So 2:08 would be 5 minutes. Let's see. No. I mean, to take a break, they got to take at least 10 or 15 minutes. Here we go. So it's about 13 minutes. They come back. So again, I mean, to have this guy's business and everything, if he did it, it says a lot about somebody, but I mean, I just don't think he's a dummy. Why preserve the body in a tank and then just leave it there? Makes no sense. So many easier ways to do things. He's got all those barrels around. Not to be cold and callous, but if you had one of those barrels, I've literally watched. I mean, I know it's on TV, but I mean, Breaking Bad, they did it. Bathtubs and barrels. They'd put somebody in a barrel, fill it with that hot acid, and the body would dissolve, and they'd pour it down the drain. Not to be cold, but I don't know if this guy's that dumb. But I mean, if he did it, let's nail him. But all these timestamps, I'm not protecting him. I'm not defending him. But I don't like this whole timestamp either way. It's not good evidence anyway. Defense or prosecution. If the timestamps are wrong, it's garbage, in my opinion. I don't get this.
You may receive it.
A few more questions for you, Mr. Boyd. I'm going to show you some still images from the surveillance footage that we watched to see if you identified any of the items. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 38. First off, we only see a half of a body. Do you recognize that person?
It appears to be Dale.
Okay, and that was based on also watching the surveillance.
Yeah, you only see half of a body and fucking barely 1/4 of timestamp. I just want to have that noted. Yeah, they're zoomed in. It's obviously the top of the frame because this is where the timestamps would be. That's probably the, I get it. But if he's walking this way, why don't we got the rest of him? So again, why are we showing a still shot here? This feels like a Mullins. I mean, no, this is a video. Why? Yeah, okay, so he's cut off here but I mean, he's going to walk through this screen.
Surveillance footage.
Yes.
All right. And what does it appear he's carrying?
He has grinding disc.
You know what I'm saying? Is anybody else with me on that? I mean, they clearly showed it where he would walk in through this screen. Why take this screenshot? Or take this screenshot to show he's got the grinder and the disc, but then also take the next view to show me that it's this guy. They better do that. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. I mean, his face would be in this photo, the way he's walking.
And a corded grinder.
Right? Because to walk past here, he's got to walk here. Show me the next ones. Okay, so fine. I see the grinder and that. Now show me this guy walking through here. Show me the rest of it. Why? Why do I? This is not okay with me. I want to nail this guy, but not this way.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 43. We saw it in the video.
Again. So this is obviously not a camera. Somebody taking a photo. This is the security camera footage. And so they've got it cut off. It's not this cameraman. It's not this cameraman. Here's the top of the TV. They're not showing the timestamp. This looks like 4.3 too, not 16:9. I mean, I see a guy. Oh, what's with the screenshots? This is a video. This is a camera video. It could be BG. You see the guy's fucking looking down.
Oh, the surveillance footage. This is going to be approximately 1:15 p.m.
You say that, lady. Where are you getting that info from? Okay, it's 1:50 p.m. I see it's light out.
Did you see the item that was taken from that surveillance?
Look at the top in the block. Oh, it was back a bit, right? Well, that's not in the video, though. That's theirs. No, that's separate. I see what you're saying. I'll go back a second. Where was that? Sorry. It's hard. So here's the grind. I'll just play it.
Has grinding discs and a corded grinder.
So I'll just play it. I know what you're talking about. When I see the next one, it's playing and I muted it. I'll stop it in a second. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Up here in the top is the right. Yes, but this is not, it's not the video. That's okay. Old shop back 4. So it is now, is that, I see what you're saying. Old shop back 4, 4:25, 1:15. What? 4:26. Wait, what are all those other numbers? PM? Is that like right down to the see, no, that's that's the viewing device. That's not in the video. I see what you're saying. That's what they've named this file. That's the player, because it wouldn't count in the 0.0, so watch when I take it away. So it says 1:15:18, but then it says like 0.476. So it's like, just watch. No. But you got it wrong. No, I disagree with you. I see what you're talking about. You're wrong. That's the player. That's not the video. That's the player. It's not the video. No camera counts with those. That's the player.
Did you see the item that was taken from that surveillance?
From the back wall there,
Yes.
that would be a chain.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 44. This is at 3:12 p.m.
Now that's in the video. Now you're going to see there, whatever they named the file will be up there. I know what you're saying, Mimi, but now this is in the video. This is the timestamp, and I'm okay with it if it's bright. There, the numbers are changing where it's too bright. It's bright here, so instead of having white, it's switched. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that now. It makes sense because if it was white, you wouldn't see that. So the program does that. I'm okay with it now. Now that I've seen it, but I'm not okay with it being off because the times she's saying is not this time. So forget about the whole thing I said earlier about the black, because it senses if it's bright in the background, it's making it black, and I think that's great. And if it was dark outside, it would still be white here. I get it. That's a neat feature. It's a neat feature. But so, and I know that if this guy was pointing up a bit, he's probably cutting off what you're talking about. So, but this is in the video, so I'm not okay with these. She's saying different times. I'm not okay with that.
And this is the new shot, correct?
Yes.
All right, and I'm just going to zoom in here to, you see this big green
Toolbox.
toolbox? Okay, what is directly to the left of that?
Yes. That would be a welder.
And is that because, what do you recognize in there?
So you can see the stinger or the lead that's on the front of it. You can see the color and the shielding gas bottle on the back of it.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 50 that I asked you in the surveillance footage if you recognize that item.
How dare you? Are you getting mad at me? This is my process, woman. Dare you? I'm sensing a little, you're getting a little pissed at me. So I agree, but this is my process. I want to pick this apart. I will call them up. And we're going to call. I'm going to say Mimi and Shibby and Critter have a problem.
Here's a still image of that.
Okay, perfect. So see, this is their program. This is the thing in the video. And I'm fine with them being zoomed in. But this guy's going to walk. This is a video. He's going to walk right past here. Why are we stopping here? Just to see that he's got a grinding disc? Fine. Where's the next one? He's got to walk through here. And I know you're with me. I know you're with me. Damn, toaster's dusty as shit. I don't care about that. He's going to walk through here. This is like a Mullins magical trick, you know? Okay, fine. He's got the grinder. Show me him coming through here. His face will be here. Why not?
First, do you recognize the bottom half of that body?
Yes.
And who is that?
That is Dale.
Okay. Now, can you tell what that item is in his hand?
It appears that he has grinding or cutting discs of some kind in his hand.
I'm going to take you back.
You guys can't be okay with it. You cannot be okay with that. If you're okay with that, I don't know how I can be your friend. Okay, because he was about to walk through the screen. This guy's saying it's him. I mean, he's got a black watch on. He's got a gray. Why don't they just show us the next frames or show us the video? His face will be on it. He'll walk right through. Okay, I'll have it. I'm not okay with that. And I mean, if this guy's guilty, fine. But how do we blow past that? I can't. I won't. I'm going to call Mimi.
I'm going to take you to Exhibit 56. Again, this is the new shot. 6:43 p.m. on the
6:43 p.m. at 12:03. And I see some guy's back. Okay. I want to nail this guy, guys, but It's not how this is done.
The 25th. I'm going to zoom into the green toolbox. I'm calling that a toolbox.
Why the fuck is there a big line through this? Okay, I'm going to move on. I see a guy.
Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. And the item that you described as a welder that was sitting to the left of the toolbox, is that item there any longer?
It is not next to the toolbox. It's sitting in front of the toolbox, and you're viewing the side of it instead of the front of it.
All right. And is that the item that you identified as being in the...
Also, that door was wide open before. I don't know. There was a big tractor here. What times? I'm gonna move on. This isn't good. This thing's pretty green now too. Obviously, when the door's closed, it's better lighting, I guess. How do we even know with these times? She's saying it's 6:43.
Yes.
Front of the JCB, okay. And we see the back of somebody walking away. Do you
Yes.
recognize that person?
It appears to be Dale.
It's a screenshot. It appears to be Dell. At least show me him walking. It's not okay.
During the course of your employment for the Warners, did Dale ever have to write you any notes or leave you any instructions or do anything that you had to read his handwriting?
From time to time, in the fall, we would take grain tickets. Also,
You can't because he's got a hat on, silly. I can distinguish his bald spot. Not through that hat he's wearing. We don't even know if it's him. Come on. I want to nail this guy, but this is crazy. This evidence is bunk so far for me.
he happened to be the one that scaled out an anhydrous tank, either for himself or the farm. We would still weigh it and keep track of it. So yes, I've seen his handwriting. Yes.
Okay, and I showed you certain exhibits that were certain handwriting examples, correct?
Yes.
I don't want to say examples, certain notebook pages or loose leaf papers. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and those were items that were taken from the farm in October of 2021. And did you observe, well, let me approach the witness, Your Honor. I've got exhibits 179 through 190, and you have it situated to something, so I'm not sure. Okay. Can you just look through those and don't tell me what they are? For the record, Your Honor, Mr. Boyd has People's Exhibits 179 through 190 that he's reviewing.
So this guy's a handwriting expert now, eh? What the fuck? He's going to compare it and say it's his handwriting?
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, and those items were some lined papers with writing on them and some loose leaf blank papers with writing on them. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And some of them appear to be screenshots of map locations. Is that also?
Well, so far, this is Trust Me Bro 2, Mimi. I don't know what you're watching, but I'm seeing timestamps that don't line up. Half these photos, if you can explain to me why they'd have that cut, they have them where the guy's head's cut off, yet he's going to be walking through the screen. Where's the next screenshots, let alone it's a video? So I'm not sure what evidence you've seen so far, but all those videos are, every one of them has an inconsistency that I won't accept. I mean, if this guy's guilty, fine, but now this guy's an handwriting expert, and you're saying it's Delphi, trust me, bro. But I mean, it's the exact same thing with all those videos we watched. Nine out of 10 of these videos are that. This one here is in September. Look at it. I can see the date now. It says September 20th, 2012. And it says 8:40. She was saying it was like, it says 9:40 p.m. or something like that. And it's bright as day out. So, yeah, I don't like his shirt neither, Critter, but this guy's not a handwriting expert. What's going on here? This doesn't feel good. I mean, obviously, we're going to nail the guy. I got to see what the defense says. But this, to me, it is a lot of trust me, bro. Because,
Accurate.
That is correct.
And there was handwriting on those documents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you recognize the handwriting?
Yes, it appears to, yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
That appears to be Mr. Warner's.
Okay. I'm going to also hand you people's exhibits 191, 192, and 193, and have you look at them. I'm going to stop you real quick, Mr. Boyd. 191
Just that one?
is, have you had the opportunity to look at that before?
Yes.
Okay, describe the front page for me. What is that?
Notebooks.
Okay. And what type of notebook? What color is it?
The top one is black.
All right. And then there, when you flip through the pages, do the contents have handwriting in them?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that handwriting?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
It appears to be Dale's.
Okay. 192. Can you tell me what the front page of that item is?
It's a black notebook.
Okay. A different black notebook than the first one?
It appears, yes. Yes, it appears to be a different black notebook.
All right. And can you kind of flip through the pages on that one? And you've looked at that before?
Yes.
And do you recognize that handwriting?
Yes.
So, are you guys okay with that? This guy's now a handwriting expert? I don't like this. I mean, just get a handwriting expert in. I mean, they could go through and say, yeah, look at this puts, I mean, if this guy were saying, yes, look at, I've compared the curls here, I would trust it, but he's just going looking at it like, yeah, it appears to be. Show me. What are you even looking at? Could be looking at fucking gobbledygook. I mean, that's not enough. Show me. Okay, I'll trust this guy's opinion. If he says, yes, look at all the A's have this little squiggly mark. Look at it. I see them all. He's been doing that for years. It drives me bonkers. Anything specific. But again, so the defense is going to rip this up. They've got to, I'm sorry if this guy's guilty, whatever, but this isn't a handwriting expert. And he's a smart enough guy. He's worked with them. He's seen, I'll trust him. Just show me. Oh, look at the squiggly, look at the way he squiggles his line across the T. Anything. But he's just like, yup, appears to be, yup. What are you even looking at?
And whose handwriting is that?
It's Dale's.
I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 193.
Like, these aren't top secret documents. He's probably writing out forms to get kitty litter. Who knows? Show us what he's looking at. Exhibit what?
And what's the front of that look like?
It's a notebook.
Okay, color?
Pink.
Okay, can I have you flip through that? And you looked at that previously?
Yes.
And do you recognize the writing?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
It appears
Oh, let me see. Yeah, it appears to be Dale's.
to be Dale's.
It appears to be Dale's. Well, fuck you, dude. Why? The squiggle. Look at the way he writes his E. Each one of them's ridiculous. Show me. I'll believe you, dude. You seem like a smart guy. Show me what the way he dots his I. It's where to, anything. There's got to be so many ways to. Like, how does this guy know what he's looking at is Dale's writing? Nobody's asking questions here. What?
I have no additional questions for Mr. Boyd at this time.
Okay, it is close to noon, so we are going to be breaking for lunch. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m. again. Before you go, I will just remind you that during the trial, don't read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers.
Mimi, I agree, but you're telling me that. You would show me. They're not showing me is what I'm saying. I'm not doubting you couldn't do that. I'm not doubting he couldn't do that. But what they just did there, they didn't show me. They didn't show me the squiggly marks or he said it appears to be, he doesn't, what is he looking at? They had to say, oh, this is a form he filled out. This is this, it's not enough. But I agree, yeah. I could tell lots of people's handwritings and I would be able to prove it to you. And I would say, here, look at, they wrote a letter to me. And here they're writing, I would compare it, I would show you. They didn't do any of that.
Must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information.
Yes, Mimi. Yes, they have to put it on a screen. Yeah, it's a document. They could take a photo of it. Nicole sends me her writing all the time. She takes photos of her notes and sends it to me. I mean, they could put it on those overhead projectors. They could scan it into a computer. They could take the photo of it and put it on the screen. I don't know. So you're okay with that? Okay, I'm not saying it's not. It's your right. It's your right to be okay with what they just did. I don't know. You trust in that guy, and I would if he showed me his work. I mean, he just said, yeah, it appears. I don't know what he's looking at. What made him think that? All you have to say is look at this one and this one, and here's how he does his A. It's all the same. It'd be pretty simple. That's why I'm a little. And the whole thing with the guy walking, he's about to walk through the screen, but we get a screenshot of the video and his head's chopped off, fine. But the angle he's going to walk, and half of those, he was going to be right there on, show me the next 5 screenshots. So again, I'm okay with you thinking that. I'm not debating, you're right, it's your right. But I'm just telling you my process here. I wasn't showing anything there.
Might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Thank you, and we'll.
Okay, you sure? Yeah, okay. They go back to the jury room, so we should get some people ripping this up.
See you at 1:30.
Yeah, they'll get all these exhibits, but I mean, aren't they showing in a court of law? Isn't this like they'll be able now the jury's got to go do research to see what this guy, I don't know. I've seen millions of trials before, and they would show you this, and then they would be able to have the stuff to look at. Now the jury's got homework. Oh, they fucking didn't show me anything. Now we got to see if this guy, the handwriting, I mean, it seems like it would be pretty simple to show.
Accumulating some questions from jurors. I don't know if you want to review those now or wait until the testimony is completed. Jody, you want to do is fine.
Maybe until the testimony is completed. I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, you may right now.
So they've muted probably muted. Okay, so they're going for break. Got the cool. So I'll just pause it there. Scrolling, scroll. So this is that one where I take. So yeah, watch. They're gonna take a 241. They're showing pictures, but it's not. They're just showing that thing logo. Oh, here we go. So we're back. Look at this. Like an hour and a half later. 242. Almost an hour and 40 minutes later, they come back. See what he says. Had a nice lunch, great nap.
I will just remind you that you are still under oath.
Good afternoon, Mr. Boyd. My name is Mary Chartier. I represent Mr. Warner. Congratulations on your engagement.
Thank you.
I wanted to start off with that. And then I also want to start off with the work that you did on the Warner property. So you said you worked there for roughly 4 years.
That's correct.
Did you work there full time or was it part time?
I was more than full time.
So if we looked at a week, would it change because you talked about planting season, harvesting season?
No less than 70, 80 hours a week.
All year long?
Yes.
Oh, that is a lot.
That's
okay. And is that 5 days a week, 7 days a week?
6 off season, 5.5, somewhere in there, 5.5 to 6 off season, and pretty much 7 days a week in spring planting and fall harvest.
So if we're talking about April 25th, 2021, that's a Sunday. Is that in one of the planting or harvesting? I'm assuming it's not harvesting. But.
We were starting to get into planting season where we were getting things ready and filling tanks and getting fertilizer applied.
Could you come onto the property when you needed to work, or for example, you were working on your personal truck on that Sunday, correct?
That is correct.
Were there any sort of restrictions on when you could enter?
No.
And when you did that work, how closely were you working with Mr. Warner? So if you're working 70 to 80 hours a week, roughly what percentage are you working sort of side by side with him?
Less than 10% of the time, I would say.
So fair to say you don't know what he's doing in terms of personal knowledge when you're not with him?
No.
Now, during your time working with Mr. Warner, how often did you hear him get angry?
I can once I heard him yell. That is all in 4 years.
And was that with an employee on the farm?
That is correct.
And was that someone who had done something
They
wrong?
absolutely deserved it, yes.
They deserved it. Did Mr. Warner then apologize after yelling at a later on in the day?
Yes.
Would you describe Mr. Warner as being laid back?
Yes.
Would you describe him as someone who doesn't fly off the handle?
I would describe him as yes, someone who doesn't fly off the handle, who has most everything calculated out, yes.
And someone who doesn't let his temper get the best of him?
That would be a fair assertion, yes.
Thank you. Now, as to your work, you talked about a number of different things you did, from driving truckloads to filling anhydrous tanks. And I want to focus on the anhydrous tanks. So if we're looking at your workload, what portion of it related to the anhydrous tanks?
It varied day to day and week to week. In the season where we were doing that, if I came back, I was done trucking. I come back in the afternoon. I got whatever field I was working or whatever I was done doing. I had mentioned Jim Hawkins. He also filled tanks. So he would fill them during the day to keep everything rolling. And then when I would get back, if we had any empties, which we usually did, I would fill them before I went home.
So you said to keep everything rolling. are people coming to the property every day to get anhydrous tanks?
We had very few that came to the farm to get them. We had a driver that would take those tanks out to the customer's field, and then he would bring back empties with him.
So someone on the farm, so if I'm a farmer, I just want to make sure I understand, I would put in an order for an anhydrous tank,
Yes,
and then someone on the farm would deliver that tank to somebody,
that is correct.
and then they would take back an empty tank.
Yes,
And that process would continue as long as the farmer wanted that.
that's correct.
But you said there were a few people who came on the property to get their tank. Anyone in particular you can think of?
I may be slightly mistaken in that. If I remember right, the only ones that really came to get fertilizer from the farm was partridges, and they came to get liquid fertilizer, which is a different product.
What about the Hardys? Did they ever come to pick up their anhydrous tanks?
I believe that Hardee's did come, but I believe they usually filled their own tanks and weighed them.
Okay, so great, thank you for that clarification. So if I'm a farmer, you would fill the tank for me, and then it would either be delivered, or in the rare instance you said of the partridges, they would come pick it up. But the Hardys, they were able to fill up their own tank.
Yes, I believe so.
And then how would that work? So you've got that full tank of anhydrous ammonia. Was it weighed before it left the property?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think you still have that pointer up there. Would you
Yes.
point to where that scale is?
That scale is this long red rectangle right here next to the office.
And so would a truck pull up on there and put the tank on to be weighed?
Yes.
And then it gets delivered. Then when the tank comes back, is it weighed again to see
Yes.
how much product goes out?
Yes.
And then that's how someone is billed?
Yes, that's correct.
And so again, if I'm the driver, I'm doing that for a particular farm, but the Hardys are doing that themselves.
Yes.
Now, what about other work that you did on the tanks? Were you involved with any sort of maintenance of the tanks?
Nothing really beyond flat tires or bad wheel bearings.
What about, and the tires, are those on the sort of the runners?
Yes.
So because the tanks don't have wheels, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So what are they placed on?
They're placed on a running gear.
Okay, they're placed on running gear. So if there was a flat tire on the running gear, you would take care of
Yes.
that.
Yes.
But you weren't involved in any of the mechanics of the tank themselves.
No.
Do you know about how long those tanks are?
I would say the short ones were probably 12-ish foot, and the long ones, big ones we had on the farm, were maybe 15 or 16.
Do you know how much they weighed?
I want to say somewhere in the neighborhood, somewhere between 6 empty and maybe 12 or 15,000 pounds loaded.
Okay, so when you say 6, you don't mean 6
6,000.
pounds. You mean
Yes.
how many pounds?
6,000.
6,000.
I think it's somewhere in there. It's been a long time since
Oh, no, that gives us a good idea. And do you know what the tanks are made of?
Steel.
Steel. Do you know how thick that steel is?
It should be probably, it's at least 1/8 to 1/4 inch steel.
Are there precautions that you take when you're working with anhydrous ammonia?
Yes.
Okay, what are those?
You want to wear gloves. You want to wear eye goggles, something to protect your eyes. And you always want to make sure that you are upwind of where you're filling.
So you're filling them outside.
Yes, that's correct.
Why do you want to be upwind?
Because it will. It's dangerous. It's very cold. It'll burn your lungs.
What about, is it flammable?
I don't believe that it is flammable.
So if we look at some of the tanks, which we'll look at next week as well, are there any sort of caution signs on the tanks?
I believe that there is. There's the green placards.
And what does that tell someone if they see that?
I can't remember what the green placards are. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. So you talked about the precautions you would take. So you would wear gloves, you would wear eye goggles, you would do this outside so you were upwind of it so you don't breathe it in. Anything else that you can think of?
I mean, not really, no.
Thank you. How many tanks do you think that you filled in the 4 years you worked there?
Oh, goodness. How many total for the farm, or how many do you think I filled in total as far as in all those years?
How about in all those years?
I would say north of 100.
And then anhydrous ammonia, is it the sort of thing where, for instance, you fill up the tank and then if it spills on the ground, you're fine with that? Or
No.
Okay, why not?
Again, it is, I can't remember the word for it. It scars your lungs.
So
That's what it does.
It's dangerous?
It is dangerous, yes.
Do you know, does it cause any sort of like staining or anything like that?
I would assume that it would burn you quite terribly. I wore gloves. I never came into skin to skin contact with it.
Good. Sounds like a good plan. So we talked about you worked frequently 7 days a week. On Sundays, how often would you be there?
In season, I want to say that was, I can remember having the parts for that truck for at least 3 weeks.
Okay.
And I had not had a spare moment to work on it. It was fairly regular to work on Sundays. Usually, it would be a little later, slightly later in the day. It wouldn't necessarily be 7. It would be 8, maybe by the time I got there. And then I would leave sometime in the afternoon or evening.
Now you, it sounds like you worked a lot there.
I did.
You talked about a little bit about welding on the property. How frequently did you weld?
Maybe once a month.
Once a month. And what would you weld?
Brackets. If something was broke on a truck, a mud flap hang, some, little stuff like that. Nothing huge, no big projects.
Ms. Saylor, would you pull up Exhibit 150, which is our page 192? So it sounds like you know a little bit about the items that you would use to weld. Is that accurate, Mr. Boyd?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's all right. So while we're waiting for that to pull up, I'll ask you the question. So you talked about, you thought that Mr. Warner had an angle grinder in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then you also referenced on the shelf, you saw a plasma cutter.
Yes.
And Ms. Saylor is working on the technology issue now. But I'm going to keep asking you questions. And if you need to see the photo, I know she'll get it to work. What is it for someone who is not a welder? What does an angle grinder do?
An angle grinder is used for cleaning the surfaces for, it's basically
dude, a fucking angle grinder. I have them. It's fucking to cut anything in part. Bolt locks, steel. You could cut a trailer hitch off a car with a freaking angle grinder. They're crazy. You can basically chop anything up with an angle grinder.
a giant hard wheel of sandpaper that is attached.
Sandpaper, you asswipe. It's got fucking steel bars in it. It's got like steel in it and sandpaper.
Attached to an electric motor, and that's what you use to clean paint off in order to weld. If you don't clean the paint off before you weld, you won't be able to make an electrical connection, which is how welding works, and you wouldn't be able to weld.
So an angle grinder, so if I'm looking at an item that I want to weld, well, actually, do you mind pointing out there, since we've got here the plasma grinder there?
The plasma cutter.
Oh, excuse me, the plasma cutter.
Is the gray one there next to the blue.
But I don't get what's showing all these tools. Like, yeah, you could do anything in here. I could get rid of 100 bodies and you would never know. I mean, yeah, they got tools. That grinder, yeah. You would grind, you would use it to clean bare metal before you, yeah. What is this proving? I don't get it.
Barrel.
Can you zoom in on that, Ms. Saylor? Thank you. So that's the plasma cutter.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, great. So we'll get to that in a minute. So the angle grinder. So if I want to weld something, I would use an angle grinder to take the paint off, and then I would weld it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then what about a plasma cutter? What is its purpose?
Plasma cutter cuts steel.
A plasma cutter cuts steel.
The fucking angle grinder cuts steel pretty easy too. I mean, obviously a plasma cutter is great, but that grinder would fucking, you could just chop through this leg right here if it's steel. Not just for cleaning the metal. You could chop these fucking things in half with that angle grinder.
Cleanly, quickly, it's basically a faster version of a cutting torch.
Thank you. Now, you referred to a load barn. Would you point that on the...
You're using an angle grinder to sand stuff? Those are... Okay.
The map for us? Or the spray barn?
The spray barn.
Okay.
Yes, that would be number 7 over here.
Did you also hear people refer to that as a load barn?
Yes.
Okay. So everyone has sort of these unique little variances in their buildings, and I just wanted to make sure. So 7 is the spray barn, but it's also referred to as the load barn.
Yes.
Is that accurate? And then you indicated that tanks would be stored at the Carson property, the Paragon property, and on the Munger property. Is that correct? It sounds like every day there are tanks sort of being moved around on the property. Is that accurate?
Depending on the weather, yes.
And then more than one tank at times?
Yes.
When I listened to your testimony and you were identifying the surveillance videos and things that you watched and where you thought you saw Mr. Warner, I had that you saw him, correct me if I'm wrong, on the Kubota, which is the smaller sort of ATV vehicle, right?
Yes.
The JCB,
Yes.
which is the one with the scoop. The sprayer, that's the green one.
That's correct.
The tractor with the corn planter, that's the red one.
Yes.
And then the forklift, that has those 2 little prongs sticking
Yes.
out, right? Did I miss anything else?
No, but I would like to add that I don't believe that I identified Mr. Warner in the Versatile, although that is a tractor that he almost exclusively was the only one that used.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So you saw that, but you didn't identify him as driving
I
it.
did not see him identify him in the tractor.
Thank you. Now, anything else about your work that you think is significant that I have not asked you about?
I don't believe so.
Okay, terrific. I want to get to Sunday, April 25th, 2021. You said you got there in the morning. I know we're going back a number of years, so roughly maybe 10 a.m., 11 a.m.
Somewhere in there.
Somewhere.
Yes.
And you came, did your brother come with you?
No, he drove separately.
He drove separately. Now, at some...
You know what it is they're naming it wrong. Because, yeah, the angle grinders, that's like you use some of them, you do use it for what, but what they showed was one of those ones that you used to chop, not the angle. So I'm going to find the name of it because I have them here. The one they showed was the one you chop things with, not that you could obviously clean this metal up but there's different, the ones, like if you type in angle grinder in Google, it's not showing what they're showing. Because there's those small ones. I'll get the right name for it, but the one they showed is one you could use it to clean stuff up. She wouldn't use it. So I'll find the right name.
At some point, Mr. Warner comes out and chats with you, correct?
Yes.
And he lets you know that Ms. Warner is missing.
Yes.
And he also says that he was concerned that she was missing, correct?
That is correct.
You, excuse me, when you were on the property, you just went on the property. You didn't like go and tell him, hi, I'm here or anything
No.
like that, correct?
No,
You just went to work on your truck.
that's correct.
And he didn't know your brother was coming either, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
That day, is it fair to say that everyone was in and out of there all the time?
Yes.
And a couple of drivers came in to get trucks. There were just people coming and going.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. No one told you you need to leave or anything like that, correct?
No.
At some point in time, you go to the load barn, which is the spray barn. That's number 7, right?
Yes.
And you are down there for roughly 13 minutes.
Yes.
And at that point, you're speaking with Mr. Warner, correct?
I don't remember.
Would listening to your interview help you remember?
Possibly, but I don't remember that from. There was many times that I would go down to that barn over 40. I couldn't pick out.
No, and I get that. We are in 2026. I am asking you something almost 5 years ago in April of 2021. I can let you listen to your interview if you would like, but do you dispute that you went down to the load barn and chatted with him?
No.
And that you assisted him with putting trash in the bucket of the JCB?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't have. I can't find the word for that. But I wouldn't. I wouldn't contest that. No.
Right. And so I think, I've got the interview that you gave to the police. And so you're not contesting that that's you on the interview saying that, correct?
No.
Thank you. And again, if you want to listen to it, you certainly can. And then on that day, the entire day you were there, you don't remember seeing Mr. Warner with a tank at all, correct?
I do not. No.
And you don't remember seeing Mr. Warner doing anything with the tank, correct?
I do not.
On that day, April 25th, 2021, that Sunday, you did not see anything out of the ordinary on the Munger property, correct?
No.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct. I did not see anything out of the ordinary. To be fair, I wasn't looking for anything out of the ordinary. It was just another day.
Just another day. Great. Thank you, sir. Oh, did you already unhook it? Oh, he just unhooked it. I believe you discussed in 2021 anhydrous tanks would be delivered to other farms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who would do those deliveries?
Levi.
Who?
What's Levi's last name? Levi Sealer. Leroy. Mr. Sealer.
Okay. And did anybody else, to your knowledge, move those tanks? Deliver the tanks? I apologize.
I would on occasion. If he wasn't there, we had enough orders for me to do so.
Okay. Do you know if Jim Hawkins delivered those too?
I would assume that if I wasn't there, yes.
Okay,
I
but
don't
you don't
know for a
sure.
fact.
Okay,
No.
all right. And did you ever see Dale moving tanks around the farm?
Very rarely, unless he was hooking up to go to the field with our own tanks to apply on our own ground.
Okay. Is that something he would typically say, hey, I need you to go do this to an employee?
Usually.
I'm going to go, for instance, I'm going to go up and I'm going to apply on the Point property. Can you bring, 2 or 3 tanks up there, and then I should be good.
Okay. And I believe you stated that you never saw the defendant let his temper get the best of him. Is that accurate?
No. Yes, that is accurate.
All right. And were you around him all the time?
Maybe an hour or 2 cumulative over the week.
We talked a little bit about the anhydrous tanks and how they're dangerous. If I have an anhydrous tank and it's empty, what does it mean to bleed it off?
I mean, that you would open up the one of the valves in order to take the pressure out of it so that it was at the same atmospheric pressure as the environment.
Okay, so now the tank is empty and it's been bled off. Is there anything dangerous about that now?
I would believe that there would still be a very small amount in the bottom of the tank that's liquid.
Okay, but it would no longer be what it was when it was pressurized, correct?
It wouldn't be as dangerous, no.
Okay. And you indicated exposure to a small amount could cause the lungs to scar. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That would cause coughing?
Coughing, shortness of breath, inability to catch your own breath.
Okay.
And in severe cases, I mean, it will kill you in a large enough amount.
In a large amount, okay. Now, you indicated that you had been working a lot at that point in time, but the 25th was your planned day off. Is that?
Yes.
And nobody expected you on the farm that day, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
But to be fair, there was not very many days that I didn't at least drive through.
Okay. I believe, so on the surveillance footage, we see the defendant in his uniform. Can you describe the top he had on for me?
This shirt?
Yes.
It would have been a gray war rag uniform shirt.
All right. And was that, do you remember if that was short sleeve, long sleeve?
Short sleeve.
Let me ask you this. If you weld with a short sleeve shirt on, what's going to happen?
You are going to get something called welder burn, which is kind of like sunburn.
Okay. And how soon after you get this sunburn would that appear?
Within hours. If you were welding in the afternoon, by the evening time, you would experience it.
Okay. And
prolonged exposure.
Okay. And then, so it could be anywhere from hours to?
I would say you'd have to be welding for at least an hour.
Okay.
Pretty continuously in order to get weld burn. Like.
Okay. What if you were, well, let me ask you this. Let me show you People's Exhibit 74. What does that appear to be to you?
Objection. He's not an expert on welding burns. He's talked.
Oh, he's not an expert. This is the prosecution. He's a fucking handwriting analyst. He's been going on and on about exactly just this. So if he's not an expert, he's talking about the tanks and colors and gas. Oh.
About his own experiences, but to be able to look at a photograph and say one way or the other, I think is out of this witness's purview.
I think he can testify based on observing his own experiences as well as observing the welding gloves that were taken from, well, the welding gloves that were pictured on the farm that day, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I don't think there's a sufficient basis for him to offer an opinion on this issue.
You talked about the angle grinder a little bit, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Here we go, guys. We got the angle grinder. Let's talk. When they show you a picture of it, I mean, the one they're showing is not where you put the face flat and sand stuff. It's one of those ones you use it to cut only. I've got one. I'll show it. I'll take a picture of it and put it on here. Show you. The one I remember, I hope they show the photo again, but I'll go back. The one I saw wasn't one of those ones you would like sand or buff a car with, like not the one they showed was like a chopping one.
I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 38. Is that the item you were talking about?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And that item can also cut through steel, correct?
That is correct.
Objection leading.
I'll rephrase it. Can that item cut through steel?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm wrong. Yeah, it is the one. Sorry, I didn't. Sometimes you can take these handles off too. So it definitely is more of a hand. When I remember, yeah. So you could get those. You could put this flat and kind of, yeah, if you have the sanding ones, yes. So Critter, you were right. I'll take it back. But the one I have, I'll show you is what I thought it was. They're a little smaller. And all you got access to is like the cutting part. It's got guards on it where you can't put it flat down. But this one appears to be like that type of actual where you could put a sanding on. So I'll take it back. But again, what I won't take back is the fact that he's about to walk through here. I mean, if this is him, just show it. Where's the next 10 screenshots? Show me the goddamn video. This guy's going to walk through here. To get through here, his face is going to be on, right? Why are we just seeing this? Okay, fine. This is a great angle of the angle grinder. Okay, now show me the next 10 frames. When he's standing right here, his face should be... This is why I don't... It's a little sus to me why they would just not show the rest of this. I mean, we got him. Show it.
You indicated that on Sunday, April 25th, that when you did talk to the defendant, he was concerned that his wife was missing.
Yes.
What does that mean?
He had formed an opinion of what he thought had happened to her. He said that she must have left. I can remember him telling me that she had taken some items with her. He'd noticed that they were missing from the house, and I would say he was visibly worried about where she might be or if she might be okay.
Did he express that in words to you, that he was concerned about where she might be?
Yes. And several times after that.
You indicated that you believe you assisted the defendant in putting some trash into the JCB back by the spray barn.
Yes.
On Sunday the 25th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 174. Is that what is this?
That is the end of that spray loadout barn.
Okay. And where is the trash container? Well, what trash would you be taking out?
So like everything else in the world that we live in, chemicals are packaged in several different packages. So your jugs of chemical will be packed in boxes. The boxes will be packed in crates. The crates will be put, it's all saran wrapped on a pallet.
Is there a dumpster outside of the spray barn?
No.
Is there a dumpster anywhere out here?
No.
Okay. And where would
generally huck all the boxes off to the side somewhere behind the walk door. And then when we got to it, or the pile got too big to
contain. When we had about a bucket load, we'd take it out and dispose of it.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Boyd, you indicated that an angle grinder can cut through steel. What's better to cut through steel, an angle grinder or a plasma cutter?
It depends on the application, but would be quicker to cut large amounts of metal with a plasma cutter.
Thank you. I have no additional questions.
The angle grinder versus the plasma cutter, is there one that's going to give me a straighter cut?
The straighter cut would probably be
Ugh.
the angle grinder.
How long would it take to cut through about 1/8 of steel with an angle grinder?
It depends on the length, but it would not take very long with either device. One of them is melting it, and one of them is cutting it.
And what's not very long to you?
Why are they going on about this anyways? Why don't they just look at the cut? It would be very easy to tell if it was cut with a plasma cutter or an angle grinder. Very easy to distinguish. Show me the fucking cuts. I'll tell you. Stop this nonsense. They're both very effective.
For instance, it would take 5 seconds to cut a chunk a foot long. In half, it would probably take closer to a minute and a half to cut it with an angle grinder.
So an angle grinder is going to take longer.
Yes.
And does it depend on how fast it's going?
They're all pretty much a set speed.
All set a set speed so you don't adjust the speed?
No.
But the quicker of the...
That's bullshit too. Because what? You can adjust it from one to, it's like, oh my God. Every grinder, you can, unless it's that one I'm talking about that he's not. The one that they showed in that photo looked like the one where you'd be able to change it with a dial. I'm going to take a photo of the one I have. It's basically you turn it on and off is what he just described, but he's not describing the one that was in that guy's hand. He's describing the one I'm thinking of and I can't name. You switch it on and off. It's just like badass. You could trim remember those old metal bumpers in cars? You could cut one of them in half in a second, and it's smaller than that too. And you only have access to the end of it. You don't put it flat down like this angle grinder with sand. I'll show you. What he's describing is, yeah, you switch it on and off. It's not what that guy had in his hand, though. Critter knows.
2 is going to be the plasma cutter.
Yes.
No additional questions. Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
We have several questions from jurors if counsel could approach.
Wow. Yeah, because I have ones, do you have a dial? Because if you're going to use it to sand stuff, you'd want to control the speed, no? I mean, if you're using the one that I'm talking about, just switches on and off. and you would just use it. You know, you wouldn't put the round part flat down. You would just use the end of it like you're just going to chop something in half with it. Not, you know, you could clean up the metal to do a sanding, but I'll take a photo of it. I know there's a bit different name for it, but the one he had, I'm sure they'd have different speeds. It looked like it. Could be wrong, but I should speed this up. So it seems like they usually don't go this long with the little powwows. 2 times speed, 2 times speed. Oh, it's gone black. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it's back. Oh boy, this is the longest powwow they've had. Let's see. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Breaking up a fight there. Oh, you smell good again. Yeah, sniff, sniff. This guy, I can see it. He's sniffing her like creepy Joe Biden sniffing. Right. Well, those angle grinders have varying speeds. The one I'm talking about, you just switch it on and off. And I've used it to cut. You'd cut through a lock. You'd cut through. I've got one. It's like in the other room. I just forget exactly what they're called. It's like a chop saw. I don't know. I've got it. And you would really use it. Like if you're welding something, you could clean the paint up. It's great. But basically, you'd use it to cut like something metal. Like you could cut a trailer hitch off a car. You just, it's really powerful. You switch it on and off. So, but again, fine. If they can look at the handwriting in the back room, jury, fine. But what we saw there with those timestamps, I mean, if he's guilty, he's guilty. But all those videos, you didn't see his face. The timestamps were all off. Man, was this all about the questions they're going to ask? It better be a good question.
All right, Mr. Boyd, one of the questions is about a prior interview, so we're going to have you listen to that, the relevant section of that interview.
For the record, please have you let me know the date of the interview that you're having him listen to.
Sure. So that interview was, well, I can tell you, so the time was 45:36. The interview was with Detective Drewyor and Detective Singleton. I think it was 8/23/2024, but I'm going to confirm that.
Now that's another thing. This happened in 2021. Like even in the Delphi case, like why are we doing all these interviews years and years and years and years after and changing stuff? I don't like any of this. It needs to be solid. Like
It was. It was August 23rd, 2024.
Thank you.
so this guy's getting to hear it. And we gotta just here, let's look at his face. Let's read his face. Is this like a top secret interview?
It's saying like what time is it? 45, 41. Once we get to 46, 40.
No speakers available? Fuck.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Boyd, so the question related to what you just listened to is, was there something said by Mr. Boyd in his original interview about loading trash in the JCB?
Yes. I did in that interview say that I remembered fairly certainly that I helped him load trash out of that barn into the bucket of the JCB.
Right. I don't know how you want to do follow-up questions, if you have any, if you want to do them question by question, or if you want to wait.
I'd say maybe all the questions, the way I think we've normally been doing it.
I'd like to go question by question.
Oh, okay.
so-
Sure.
Okay.
So that interview where you indicated you helped him take trash out was in 2024, correct? August of 2024?
Yes.
And you were asked if you remembered anything specifically from the 25th, correct?
Yes.
And did you really have a memory of 3.5 years prior?
It's my best guess that's what happened. I don't for certain remember that. I am 60 to 70% sure that's what I did. It was a common occurrence. You know, if I went down there and Dad was loading up trash, I'd help him load it.
Okay, so if you were told you were by the spray barn that day, that would have been your best guess?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Boyd, when you were interviewed, you said you were 85 to 90% sure that's what happened, correct?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, so the next question is, any chemicals on the farm that would cause burns or red skin if exposed?
Several, depending on the length of exposure to them. I mean, most fertilizers are not real good stuff. They do have the ability to have reactions with the skin. They're chemicals. The worst one by far is the anhydrous. That is the one that's going to give you the most adverse reaction with the least amount of exposure.
You were exposed to a chemical that caused burns to your body. How long would that exposure or that take to show?
With regard to anhydrous,
I just would ask that it be based on his personal knowledge. So if this has happened to him, he says it, or if he saw it happen to someone, rather than just speculating about this, because he's not an expert in this.
no, and you're right. I'm not.
So I'm just going to ask you not to speak any further. Ms. Wise, do you have any response to that?
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay.
Have you personally observed any burns that you know to be from chemical burns?
Yes.
The chemicals that you just described?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that? Who did you observe that on?
On myself. I mean, we would handle chemicals, and from time to time I would get a little on my forearm.
What chemical did you burn yourself with?
I believe it was liquid 28, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
And did that cause blistering or anything?
Did not cause blistering. I actually was covered head to toe in it, and it wasn't quite as bad as a sunburn, but it was definitely very itchy, very uncomfortable, very red.
Thank you.
I have no questions on that topic. Thank you.
To your knowledge, how often would anhydrous tanks from the manufacturer be modified by employees or people at the farm?
To my knowledge, maybe 1 or 2 a year. I mean, we didn't do a ton of maintenance if something was broken, but that really wasn't my duty. That was it was usually done by Jim, if I remember right, as far as maintenance on the tanks.
So when you said maintenance on the tanks, I think I heard you say, is it Jim, is that correct?
Yes.
Jim Hawkins?
Yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't know anything about maintenance or altering tanks?
Nothing more than changing tires and wheel bearings.
Thank you.
Do you know, were the tanks purchased from the manufacturer or were some of them purchased used?
I believe it was a mix, but I wouldn't be able to comment really on that.
Okay, thank you.
Does the plasma cutter need gas to function or cut?
No. Plasma cutters work off of, so you would supply an air source, compressed air from an air compressor, as well as usually it's a 220 volt electrical current, and that's what it uses to cut.
Go follow up on that question, Your Honor.
No follow-up, thank you.
Does Jaron normally work in the spray barn?
Only probably as much as I did, which was fairly limited. I don't believe that he even had knowledge of how to run the loadout system in that barn. So he would have been in there as much or less than me, to my knowledge.
When you say you would have been in the spray barn as much or less than you, how often were you actually in that spray barn?
In season, maybe 2 to 3 times a week, maybe on, if we had a lot of customers that were doing liquid fertilizer application.
Thank you.
No follow-up, thank you.
Is it typical that Dale would spray on a day as windy as April 25th? And that's in reference to the tree moving in the camera.
You are not supposed to, and it was not, it's not recommended. I was not around the farm when he usually sprayed, so I wouldn't have a whole lot of knowledge on that.
No follow-up.
No follow-up, thank you.
Okay, and so that is all of the questions. Can we excuse Mr. Boyd from his subpoena at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Boyd, you are released. You're free to go, or if you wanted to remain in the courtroom, you're able to do that now as well. All right. for your next witness, Mr. McCree, why don't we take a short break, and I'll use that opportunity to address the questions that were not asked and give everybody a chance to get up and move around a little bit. Okay, so we had several questions that were not asked, and I believe with respect to all of these, the attorneys agreed that they should not be asked. So I just want an opportunity to read those into the record. The first is, most likely, what would Dale have used the grinder tool for? The next is it possible to reliably identify the individual who performed a weld based solely on its visual appearance? If yes, have you had an opportunity?
Oh my God. Are you going to say you're going to look at a weld and say, oh, this guy did it? Oh my God. What would you use an angle grinder for? Fucking on that farm? Probably 1,000 different things. This is, I don't know. They're reaching. I mean, I want to nail this guy, but they're reaching. You're going to look at a weld and say, who did it?
To inspect the weld on tank 34, and if yes, can you?
Like, imagine somebody was thinking just this, and they thought, I usually weld amazing. I'm going to weld it really shitty, and they're going to think I'm some rookie did this, or vice versa. They got lucky and did it really nice, but they're a rookie, and they think, oh my God, this guy couldn't have done it because he hadn't. This is ridiculous so far.
Determine who welded tank 34.
I get they have their own style, but I mean, to prove. I get it. I mean, if somebody were to leave an obvious signature type of deal, I don't know. You think you can look at welds and say who did it? Or you can say this guy did that weld? I mean, if you had two guys to choose from, you could say, oh yeah, this is his and this is his. But I mean, could be different guys. I don't know. Just, I mean.
The next is on all.
Okay, so you could look at this and say that Dale Warner welded that. What if somebody's a really good welder and I mean, that's like, it's not like he's the only guy who could have welded this, though. I mean, that's the only way they can really tell is if he's the only one who had access to this tank, but I mean, it sounds like there's 10 different guys who could have did this. Or at least 4 or 5. I mean, I don't know. We need better evidence than this.
The anhydrous tanks you've seen at the farm, have you ever seen another cover over the relief valves like the one on tank 34? Are those covers always factory or manufacturer installed? And the last is, have you ever noticed Dale and Dee argue? If so, did it ever turn physical? Is that accurate, Ms. Wyse, Ms. Chartier?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so with respect to the last question, we did decide that it was a question I received early on in the testimony and that it had been adequately covered. I think that's the only one of those that we had that issue with. All right, anything else we need to address on the record right now?
Here, I would just place on the record that we did have a witness who appeared today that was going to testify this afternoon, Jason Gravel, and we have sent him home and asked him to return Tuesday morning at 9 a.m.
All right. Anything else then?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's take 5 or 10 minutes. We'll come back and proceed with the next witness.
Thank you.
So you guys think you can look at a weld and pick who did it? Like a fingerprint? I mean, that's a stretch for me anyway. Let's see. Here we go. It's coming up. And they've got the audio. Oh, I have it off. Sorry. Hey, Dewey. Good morning, bro. What's up?
You may be seated.
Right, Meanie. But you think you could look at a weld and just tell who did it? I mean, you could probably rule people out, but is it? And if somebody's this aware of how easy that would be, could they not stage it so you'd think it's someone else and vice versa? I just don't. I mean, I don't know, because two people could weld exactly the same. No, I don't know.
Okay, people may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Jim Hawkins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins. Before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can sit in that chair right there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins.
Hello.
Could you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
James Edward Hawkins, JAMESEDWARDHAWKINS.
All right, thank you, sir. Do you work at the Munger property?
Yes, I do.
How long have you worked there? When did you start?
I started part-time in 2013 and went full-time in 2016.
Okay, and you've been full-time ever since?
Yes.
Okay, and on Monday, you go back to the farm to work?
I go back to work tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow, yeah, okay, great. And is there one building in particular that you work in?
Yes, I work in the building that's on the west side of the house.
Okay, do you see the map right behind you?
Yeah, that one right there.
Okay, and do you see a number on it?
Number 1.
Okay, and what do you call that building?
I call that top shop.
Okay, are there two parts to that building?
Yes, there's an upper and a lower.
Okay, so you have to go down a ramp to get from one
Yes.
to the other? Okay. Are you in charge of the anhydrous tanks?
I am in charge of getting them ready to use.
Okay,
That's servicing and stuff like that.
sure. Let me show you People's Exhibit 160.
Damn, Dewey. Yeah, you're a welder, right? Dewey's a welder, guys. Dewey, you welded for like 40 years, right? Oh, perfect timing, bro. Oh my goodness. Dudes, we got us a welding expert right here. Welding, you can suspect someone, but 100% no. Right. Like, I mean, 50 years, this guy. Yeah, obviously. And if it was that easy to tell, like, I mean, somebody could actually throw it. Like, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I that's not enough for me to say. Like you could definitely highly suspect someone. You could think, ooh, there's like say there's 3 guys there that are really good welders, and it's a really shit welding, and so you think, oh, that'd have to be the one guy who we know is a, kind of. But yeah, to tell for sure, like I don't like this so far. I don't like their evidence so far. Ooh, do you missed a bunch? I'll show you later. The timestamps are all off, and oh my goodness, let's just watch this guy. I'll explain after.
And ask you to look at the screen. Do you recognize those 2 white tanks?
Yeah, they're the mother tank and nurse tank.
Okay, and what do they have those for?
Those are to store the anhydrous.
Okay, do you have any idea how many gallons of anhydrous are in there?
The mother one, I believe, would probably be around 30,000 gallons.
Okay, and then the one to the right of the big one,
That's the nurse.
That's the nurse, okay. And if you are going to fill the anhydrous tanks that go out into the field, is this where you'd take them?
Yes.
And what would you do?
I'd take the tanks down there. I'd hook up the hoses to them. I'd open up the valves and fill them.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as Peoples 96. Is this the a type of anhydrous tank that would go out in the field?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to zoom up here. Do you see the red and yellow knobs?
Yes.
Could you tell us what those are for?
The red one is to fill the tank. The yellow one is the vapor to expel the gases when you're filling the tank.
Okay. And where do the gases go?
It goes into the mother and nurse tank.
Okay, so it's kind of like a circle?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe how you go about filling the tank?
You'd hook one of the hoses up to the red valve. And hook one up to the yellow valve.
Okay, right here. This is the red valve we're talking about?
Right, that's the fill valve.
Okay, and then right here's the yellow one?
one's the vapor valve.
Okay, is there a hose that hooks up to that too?
Yes.
Okay.
And you slowly, and you open up your anhydrous lines that go to it, and you slowly open up the valves until you get it until they're opened, and you turn the pump on and you fill them.
Okay, so the anhydrous lines are coming from the mother and the nurse tank?
Yes.
Okay, and then where do you open up the valve? Is that attached to the mother tank?
You got your 2 hoses that hook to that. You got 2 valves, 1 valve on each hose.
Okay.
And then you slowly open up the 2 valves on the tank.
Okay, and then you turn on the pump?
Then turn on the pump.
Okay, and then how do you know when it's enough?
You're looking at the gauge when you're filling, and when they hit 85%, you stop.
Okay, and probably can't see the gauge very well, but you're saying there is a gauge on the tank?
Yes.
Okay, do you actually see it in that photo?
I can't see it in that photo.
Yeah, me either. Okay.
Got to be between the yellow and the red valve.
Right, it would be in this this area right here, right?
Yeah, it'd be in between the 2 valves.
Yeah, okay. So that might be it right there, but in any case, so it gets to 85%, is that what you said? Or
Yes.
or is
85,
it
85%.
Okay. And how does that get measured? Like how does the gauge know that it's at 85?
It's got it senses the liquid coming up the tube on the bottom of the gauge.
Okay, so there's a tube that goes down from that gauge into the tank.
Yes.
All right. And does that tube have a name?
I don't know. This is
as far as you know.
Part of the gauge.
Okay. All right. Is one of those called the draw valve?
Yeah, the unload valve would be the one in the front, the red valve in the front underneath the.
So are you referring to this right here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That is the unload valve. That's where you hook it up to your equipment and you open the valve, and that's what puts the anhydrous in the ground.
Okay, so you're out in the field. You've got this hooked up to the farm implement that you're towing this with, right? Is that yes? Okay, and that's where the anhydrous comes out and gets onto the ground.
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 90. Oops. Yes, Exhibit 90. All right. So I want you to look at the very left edge of this picture. You see a white little stack coming off the back of the anhydrous tank?
Yes,
Okay, do you know what that is?
that is a cover going over what I call the pop-off valve.
Okay, and what is the pop-off valve
When
there
the
for?
tank gets overpressurized, it'll blow that off.
Okay, and if you're anywhere near the tank, are you going to be able to tell that that has popped off?
Yeah, you see vapor and sometimes the liquid flowing up, coming out.
Okay, and if that happens, is it dangerous?
Is it dangerous? Not really, unless you're on it. But if you smell it, then it's not too bad.
Okay, and so what would you do if that were to pop off? What would you do to fix it or to address the problem?
It all depends if the tank was empty or full.
Okay, if it's empty, what do you do?
I'd change the valve.
You
I'd
just
change the pop off.
Okay, and if it was full?
And then I'd have to offload the tank in order to fix it.
And how do you offload the tank?
You hook up the two lines to the fill and the vapor valve and you put it into another tank.
So you put it into just another field anhydrous tank?
That's empty.
Okay.
Yes.
And were the tanks always full or were they sometimes empty or how did that work? On the farm, I mean.
Usually if I'm working on them, they're usually empty.
Okay. Now, if one of these field anhydrous tanks had a hole in it in the tank itself, would that tank be any good?
No, because it'll be leaking all the anhydrous out.
Okay, because you're trying to put pressure into it, right? Because you got that gauge. Is that correct?
Yes,
And and then the hole would be doing what?
it'd be leaking anhydrous out.
Okay. And if you had a tank like that had a hole in it, what would you do with it?
I'd put it out of service.
Okay. So you wouldn't use it anymore?
No,
You wouldn't try to fix it?
I'd try to fix it. It depends where it was leaking at.
Okay, but let's just say there's a real small hole on the actual tank itself. Do you think you could be able to fix that and get it back in service?
Yeah, one of the guys that were there could probably weld it up.
Okay. Would you be the guy that would say this is out of service and it needs to be fixed? Is that your duties?
Yeah, if it had a hole in the tank, yes.
Okay. Or what if something else was wrong with it? Would that be something that you would?
No, it all depends what was wrong. More than likely, I'd end up fixing the tank if it was a valve or gauge or the pop off.
Okay. If something is wrong with the tank, do you put a tag on it that says it's out of service?
I haven't.
Okay, you've never done that? Okay.
I'm sorry, did he answer with a yes or no?
Oh, I thought he did.
No.
Thank you, Hunter. Have you ever cut the end off one of these
No.
field anhydrous tanks?
No.
Can you think of any good reason that you would do that?
Objection, speculation.
He's the person that is over these tanks and he knows what they do and how they work. I think he could answer whether it makes sense to cut the end off of one.
I would overrule that.
Thank you. Have you ever cut the end off of
No.
a tank? Would you ever do that?
No.
Okay. When the tanks were not at the Munger property, did you have a storage place for them?
Yes.
In where?
We had a barn on Carson Road that was a rental property that we stored them in, and in a place on Paragon that we stored them in.
And who was the person? Were you part of the crew that got them back and forth?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And were you the main person or was there other people that were working on this more than you?
On bringing them back and forth, it was usually Randy that did them.
Okay. Now in 2020 and 2021, so you had been there on part-time since 2013, full-time since 2016. I want to ask you about 2020 and 2021. How was the anhydrous business doing at that time?
It was slow.
Okay. So was there any pressure to get tanks that might be something wrong with them back into service? Do you understand what I'm asking?
No.
Did you need extra tanks at that
No.
time? Okay. Did you have enough, plenty to go around?
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you people's 100. So I'm looking at the back end of that tank. What is at the back end of that tank, right underneath the sign where it says Farmer's Antique? Can you see that?
Yeah, that angle bracket is on top.
Right. And do you know what would be underneath of that?
That would probably be to pop off if there was something under it.
Okay. So at the front, you have this. Okay. Do you know what that is just by looking at it?
That's a guard
Okay.
in case it rolls over.
And what would be underneath that guard?
That's where your valves are.
Right. Okay. So showing you people's 101. Are those the valves that you're talking about?
There'd be a red and 2 reds and a yellow.
Okay. How about that one right there? This is people's 104, by the way.
I haven't seen that.
You've never seen that?
No.
Okay. Have you ever, to your knowledge, ever seen a tank that you dealt with that had that type of angle over where the pop-off valve would be?
No, usually most of them were either open or they had the round cover on them.
Okay. Did you ever paint an anhydrous tank?
No.
If the pop-off valve came off and the tank was actively leaking or venting, would there be any reason to take it indoors to work on it as it's actively leaking?
No,
Why not?
because it would be an enclosed area and the vapors would probably end up being too bad, and you'd have the anhydrous leaking on the floor too.
Okay. Now, did your duties take you into the spray barn at all?
Yes,
What would you do in the spray barn?
I'd take the JCB down there and pick up all Dale's empty cans from spraying.
Okay. Is the JCB also known as a front end loader?
Yes,
Okay. During spraying season, how often would you go up there and get the empty bottles?
quite often.
Like more than once a week?
Once, twice a week.
Okay.
Depends how busy he was.
When you were up there in the spray barn, did you ever see the extra parts for the anhydrous tanks in the spray barn?
No,
Where were those kept?
they were kept either in an anhydrous barn or in the bottom of the top shop.
Okay. And those would be like extra valves, that kind of thing?
Extra valves, the seals, the gauges, the pop-offs, yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, having worked there, do people do welding in the spray barn?
No,
Okay. Do people do painting in the spray barn?
no,
Any supplies for either of those things in the spray barn?
no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins. My name is Marissa Vinsky. I represent Mr. Warner. I have some questions for you. So it seems like you were one of the tank guys. Is that accurate?
One
of the tank guys, like you primarily dealt with a lot of the tanks.
Yeah, I'm the one that got them ready to go for the year. I'm the one that filled them.
Where would the farm get these anhydrous ammonia tanks? So would they buy them used from people? Would they get them directly from the manufacturer, a mix of both?
I cannot answer that because I have never seen them buy one.
Okay, so you kind of just use the tanks that were on the property. Have you ever seen used tanks come onto the property?
Have I ever seen used tanks
Yes.
from other people that I filled?
Okay, so people would bring their tanks that were theirs onto the property. You would fill them. They would take
them off.
in your role as the mechanic, you interacted with Miss Warner as well as Mr. Warner, correct?
Correct.
When you were working with Miss Warner, is it accurate to say there were good days with her and bad days with her?
That would be correct.
Miss Warner, it's fair to say, would yell at you during those bad days. She would scream and yell.
Yes.
And when you worked with Mr. Warner in your role, was he pretty easy to get along with?
Yes.
On April 24th, 2021, so that's a Saturday, you worked on the farm until about 7 p.m. Is that
Correct.
accurate? Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I spoke over you. And you had actually spoken to Miss Warner at 6:30 p.m. that night,
Correct.
and everything seemed normal with her?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
I don't have to read right now. Okay, we do have a couple questions to review.
And they've muted. Let's see. It can't be much longer. Oh my gosh, there's like 6 minutes left of this video. So they're gonna have the powwow again. Dewey, this is the part where this guy sniffs her hair and this guy sniffs her hair, and she I don't know what she's doing. Man, I honestly I haven't seen much that makes me think this guy's so guilty in a way of where it's like, I don't know. Hey, Carol, you still here? Like, I'm. If there's gonna be more evidence, I'm sure, but those I can't get past those videos. That's, I mean, none of it's all garbage. So after the yes, crowd sniffing. Yes, Critter. What is up, guys? Thanks for being here. We're gonna finish. So after this, there's not much time left. They're gonna ask this guy probably one more question, if anything. Here we go. And there's a couple recaps. I'm gonna go over them.
We have two questions. My understanding that the parties agree on asking both of them. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hawkins, did you ever notice a fresh weld on tank 34?
No.
Would exposure to anhydrous cause a burn on skin?
Yes. The liquid would.
Oh, could you want to say that once more? I don't think
I said yes, but only the liquid.
Just want to follow up and show you this tank 34. Before you saw this picture, had you ever seen tank 34 before?
No.
Okay.
If you know, are there any other chemicals that would cause burns on the skin?
At the farm?
Yes.
No.
Nothing further on.
What? I mean, just gas. Hey, Dee Dee, what's up? You just getting up? I mean, what? There's a bazillion chemicals that are around just in this guy's garage. That I saw it on. Come on. There's nothing else that can burn your skin here? Come on. Varsol, there's like 10 other things on that guy's tool bench that would burn your skin. That's weird.
I
believe he can be released as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time, Ms. Hawkins. You are free to go. You're released from your subpoena, so you don't need to come back if you don't want to, or if you want to stay in the courtroom, you can do that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so it's my understanding that due to our witness availability issue, that was our last witness that we have for today. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's my understanding.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude for today. Monday, we are off so that we can address some other cases that continue to go on while we're doing this. So we won't be here on Monday. We will be back on Tuesday at 9 a.m. And during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about this case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet those standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow that instruction. So have a nice weekend, and we'll see you back on Tuesday.
All rise. The Honorable Shibuya is here. Get up, stand up. I think that's about it for this one. Oh, this guy's sideburns. Check out his ear. What's in his ear? His beard needs a trim.
Is there anything that needs to be addressed outside the presence of the jury at this point before we adjourn?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you then. We will see you on Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Wow. So, we could go back over this and I can complain. You guys, I'll do a quick one here. And I've got another 45 minutes to kill. So what I'll show you is also there's a, I'll bring them over here into this browser. I'll bring them over. Here it is here. Bring it over. If you guys would like, there is, so basically we've been watching the, like the whole trial days, right? So the beginning of the trial was like, 7 hours, right? The other one we watched was like 5, and 7 hours. Day 3, we were skipping through them. We just finished this one. So we, a lot of them have like hours, spaces and stuff. So, but they do have a recap here. This is a recap. So that's a recap of day 3. There's another recap here. Trial recap. I saw another trial recap. So, okay. So the first one was because the first few days, there was issues with them accidentally catching jurors on camera, and the judge got pissed. So there's a 15-minute recap here, and a 2-week recap here, which was streamed 13 days ago. So we should do this one first if you want. There's a 15-minute recap of day 3 and a 15-minute recap of the whole second week. So because days 1 and 2, the judge got pissed, and so I watched them on my show, right? So in the very first one, we found the opening statements, and day 1 and 2, but they weren't from this channel. They were from other channels because the judge told everyone because they caught jurors on camera. So he got pissed, and in that last video we just watched, the beginning of this one, he said on the beginning of day 4, probably day 5, because we're on day 6, we just finished. So the beginning of day 5, this one, the one before this we watched. Oh my goodness, my head is spinning. So they had the beginning of the one before this. He said he commanded all of days 1 and 2 video not be shown, like to destroy it, get rid of it, whatever. So because they caught jurors on video. So how about we do this? I think I'd like to go back and bitch and moan about this for 1 second. You guys could talk amongst yourselves. Let me know if you're into this. Here it is here. I want to just kind of show you what I was having troubles with. There was this guy here. His name was Ivan. I wrote it down here. Ivan something. I'll tell you in 1 sec. Ivan Boyd. He was the employee. And he was on this whole time. And there's all this bullshit with timestamps and videos. They're doing with loading. So maybe I should play.
I helped out with the truck.
So I'll mute it for a second while I'm. So this is Ivan Boyd. He's an employee, and they're going to show us a lot of videos and timestamps that are just really sus. Really sus. And I'll show you the ones I was talking about. We stopped and paused. So stuff like this is photos, right? This is evidence like photo, but when they're showing the cameras, he's got them up in the rafters and like they're, so, and you watch Mimi and I were going at this and Critter. Dewey came a little later, but you guys missed this. I'll show you. Man, so these are photos again of all their stuff. But watch, there's one, and this woman, the prosecutor's describing these timestamps, and the camera's timestamps are all wrong. Here's the one. No, it's not this one. I'll show you. And when you hear her say it, these timestamps are all off. He's got his cameras up in his roof. Now watch. It's like these timestamps, and they're like fucking. One of them says 2012, like 9 years before, and then they're here. This one here, September 20th, 2012, and she's talking about it like it's that same day, like he's walking out of this video, like say he's on this video, right? They show a timestamp, but then these timestamps are crazy. I'll show you in a sec. I got it muted, but when it comes back on, I'll show you. She's talking about it. The time that she's saying is nothing like the time that's here. It comes here. I'll put it on.
And what's this item at 249?
That is the first.
So she's saying 249, right? Like she's counting this. She's like following this guy around the farm on a certain day. Watch. And then when you get to that next one, the timestamp is like 9 years before. So it goes from like 2021. So again, up in the corner here is like their video. Don't worry about, so not the title of this video on YouTube. It's the title of their video behind it. You'll see it. That's not it. Like I'm talking about the timestamps in the video itself. Hey Shay, what's up? Did you miss anything? Hardly. You've got some homework to do, young lady. You guys got something to do today because this is really interesting. So basically, I'm just going over it. And Carol loves this. Mimi.
What is the versatile tractor?
Versatile tractor.
Right here. Right here. Look at that timestamp. So she's talking about a timestamp. And the next one, it says 21, like 9 something at night. And it's like daytime. And so this happened in 2021. Then it turns into, like, look at the date, September 20th, 2012. These timestamps are all off. Watch.
Tractor was primarily used to pull the corn planter on the farm.
Do you know who typically drove that planter?
That would be Dale.
So again, at 251.
So she said 251, like that guy drove from that last video to this one. And the last one showed you like a wholly different time. Here it is here. Says 7:19 is 7:37 p.m. And it's 2021, not 2012. And it's happening, I believe, in February, not September. How does this happen? Your videos, if your videos timestamps are off, they're garbage. Watch.
Do you know who typically drove that planter?
That would be Dale.
So again, at 251.
Shay, after this, we'll do the recap, but then I'll show you. We're going to do we're going to do a little recap after this. So you will, I'll show you, I'll explain to you after we do this. Let me bitch and moan about the timestamps, and then I'm going to do 2 little recaps. But before this, I will show you here. I'll do it now in case anyone leaves. So basically, this is my 3rd show on this case. The first one, we did day 1 opening statements. The defense and the prosecution opened with their opening statements. Then the defense had their opening statements, and then the judge got pissed and shut it down because they took a video of the jurors and posted it online or something, and he got pissed and demanded the rest of day 1 video be scrubbed or whatever. He got mad. So then we started day 2, part 1, with Zack Bach, who is basically the first witness. He is the son of the victim, Dee Warner, and he lived there on the farm with them. He's an adult son named Zack Bach. He's Dee Warner, victim, Dale Warner's wife, the one that was murdered. He's on trial for it. His I guess, stepson, her real son, lived with them. His name is Zack Bach. So then they talked to him. And then we started. So the first show has day 1 and day 2, part 1. Then the next show has day 2, part 2. And on here, I'll show you the whole, if you go into the timestamps, but you're going to just want to watch it all because there's no nonsense. Pure, my computer's frozen. No, my God. I just clicked it. Here it comes. I'll show you all the timestamps are here, but oh my goodness. My computer's been doing this all night. It's never doing this before. Firefox is, I don't know. I got like 10 browsers open on other screens, but so I'll give you the quick lowdown so you can today, if you really want to watch, if you just watch the first one, the second one, and then this one, you'll be caught up to day 6. So on this one, I'll pause it. Well, that's me in the video, so ignore that. So basically the timestamps, I'll just use it to show you who was. So then this, oh yeah, this is great. So this Deputy Austin guy comes up and he's got hours of like this video. Body cam video of this guy. Here it is here. Basically all body cam video. This guy is sitting there talking for hours, blabbing and blabbing. This is the Dale Warner on the farm, blabbing and blabbing about like as if they're his buddies. And then here's more. They're sitting around like, and then he's in a room blabbing. So Deputy Hall comes up and they do all that. Then this guy, Dustin Lolly, is Dee's daughter, Raquel's boyfriend, which is this guy. Dee will like him. Watch this guy. This guy is Dee. You got to check this guy out. Oh my God. Why isn't it showing me? Where are you, dude? It's like right here. It's after this guy. So here he comes here. No. Oh my God. It's going slow. Here it is. Dee, this guy's for you. Rugged. Just like Shibby. I have better hair. But other than that, basically looking at Shibby here. I'm taller than this guy too. And I'm younger. Or maybe a bit older. And maybe I have a bigger 5F. But either way, Dee, check this guy out. His name is, he's the second person that comes up on this day. So the first one is Zack Bach, the victim's son. Then Deputy Austin Hall comes up and there's like hours and hours of body cam video. And then day 3 starts. Deputy Hall comes back up and they do more body cam video and video from the interview room. And he sits there and blabbing to these cops. Then this is guy's Dustin Lolly, Dee's daughter, Raquel's boyfriend. He's the one who finds a tracker in Dee's Cadillac Escalade. And then Stacy Brody comes up, Dee's massage therapist, and she knows a lot of stuff. This one, where is she? This lady comes up, and that's Dee's massage therapist. I'll catch a better picture of her if I can. She has a lot of info. Oh my gosh. Close enough. You get the hint. So her name is Stacy Brody, Dee's massage therapist. Then Stephanie Volkel, Dee's employee of 5 years, comes up. this one. Okay, she knows a lot of stuff. Then Kyle Wagner, he's the IT guy for the Warner business, comes up, and it's this guy. So you got no nonsense. This is all trial. So if this guy comes up right here, where are you? I'll get a better picture of this guy. Kyle Wagner, he's the IT guy of the Warner Farm business. He's IT. Then Brian Bush, Dale Warner's ex-son-in-law. So Dale Warner's daughter's ex-husband comes up, and it's this guy right here. This guy comes up, Brian Bush, and then we do day 4 starts, and Michigan police phone analyst Georgia Ziegler comes up. She has a whole, and that's where I start showing people's photos of our animals. This is Mimi's kitty cat. So if you notice that, I started a new segment, Dee Dee. Yes, you're married. That's fine. That's fine. But I mean, just like Nicole's married too. Nicole's hubby asks me to keep you guys smiling while they're busy. So, I mean, that's what we're here for. I get it. You're married. So what? He wants you to be happy when he's not around. Well, that's why we're here. Let's do this. So this is KB's hamster. So if you see anything pop up, you'll see we were doing a new segment where I'm trying to show everyone's pets. So if you email me your pets, you'll see that. So, so Brian Bush. Then here's Georgia Ziegler comes up. So I'm doing a recap here, guys. Recap. Georgia Ziegler, Michigan police, phone analyst, cute lady. Here. She gets up, the little cute glasses and nice hair. That's Georgia Ziegler. Then Devin Newell, GM's senior manager, OnStar vehicle specialist. And he's doing like the OnStar for her vehicle, which is that, OnStar in D. Warner's vehicle. So he's got pages of info and stuff about the phone app and how it works, and really interesting. And then Madison Wolf, D. Warner's personal assistant and nanny, comes up. And boy, does she have a lot of info. She's like helping Dee with her, before she was murdered, she helped Dee with her passwords and all this stuff. Critter's puppy pops up. Kelly's other hamster, I believe, pops up. Oh my gosh. If you stay tuned, look at, we got Critter's puppy, Kelly's hamster, Nicole's puppies, and Mimi's kitty jumps in. Oh my God, guys. So if you see any animals jump up, I pop up whose they are, and that it's amazing. And then, then Peggy showed up. Look at Peggy shows up, and what happens is, boom, her huskies showed up. Peggy's huskies were there. Okay. So this action packed, guys. So that's what happens on day 4. So catch yourselves up, and there's no dead spots, and there's hardly any of Shibby shenanigans. Pure entertainment, Okay. So that's the second show. So I'll go back to this guy, Sweet Dude Shibby. So now we're on the 3rd show. So you have to, it's going slow again. Sorry. I clicked it. Now I'm waiting. I clicked it and I'm waiting. There it goes. For some reason, it's acting really weird tonight. It says Firefox. Now I'm waiting like it's 1990. And the computers, oh my goodness. Here's me trying to do a recap. I'm waiting. I'm clicking. Okay, so I clicked 5 seconds ago. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting. I'm not going to touch it. Because if I know I've clicked it. Here it goes. There it goes now. Oh my God. Still hasn't really loaded properly. It's not responding to my mouse. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to see. Look, saying wait. There we go. Finally. So You got to watch the first one if you want to catch up with this trial. The first one, the second one, and the third one is what we're doing now. So we do day 1, day 2, part 1, day 2, part 2, day 3, and day 4. We start this with day 5, and we just finished day 6. I got to update this title. This is day 5 and day 6. Okay, so we did 2 days here. So I will update this. And what's happened in day 6 basically is what I'm going over now. This cop, this guy's, who's he again? Shit. This was, I just had it. He is, all right. Ivan Boyd. He's the employee, and he's on this whole time talking about, yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him in this video. And you watch these timestamps. I mean, obviously this guy looks pretty guilty so far, but their evidence is garbage. These videos doing the whole Steve Mullins timestamps, taking screenshots, and I have a lot of questions, but these videos are not good evidence. So what you got to do is when I play it, listen to her. This is the prosecutor explaining the times, and watch how nothing lines up. Like the time you're seeing, not up in the corner where it's like how they named the video or the media player itself, but the actual timestamps in the videos. Man, some of them are out by 9 years. Watch.
Are we back by the scales?
Yes.
And then they're talking about how you can see things through this. I'll show you the ones that really drove me bonkers. It's one of these. Okay, here. She talks about it being 3 something in the afternoon. Oh, I should have went back. Sorry, I'm going to go back because this is going to drive you bonkers. Here we go. Listen to what she says and what's on the screen. So this will be the prosecution talking. The prosecution talking to.
We're looking at 3:12 p.m. Where am I at now?
You are in.
So you're looking at 3:12 p.m. Okay, and it says 8:32 a.m. and it says February 18th. Now we discovered that it's okay that the numbers change. And the letters, see, it's Thursday, THU, but the T and H is in white and the U is in black. It's only because if it's really light in the background, the system is changing it to dark so we can read it. So don't think anything of it. I got stuck on it, but it's actually a good thing because it's really bright in the back like that. If it stayed white, you wouldn't be able to see it. So it changes them to black. So don't worry about that. Just look at what they're actually saying. She's saying it's 3:15 in the afternoon. And it's 8:32 in the morning and stuff. So,
and the new shop, and you would be so this ramp here came out the east side of the barn. You're sitting about right here. Look.
oh, sorry, I was talking. So it's this one coming up. Okay, so here, these timestamps. Oh, so not this one. Watch, I'll show you. There's this one again. So again, it jumps to 8:04 p.m. September 20th, 2012, when this murder happened in 2021. So again, and I believe it was February, right? It's February, whatever. And these timestamps are all off.
On the side of this barn, right here, where that little line right there, that's where that cement is stopping in that photo there.
Okay, and is that a Kubota in the?
So then there's the next one is the worst. I'll show you. It's going to be right. This is drove me nuts. This one here. Okay, so for 8:30 p.m., it's pretty bright out, eh? In February.
But whatever pulled the pointer.
That would be Are you referring to the east end of the fertilizer barn here?
No, I'm talking about the piece of equipment, the red piece of
yes,
equipment.
yes. That is,
And the big one is like one of these, there's more timestamps. None of them make sense. This guy's got camera. So this one, you can kind of see that's him. But the other ones where I'll show you this one right here. Watch. Oh, here it is here. Okay, perfect. So I'll go back a little bit and I'll pause it. Okay, so she talks about this guy driving here and then going into there. Watch the timestamp on that. The next one where he was in that. You don't see his face. It's just some. Here's one here. Like, okay, is it him? I mean, got a what? I mean, I don't know. Okay, but these timestamps again. So now we're February 13th, 2021. Watch. When she explains the time, I mean, this is wild. Wild.
in that front section there on a welder, there's a little flip down. It's kind of like a book. Shows you the different thicknesses, where to set the welder for different materials, thicknesses, so that you can properly weld.
I'll speed it
What's
up
that
a bit.
red item?
Okay, so she's saying 4:53, and this one has no timestamps at all. And it's not like this guy, because basically they're in the courtroom with holding the camera, looking at a TV screen. But I mean, it's pretty much the top. We should have timestamps.
The one against the wall there is a welder.
Okay. 450.
She was about to say 450 something. And I mean, to me, that says 1256. So he's going to walk by here, right? And you're going to probably see his face, but there's a few of these where it could be anyone walking by. All they do is like they pause it here. Let's see.
5. Again, where am I at? Just remind me.
Okay, so she says a different time, but at least we see him. And I mean, I don't know. Get like that, probably him. But there's a few where they don't show him when he's clearly about to walk through the picture, but they seem to stop it with his head chopped off and do like the Steve Mullins screenshots and say he's carrying a grinder in a couple of them, and I'll show you. He's carrying an angle grinder, fine, but then they show you just a screenshot. They don't show you him, but this one they do. But then the times are off.
You're sitting above the walk door in the front of the shop here, and it appears as though Mr. Warner's walking out the front overhead door.
Okay. And if I didn't already say it.
So basically, they paused it. I'm not. They paused the video, and he's talking about it.
It's 4:56 p.m. at that time.
And now she's saying 4:56 p.m., but it says 12:56.
4:56 and 30 seconds approximately.
Now, for some reason, this camera doesn't have a timestamp up here. I mean, this is a camera up in the rafters. All these cameras, I think, should have a timestamp. And this one's like 4.3 ratio. All this video is garbage to me. So this one, I mean, is it him? I mean, the guy has the same watch, there's a gray shirt. But I mean, if it is the guy, he could have 20 of these shirts, or this hat, he would look like this probably every day. The exact same he would look for probably 3 years in a row until he lost or the hat got ripped and, Probably got 30 of these gray shirts. I mean, he wears that watch every day, probably. Like, I mean, there's nothing in here that says, and then she's describing a completely different times.
4:56 and 44 seconds. Again, did you watch this a couple of times?
Yes.
And were you able to identify the item in Mr. Warner's hand? Or not in the video?
What's that?
Or not in the video? It's okay if you can't identify it in the video.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so here we go. We're back to September 20th, 2012. Now this is the one. So 21:51. That's 9:51. It's almost 10 p.m. at night, and it's the middle of the day, and it's fucking 2012 to 2021. That's 9 years, 9.5 years on this timestamp. I don't get it.
.504.
So she says 5:04 p.m. and yet the timestamps have traveled back 9 years. So he's come out of that room. This is him, like they're following him. This is all one kind of. He came out, grabbed a room, jumped in this Kubota thingy, and then boom. It's now 5:04. Like she's describing it, but these timestamps are wild.
What's that vehicle?
That is Dale's Kubota.
Okay. 5:05. Remind me where I'm at.
Okay, so no timestamps on this one. It's the video security up in the Raptors. I see a guy. I mean, is it him? Is it Bridge guy? I mean, at least they're showing him here a bit, you know.
You were in the back of the shop in the parts room, about right here, and you just walked in that door, right here.
You recognize that person?
Yes,
Okay, who's that?
it is Dale.
Okay, now the guy that went by, like, this guy feels like he's got his head down. Is this him? The other guy was walking with I don't know. Look at the way this guy, like, it's very suspicious. Is this the same guy? Watch. It's almost like he intentionally got his head down. So I'm going to show you that part where the guy walks in. I mean, it obviously looks like him because it shows the side part of his face.
About right here, and you just walked in that.
Like the next one, when he comes in that room and walks and kind of puts his hand up like he's pissed, he's lost something. Watch. Right here. You see that? That guy's kind of hunched over. He looks a little portly, shirt's back, you know. Is it him that comes walking back here? Watch. He seems to be walking totally different than this guy. I could be wrong. I'm not saying it's not him. There's so many questions. Watch. So this guy, and this guy comes, it's like they're looking down weirdly.
You recognize that person?
Yes,
Okay, who's that?
it is Dale.
5:06.
Like I felt this guy was walking differently. Almost like it's somebody else, almost like they've got like a wig on, or I don't know, it just feels weird. Something feels weird here.
Is that again Dale?
Yes.
And it appears to me he's walking down the ramp. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were you able to identify the items in his hand?
It appears as though he's carrying the welding mask and the gloves.
Okay, 507.
So this drives me bonkers because what you're looking at here is they've got it zoomed in like this, and you're supposed to be seeing him behind this tree area.
606. See a little bit of movement in there. Okay. Okay, 608. JCB again.
So we're following him around. Again, this one doesn't have timestamps. Fine. So it's 6:08 p.m. now.
Yes.
610. Did you see which direction the JCB was going?
True, Dewey. Very good point. Again, guys, so I'm not, hey, Luna, what's up? You back? Sorry, I missed you. Again, I'm just kind of going over this with you, okay? So if I say anything wrong or, I'll probably change my mind in a few minutes. Anything, guys, spit it out because we're kind of free balling here. And I'm just kind of bouncing off you guys to come up with more questions. If you don't, let me know. Because, yeah, great point, Dewey. He knows where all the cameras are. But also, if you know where all the cameras are, why aren't you just getting rid of all this footage or shutting them down or turning them off or fucking putting a lens cap on? I don't know. This is wild. You do all this on camera. Get rid of the footage. You had so much time. Could have deleted it. No? I don't know.
It appears to be going towards the spray barn.
Okay, 626. Who's this?
That is my pickup.
Okay. So at some point on the 25th, did you leave the farm?
Yes.
And for what?
I replaced the radiator hoses and I drove to the gas station on the corner to make sure that I didn't have any leaks and to get it warm.
Okay. So is this when you're arriving back to the property?
Yes.
Now, she said the 25th, right? 25th.
And it looks like you are driving now towards the spray barn.
I did.
Okay. And then at 6:37, it appears that you're leaving. Do you remember seeing Dale at the spray barn that day?
I do not.
Okay, there's 6:39, the JCB again. JCB, could you tell what direction that it was heading at 6:40 p.m.?
It appears as though it's headed towards the spray barn.
All right, at 6:41. Were you able to, after watching that, determine what that was that went by?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was the JCB.
Okay, and
Okay, you can tell that was the JCB. Oh, okay, sure.
did you recognize anything in the bucket?
Yes.
How?
By the shape and the color.
Okay, and what did you recognize?
A welder.
Okay, and describe what you meant by the shape and color.
So most of our bottles were yellow. At least the ones we used for welding, that was the color for that particular shielding gas. And all of our MIG welding.
So I'm going to let it play, but here it's coming up the part that everyone watch this one, if you can see it in the blow up when he's doing the timestamps in this one, again, they're all off and we don't see this guy in here. So it's coming right up. The next one, I'll let it play through, then I'll go back.
Welders were blue Millers.
Okay, 6:43. Where am I at?
You are in the new shop.
So 6:43 p.m. And she was talking about the 25th, and now it's the 18th, and it's 12:03. It's lunchtime. And I mean, we see a guy here. What evidence is this? What? This is a still shot, a screenshot. And the fuck, it says March 18th. 12:03 p.m. She just said it was 6 p.m. or something like that.
Looking out of the same camera that we watched the Versatile leave earlier, about right here, and you are looking towards the east.
Okay. And right about in the middle of that footage, do you see the blue and yellow item that you were referring to?
Yes,
Okay, and what is that?
that is a welder.
Now, I don't know. There seems to be a line down the middle here for some reason. Do we see him on the other side of this line? Oh my God. I gotta check one more time. So this is at 1:44:15. I can get back just a second or two. 1:44:15. Okay, this will be good. See how he's not on the other side of that line? This is sus. 1:44:02. Where's this start? Sorry. It's loading. Oh my God. The fuck. Sorry, guys. Whew. It's never like this, but I've been kind of jumping around, but it never takes us. So, oh my God. Start. Go. Fuck. Oh, did I hit play? I don't even know.
Do you see the blue and yellow item that you were referring to?
I've got to go back a little farther. So 144. Why is there a big line up the middle? Feels weird. Here we go. So basically just starting now. She says a different time, and there's a big line down the middle. He's not on this side of it. It's almost like, could it be like a split screen? It feels weird.
Where am I at?
You are in the new shop, looking out of the same camera that we watched the Versatile leave earlier, about right here, and you are looking towards the east.
Okay. And right about in the middle of that footage, do you see the blue and yellow item that you were referring to?
Yes,
Okay, and what is that?
that is a welder.
I need to figure out how to switch back to the footage. Do you see the blue and yellow item that you were referring to?
Yes,
Okay, and what is that?
that is a welder.
I need to figure out how to switch back to the photographs.
Just doesn't feel right. All these, I mean, again, if this guy's guilty, fine. But so they got police cam video. There's just the timestamps, right? So how about this? I stopped complaining. Oh, here's one more. Oh, here it is here, the grinder. Okay, we've got to do the grinder. Oh my God. Check this out. Now, watch.
People's Exhibit 38.
So basically they're going to show him. It's going to be a Mullins screenshot of the video, but they have his head chopped off and he's about to walk through the video, but they don't show it. They just show him holding an angle grinder. It's weird.
First off, we only see a half of a body. Do you recognize?
Okay, so we only see half of a body. Now, the video, they've got it zoomed in to have the top corner, right? But, I mean, this person, if they were to walk, they would walk here. They would have to, right? Can't walk any closer. Like, their face would be in this. There's an angle grinder, and here's the timestamp in the video, 12:52, 52 seconds probably, something. So up here is the player, the media player in their time and what they've named the files. So I wouldn't really worry about that as much. Mimi has been busting my chops about that. But in the video is a timestamp, an angle grinder, and he's holding a disc in his hand. Yet they've got his head chopped off, and they don't show him. It's a screenshot. They don't show him. Why? Show me the rest of this.
That person?
It appears to be Dale.
Okay, and that was based on also watching the surveillance footage?
Yes.
All right, and what?
Oh, so it's Dale. You base it on watching the surveillance footage. Show us. What?
Does it appear he's carrying?
He has grinding discs and a corded grinder.
Oops, I was muted. I'll say that again. Here's exactly what I just said. Okay, so we see the grinder, we see the discs. Show me the next screenshots. I don't care if I see the grinder ever again. Show me the next screenshot. The next screenshot is basically what I just said, but they don't. What?
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 43. We saw it.
Okay, so here, I mean, this guy's looking right down. Sure, if he knows his cameras are there. But I mean, if he's so aware about these cameras, why wouldn't he just delete all the video? I don't know. Who is this? Could be him, I guess.
In the video, the surveillance footage, this is going to be approximately 1:15 p.m.
What? How do I know it's 1:15 p.m.? She says it. It's daylight, right?
Did you see the item that was taken from that surveillance?
From the back wall there?
Yes.
That would be a chain.
Okay.
Oh, critter, don't worry about it. That's perfect. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, side hustle going on in this chemicals, and yeah, Mimi and them, we're all talking about like these could be chemicals used for drugs and cartel. I mean, I don't know. Don't worry about saying anything wrong. Throw it out there. Thank you for being here. Suggesting Nicole's back. Look at this. Dee Dee's here too. I gotta do better. Reading chat. Thanks, guys. I'm just kind of blowing over this. And what I should do is, so I'll stop complaining about this afterwards. But all these videos, I'm going to go through them again. These are all super sus to me. They're all garbage. All garbage. I mean, is this him? Could be, I guess.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 44. This is
Now, again, take note of the time. We're on a different day. Well, it's 3:18 again, but 8:32 a.m. 8:32:21 can only be if military time is, and if it was PM, there would be a PM here. Since there's no PM, this is 24-hour time. It's 8:32 a.m. on here. Fucking bright as shit. So again, don't worry about, like, when it's bright in the background, the letters in the program change to black. And I get it. It's a great feature. Thursday, THU, the U is black because it's bright in the background. If it was white, you wouldn't see it. But take note what time she says it is and what time is on the stamp. It's fucking, she says it's like 3 or 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It's 8:32. Either way, it's wrong.
3:12 p.m.
Fuck, lady. That's not 3:12 p.m. Let me tell you, 3s don't look like this. 12s don't look like this.
And this is the new shot, correct?
Yes.
All right, and I'm just gonna zoom in here to, you see this big green
Toolbox. yes.
toolbox? Okay, what is directly to the left of that?
That would be a welder.
And is that because, what do you recognize in there?
So you can see the stinger or the lead that's on the front of it. You can see the color and the shielding gas bottle on the back of it.
I think he's talking about this here. Because before there was one in front of this green toolbox. I'm going to rip through this. I got to tear this apart. So what we should do is I should stop bitching. We're going to do a whole show on this one day. This is fucked up. I want to nail this guy, but not with bullshit evidence again. Okay. So I'm not saying he's anything. I'm not defending this guy, but these fucking prosecution and their timestamps is garbage. Throw this out. So there's a couple recaps. I'm just going to play them. All right, here. Well, let me bitch and moan a couple more, and then I'll play the recaps.
I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 50 that I asked you in the surveillance footage if you recognize that item. Here's a still image of that.
Okay, last one. Okay, great. So here, this is the file. Ignore these little numbers up here, these tiny little ones that Mimi was yelling at me about. This would be the media player, like the files name, you know, but the timestamp. Okay. So we see 21. I'm guessing 2021. Saturday now. It was Thursday, right? Now we're on Saturday. Fuck. Come on, guys. Didn't we just look at, like, he was walking from a video that said Thursday, and the time was nothing. It said 8 something. Now let's listen to what time she says. And they don't show this guy. I mean, he's about to walk through here, right? What we see is now it's in his other hand, in his left hand. There's a phone. I mean, this isn't okay.
First, do you recognize the bottom half of that body?
Yes.
And who is that?
Do you recognize the bottom half of that body when he's about to walk through? Give us the top half. But they don't. Why would they just screenshot this video here at this point and not take the next 10 screenshots or show us the rest of this video in this fucking time?
As Dale.
Okay. Now can you tell what that item is in his hand?
It appears that he has grinding or cutting discs of some kind in his hand.
Like what? What? How is that what? Why would they just do that? I'm not okay with this. I mean, like, if they took a screenshot of just that, okay, fine. I saw the disc. Are they implying he went back to get more discs to finish cutting the whatever? He's about to walk in the frame. Show me that. I don't care. Screenshot the next 10 frames. They're not. Why? Why?
I'm going to
And the fucking defense didn't say anything.
take you back to exhibit. I'm going to take you to exhibit 56. Again, this is the new shop. 643.
Everyone take note. Now we're back on Thursday. So he's just walked by the other camera on Saturday. And it's 6:43 now. 12. The fuck? At least we see him on the other side of this line. Oh, it might be a line. What is this curved line? It might be something hanging from the roof. Like a cord or a hose. Oh my God. Can't take it. Now this thing's back here in front now though. it was gone, the last one. Yet it was there. Has he even touched it? It's back now. What is going on? The welder's here now. It was here, then it wasn't. Now it's here, and there was something here. So it's 6:43 p.m. apparently, guys. So he teleported from Saturday back to Thursday.
3 p.m. on the 25th. I'm gonna zoom.
Oh, it's the 25th, guys. 25th, 6 p.m. Fucking.
Zoom into the green toolbox. I'm calling that a toolbox. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. And the item that you described as a welder that was sitting to the left of the toolbox, is that item there any longer?
It is not next to the toolbox. It's sitting in front of the toolbox, and you're viewing the side of it instead of the front of it.
All right. And is that the item that you identified as being in the
Yes.
front of the JCB? Okay. And we see the back of somebody walking away. Do you
Yes.
recognize that person?
It appears to be Dale.
Appears to be. Where's the DeLorean? Right. We just saw it. I mean, if these timestamps are, yeah, he could be carrying a grinder. He could be carrying 3 different grinders in different years. Back to the Future is right. Get the DeLorean out. He could be grinding the DeLorean up. I don't know. I mean, again, I want to, if this guy's guilty, let's get him. But these timestamps, I can't take it. So.
During the course of your employment for the Warners, did Dale ever?
And also, this guy's going to do some handwriting analysis. Oh my God. Oh my God. I got to show you that. He does handwriting analysis, and we don't even get to see it. And Critter and I are a little questionable, but Mimi, are you still here, Mimi? Mimi yelled at me. The jury's going to get to see it. And I'm like, I hope they do, because they didn't show us jack shit. Watch, he's going to do handwriting analysis. Oh my God. This fucking guy's shirt. Critter loves his shirt. I hate it. Just kidding. Here, watch. I'll skip through this. He's going to do some handwriting analysis, and it's nuts. He just says, yeah, like he doesn't say, oh, okay, look at how he does his A's or his B, you know. He just says, yeah, that's his handwriting. And he's all of a sudden an expert. Watch. Here, I think it's here when he's looking at it. Oh, no, we must have missed it. He did his handwriting analysis. Yeah, I'll have to find it another day, but it's amazing. I mean, they really didn't, this guy was on all day, and I don't think they proved at all very much. Yeah, here it is here. Yeah, watch. Here's the handwriting.
Those exhibits 191, 192, and 193, and have you look at them.
Okay, so he's an employee. He's an employee of the farm. Okay. Let me just double check. This guy is Ivan Boyd. He's a Warner Farm employee. Now, Temu fashion model and handwriting expert.
I'm going to stop you real quick, Mr. Boyd. 191
Just that one.
is, have you had the opportunity to look at that before?
Yes.
Okay, describe the front page for me. What is that?
Notebooks.
Okay, and what type of notebook? What color is it?
The top one is black.
All right, and then when you flip through the pages, do the contents have handwriting in them?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with that handwriting?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
It appears to be Dale's.
Okay. 192. Can you tell me what?
It appears to be Dale's, guys. The handwriting he just looked at appears to be Dale's. Now, Mimi's assured me that the jury's going to get to look at all this, and I really hope they do. Because, I mean, how hard would it be there's a fucking TV up there? Nicole Watt is here. She takes photos of notes and shows me her beautiful handwriting. and all those spelling mistakes all the time. I'm just kidding. She takes a photo, show me, take a photo, put it side by side, show me one after the next. I don't care. Like, look at how he does this squiggly A every time. Look at Dale just wrote this today. Now look at, he wrote, yeah, it's his writing. He's he's an employee who's looked at it and just said, yeah, it looks the same. I mean, what?
The front page of that item is?
Exactly. A wild and crazy guy. That's a Steve Martin. A wild and crazy guy.
It's a black notebook.
Okay. A different black notebook than the first one?
It appears, yes. Yes, it appears to be a different black notebook.
All right. And can you kind of flip through the pages on that one? And you've looked at that before?
Yes.
And do you recognize that handwriting?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
It's Dale's.
I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 190.
Okay. It's Dale's handwriting. The fucking 5-year employee handwriting analyst who may have a grudge against this guy. Who knows? What makes you think it's his handwriting? Is it the way he dots his I's or crosses his T? I don't know. Explain. Or just blow over it, and we'll have to take your word for it. Mimi and I are going to drive. Dewey and Miranda are in Michigan, so Mimi and Critter and we're going to send Dewey and Miranda there to look at this. Get in there. Question. I want to see the handwriting. Show me.
83. And what's the front of that look like?
It's a notebook.
Okay. Color?
Pink.
Okay. Can I have you flip through that?
Okay, flip through it, young man.
And you looked at that previously?
Yes.
And do you recognize the writing?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
It appears to be Dale's.
Oh my God, we got him. The third, he's confirmed 3 times that some handwriting appears to be Dale's. We got him. So I'm going to move on. But again, wow. The defense doesn't say anything. Those timestamps, nothing. This is wild. They just blew over it. Defense didn't rebut any of this. Holy fuck. Those timestamps alone, I'd be freaking out. I gotta move on. So how about this, guys? I got some energy. How about we just watch? I won't complain anymore. You want to just watch the little recaps? If anyone's still here. What we got here? 130 people. Let's watch the recaps. So the first recap, so day 1 and 2 are hard to find because the judge freaked out because they videotaped the jurors. But the day 3 recap and the week 2 recap is here. So we've watched all the way up to here, so we might as well watch these 2 recaps. And then the next show, I'll start with day, the end, rest of day 6 or whatever, and then day 7 and day 8, and we're almost caught up. So I gotta stop stalling. Let's catch the recaps if you want. And for those of you that haven't been with me all night, the unfaithful, less diehard fans, unlike Critter, Dewey, Luna's been around. You guys got to go and watch. I'm waiting for this to load for some reason. Oh, it is running. It's black screen. Here, I'll go. You've got to watch part 1 and 2 because we're done here. You got to, by the end of this, if you've missed these, you must, because tonight I'm coming back and I'm going to move on without you. So you better go and get caught up. I'm telling you. You got some recap. It's black screen. The hell? So this is a recap. And from February 17th, streamed live on, oh my God. So it's going to be day 3 recap. I think. Oh my God, some recap. Here it is here. So here it is here. It's going to start day 3 recap. So
we are now into day 3 of the Dale Warner murder trial in Lenawee County, now in the books. Thank you so much for joining us here live on WTOL 11 Plus. I'm Jeff Smith.
And I'm Kaylee Marintet. This has been a case our team has been following since the very beginning. Tonight on WTOL 11 Plus, we're breaking down what happened inside the Lenawee County courtroom as the trial enters its 2nd week following an extended break for President's Day.
And the prosecution today focusing on the early stages of the investigation, including body cam footage and interviews from the first time Dee Warner disappeared.
Melissa Andrews was in Adrian today and has the full recap you need to know.
Testimony in the Dale Warner murder trial continued today, with several witnesses describing rising tensions in the months before Dee's disappearance in April of 2021. Multiple witnesses painted a picture of a strained relationship between Dale and Dee Warner. Deputy Austin Hall testified about interviews with Dale in the days after Dee vanished. Dale told investigators the couple argued on April 24th, but rated it a 5 out of 10, saying, "We've had a lot worse fights." He said Dee developed a migraine and eventually went to sleep. At one point, investigators told Dale he was a, quote, huge potential suspect. Hall testified that Dale had no visible scratches or marks on his arms. Dale later told deputies they could search, quote, anywhere but here, referring to the spray barn. Dustin Holly, who is dating Dee's daughter, testified that Dee seemed more relaxed when Dale wasn't around and said Dale made degrading comments about her. Lolly also told jurors Dee discovered a tracking device in her Hummer in 2020 and was very angry. The day she was reported missing, Lolly said Dale discouraged calling police, saying, "I wouldn't get ahead of yourself," to her children. Dee's massage therapist also testified she saw bruises on Dee, including marks that looked like handprints. The Wednesday before she disappeared, she said Dee was crying and told her she was done with her marriage. A close friend and employee described repeated arguments, recalling Dale pointing at Dee, saying, "You out here now." She testified Dee was planning to seek a divorce. The prosecution also presented testimony that Dale asked others to purchase a tracking device, monitor it dozens of times a week, and keep it secret after it was found. Testimony continues here in Lenawee County tomorrow morning at 10:30. Reporting in Adrian, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
Mel, thank you. Great job throughout the course of this. Only 3 days in. We want to play some of those moments from court for you to hear now. The first one that really caught our attention was the focus on technology today.
It's something Mel just mentioned, that multiple people testified that Dee discovered a tracking device on her Hummer in July of 2020. That's almost a year before she went missing.
And a man who worked on IT for their businesses said that the day after Dee disappeared, Dale contacted him to change the passwords to keep Dee, her son, and her nephew from accessing the company's cameras and to add the cameras to Dale's phone. Listen.
On Sunday, April 25th, 2021, Mr. Warner would not have been able to get into the camera system on his phone. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, correct.
And then you said he also wanted the passwords changed?
Yes.
And these were passwords for all of the businesses?
Correct.
And Mr. Warner is an owner of the businesses?
Correct.
He had the right to not only change the passwords, but determine who had access to them.
Correct.
About any of the photographs or any.
Now, Dee's daughter's boyfriend, I should say, also testified that Dee found the tracking device in her car. Listen to this.
I pushed it in the
device came apart in 2 halves, and there was an SD card inside of it. I removed the SD card, put the 2 plastic halves back together, and I handed both the SD card and the device back to Dee.
Okay. And did you see it from that point what she did with it?
Yes, she put the SD card back in her pocket, or she put it in her pocket, and then she turned around to head back to the garage with the device.
To get updates on the trial sent right to your phone, you can text the word trial to the number you see on your screen. That's 419-248-1100. We'll then send you links to our stories with the case history and trial updates as soon as we get them. Something interesting that piqued my interest with this tracking device on the Hummer is 2 things. Number one, it said the purchase date of that was January 9th, 2020. This was found in July of 2020. So that could have been 6 months that this tracking device was on Dee's car. Number 2 is that it was not an Apple tracking device, which usually if you've ever had an AirTag moving with you, it'll alert you. So I wonder if that's something that was thought about beforehand, not getting something that was trackable or would have picked up on her phone that she was being followed.
We were talking in the newsroom and we were saying that we've had a lot of high profile cases that we've tracked over the last, just dating myself, 30 years here in the market. But I don't remember one specifically really honing in on technology like this one is. And it may just be a case that we're in that day and age now where this is factoring in for these jurors to consider the fact that, yes, you've got passwords, the mention of passwords being changed, or even the tracking devices that you were talking about, things that 10, 20 years ago didn't even exist.
I think also what makes that a good point too is that this is a possible domestic case where I think we're in the James Worley case, these weren't as much as a relationship that he had with those women. So I think, yeah, this just feels so much more personal. The surveillance, the passcodes, all of that just ties into, I think what the prosecution is trying to show is that Dale was keeping an eye on her and tracking her.
Yeah. I had an attorney earlier today leaving me a message on the phone and saying they believe that the defense has an uphill battle. I don't know if I see it that way because it feels like the prosecution in this case has so much to prove of this circumstantial evidence, right?
I mean, you're right. Yeah, the defense, I mean, I'm not an attorney, but a defense could say he thought she was having an affair and he wanted to see where she was. I mean, people hire private investigators to see if their spouse is having an affair. So I think that's maybe one of the arguments the defense could make is that he was just curious about where she was. You know, he said that in this case that she was at a Walmart for 3 or 4 hours and, you know, he had said that he thought she was having an affair there. So, I mean, yeah, I think I agree with you on that with the defense.
And we go back to what Gary, we had former judge, Lucas County judge, Lucas County prosecutor, former Lucas County Commissioner Gary Byers in here in the studio with us last week. And he was talking about laying out. That's what these days, these first few days are all about, is just kind of laying the table, setting the table for the jurors to understand here's what is coming. And the fact that some technology was introduced today could mean that more is coming.
Before we move on from this, like basically the tracking device was something you plug into your OBD2 port, which is the diagnostics port for your car, which is down by your knees, usually down by your knees under the steering wheel. There's a port, and it was just this tracking thing plugged into there. And it's like you could see it. I mean, if somebody's trying to track you, they wouldn't, I don't know. Why would they? You got phones you can use, AirTags, you can pop them open and take the speaker out so they don't alert people. I don't know. This guy, Dale, is not this dumb, I don't think. I don't know. They should bust him, but if you're and the Cadillac has OnStar, why would you put a tracker in a Cadillac Escalade? And then leave it right there. Like you could put it, you could hotwire it in to the quarter panel and nobody would even know it's there. So to put it in the OBD2 port so this woman can just find it. I mean, somebody murdered her for sure. This Dale guy, I mean, I wanted to think, I don't know. I don't know. It'd be easy to put a tracker in a car that people can't find. This guy, again, he's not a dumb guy. He's got a $1 bazillion business and all these tools and resources. I don't know. It's not looking. I don't think the prosecution's doing a good job here.
Coming, and they could lay out even more for these jurors to consider.
I think we have a long way to go for this trial.
Yeah, the courtroom will be packed. We can guarantee that. Once again tomorrow morning when the trial picks back up at 10:30, we are told that it will be another day of witness testimony. The prosecution is expected to call more witnesses, but it's not clear exactly who will be called at this point. Keep in mind, this trial is expected to last several weeks, and the state is still in the early phases of laying out its timeline and evidence, as we mentioned there, with the technology and introducing that.
You can watch the entire trial live right here on WTOL 11 Plus starting tomorrow morning at 9 and all the way until the court is adjourned for the day. Plus, we will be back again Friday night at 6:35 with the must-see moments from trial as the second week wraps up. And what you can expect as we head into week 3 we will also be former Lucas County Judge and Prosecuting Attorney Gary Byers, as Jeff just mentioned, to bring you an in-depth legal analysis. It's all this Friday after the news at 6.
Yeah, Gary said he was going to come back it will be a week removed from when he was here last time to see how everything unfolds, develops from week to week. Until then, you can stream. We want to remind you can stream Hidden in Plain Sight, the disappearance and discovery of Dee Warner, anytime on WTOL 11 Plus. 11 Investigates sat down with Dee's family and broke down the entire investigation. It is part of a special 30-minute presentation you don't want to miss.
It'll help you out too if you need a refresher on some of this. Again, this is almost 5 years now we've been talking about this case. Well, that'll do it for us tonight. Make sure to follow us on our social media platforms. You can download our free WTOL 11 News app on your phone to get breaking news updates and alerts on this trial sent straight to you.
And for Kaylee, Mayer, and Ted, I'm Jeff Smith. Thanks for joining us here on WTOL 11 Plus. We'll have a good night.
And we're back. So that was a recap of day 3. Let's just watch the other recap real quickly, and then I'll shut her down. You guys down? Cuteness, yes. Next time I'll update it when you're watching through. I drop in the chat which animals are which. Those are all viewers' animals and my own. And if you watch the replays, you'll get to see it. And next time, every night, like a new program, I put my email in, and if you send me any photos when it's slow, we're putting the photos up on the screen, and it's not inappropriate times. I don't want to, make light of cases and that, but I will. My new regular segment will be viewers' photos. Now let's just do the next recap. Which one did we just do? We just did this one. We did the day 3 recap. Let me just look at it. There it is here. We just did this one. Now we'll do the next recap. And then tonight we'll come back and mosey on and try to catch up to the real trial. So we won't do this recap before watching day 7. So let's just do, because we've watched all the ones up to here. So let's do a recap of week 2. And then you guys have your homework. Get your butts. If you haven't seen the first one, opening statements, Zack Bach, Dee's son on the stand. Oh my God, it's all timestamp. Day 5 and 6 is here. You gotta catch up, because we're gonna move on without you. Next show, we're gonna do day 7. Screw you guys. So you got today. It's your own. Catch up. 1, 2, 3. 3 hours, 9 hours and 48 minutes. And I'm not even sure what this one is. Well, we're at 9 hours and 30 minutes. So if you start watching now in 2 times speed, you could be done by tomorrow afternoon. Let's go. Here's week 2 recap. Oh, they did it again. I was waiting. Black screen. Oh. Ooh, I'll mute it just for now, so I can talk you through this. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Here it comes here. So this is about 12 minutes, and then we'll be able to say our goodbyes, and I'll be done for the day. Let's watch this. Comment, like, subscribe, share. Oh boy, let's do it.
Court is now adjourned in Lenawee County as the second week of the Dale Warner murder trial comes to an end, but there is still much more ahead. Thank you so much for joining us here on WTOL 11 Plus. I'm Jeff Smith.
And I'm Kaylee Marintet. This is a case our team has been following since Dale's wife, Dee, first went missing nearly 5 years ago. Tonight on WTOL 11 Plus, we're taking you inside the courtroom after what's been a jam-packed week of testimonies and uncovering many details for the very first time.
Yeah, plus in just a little bit, we're going to be joined by former Lucas County Judge and prosecuting attorney Gary Byers to give you more in-depth legal analysis and perspective as to where this trial stands right now.
But first, through just 4 days of trial this week, jurors heard from law enforcement, technology experts, friends, families, and today, farm employees about the state of Dale and Dee's marriage and the investigation into Dee's disappearance and death.
Melissa Andrews begins our extended coverage tonight in Adrian, breaking it all down.
More testimony wrapped up this week in the Dale Warner murder trial, with jurors hearing from technology experts, family, friends, and law enforcement, and today, farm employees about the state of Dale's marriage and the investigation into Dee Warner's disappearance and death. Earlier in the week, jurors also heard body camera video and testimony from Deputy Austin Hall. He told the jury Dale Warner described an argument with Dee on April 24th, 2021, rating it a 5 out of 10 and saying they've had worse fights. Warner said Dee developed a migraine and stayed on the couch while he worked. Hall testified Warner denied confronting Dee about affairs, but speculated she may have been. Investigators told him he was a huge potential suspect, and detectives documented no visible scratches on his body. Witnesses described a strained marriage. Dustin Lawley testified Dee appeared more relaxed when Dale wasn't around and said Dale made degrading comments. A massage therapist described bruising on Dee, including marks resembling handprints. A close friend said Dee spoke about divorce the day before she disappeared. Under cross-examination, witnesses acknowledged they never saw Dale physically harm her. Day 4 focused on digital evidence. A Michigan State Police cell phone specialist testified that Dee's phone last connected to a tower near the Munger Road property at 7:14 a.m. on April 25th. She received 75 calls that day and made none after the afternoon of April 24th. A General Motors expert testified more than 50 vehicle location requests were made from an iPhone in the weeks before her disappearance, but said there's no way to determine who is using the device. On day 5, Detective Daniel Drewyor detailed the 2024 discovery of Dee's remains inside an anhydrous tank on property linked to Warner. The medical examiner testified she died from multiple blunt force injuries combined with strangulation and ruled it a homicide, estimating her death occurred on or about April 25th, 2021. Today, day 6, jurors heard from Warag Farms employees. Ivan Boyd walked the jury through surveillance video from April 25th, identifying Dale operating heavy equipment throughout the day and later carrying welding gear. Boyd testified welding was typically done in the old or new shop, never in the spray barn, where there was also an anhydrous tank seen in one video. Longtime employee Jim Hawkins testified he prepares anhydrous tanks but has never cut one open, placed an out-of-service tag on one, or seen welding done in the spray barn. An out-of-service tag was found on tank number 34, the tank where Dee's body was discovered. The defense continues to challenge the timeline, the digital data, and witness accounts. We're back in court on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Reporting in Adrian, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
You can be the first to hear about the major developments in this case. All you have to do is get out your phone and text the word trial to the number you see on your screen. That's 419-248-1100. Then our team will give you a link to all the stories and trial updates as we get them.
All right, from there, joining us now with some legal insight into all of this is former municipal court judge and former Lucas County Commissioner Gary Byers. We appreciate you once again. You were here last week as we were getting into the very beginning stages of this. And I wanted to know from you, because as we have seen this play out this week, there's been this playbook by the prosecution. Help our viewers understand how you put your game plan together.
Sure. When I was a prosecutor, I would try to make it as logical as I could for the jurors. Those are the people that are deciding the case, and you want to lay it out in a logical fashion. You sometimes follow chronologically. You try to call witnesses so that you're not going to waste the jury's time, and you'll have them in a logical order. Sometimes witnesses...
Let me stop you there, because I've got a lot of questions about
Sure.
this, Gary, and I'm wondering, do you think to yourself as an attorney, what can my jury handle? How do I frame this? Because as you said, you're maybe go chronologically. That's easier for them to understand the timestamp behind everything.
Sure, and we've talked about this before. This is a very complicated case, and so it's circumstantial. They're trying to build the building blocks so the jury can see a complete picture, or as complete as possible, of what occurred. They are a collective recollection. The jury itself will recall among themselves what is important and what is not. And so as a prosecutor, you want to lay that out as logically as possible you can. Again, the law is nothing but common sense made difficult. You need to make it as commonsensical as you possibly can.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're good at that, and sometimes you're less good at it. Depends on the day.
Yeah.
Some witnesses flow logically. Having this week the investigator.
All of these witnesses that we see playing out in this Lenawee County courtroom, have they been told these are the questions you're going to receive? This is what I'm going to ask you. Are they prepped?
Well, I don't know if I would say prepped.
Okay.
They usually have a discussion. They'll meet with the prosecutors once or twice or more if it's critical. But like the investigators, those witnesses that have testified many, many times.
Right.
They're people that you've worked with over the years. And usually you'll have a meeting and talk about things, but you don't actually play act the testimony. You kind of go through that.
I think I was wondering more about the family members, the nanny, the welders, the people that worked on the farm.
Sure. I mean, the direct examination is, I could have a direct examination of you right now, and you sort of will lay forth the facts and let them tell their story. And as long as you're familiar with what their story is going to be, you just sort of move through direct examination and try to avoid leading questions as much as possible.
I want to go back to the stacking question. We were talking about that before we came on, and how you kind of front load or back load kind of those wow moments for the jury.
Yeah.
Is there any rhyme or reason to any of it?
Well, there are not as many wow moments in a case as you think they are. It's not like you see on TV where you watch the crime occur and then you see the court action.
You can't handle the truth.
Right. Being a juror is hard work. It's boring sometimes. They have to sit there for day after day, and they have to focus. The fatigue, I've talked to jurors after a trial, and they are just so exhausted because they focus on the testimony and what's being said, and jurors are trying to do the best they can. They want to do the right thing, whatever that is, and it's hard work. And so I tended to sort of end with a pop at the end of the case, of the testimony, before the defense case. And I would try to sort of build up to that crescendo, but there's many ways you can do it.
I wanted to talk you through, we haven't seen you since last week, and on day 4, there was, and as I'm reading from my notes here, my computer is giving me fits, but day 4, you had more of a cell phone data analysis testimony. They talked with OnStar representatives, a GM byproduct, where they're actually tracking what happens with the car, opening locks, finding out where the car is, that kind of thing. Personal testimony from a former assistant. Then they bring on MSP on day 5, lead detective, medical examiner's findings. That fell earlier this week as well. And then, of course, day 6 today, farmhands, those who were there, watched the inner workings of not only Dale's work day in and day out, but some of the more peculiar things they picked up on.
Sure. I mean, from what I can tell, the prosecution's theory is that this homicide occurred and then he was trying to cover it up. And it's that cover up that they're sort of laying out for the jury as best they can. And they're pointing to things that just don't quite make sense. I found it very interesting, the sunburn effect. That welders will sometimes get if they weld in short sleeves. And the photographs of him with sort of sunburnt arms shortly after the D went missing. Those types of things. Also the weld on the tank, that it was not a custom weld, that it was something that was added
Yeah. And
afterwards.
Today's testimony, they showed a photograph of him to jurors. He's carrying around basically a sanding tool. And they said what they were asking one of the persons on the stand, what's that used for? They said, well, you sand down before you weld. So I think they were trying to make sense of what they were seeing for.
And you can't answer every fact, but as a prosecutor, you don't have to answer every fact.
We're getting ready to wrap up here. I wanted to ask you, as a judge, we're talking about the jury sitting there taking this all in. As a judge, what are you doing sitting there at the desk?
You're making sure the rules are being followed, okay? And if questions are inappropriate or are not allowed by the rules of evidence, there's an objection, you rule on it and move on. Your job is to try to make sure the evidence is as clean going to the jury as it possibly can be.
Gary, as always, great insight. We appreciate it as we kind of dive into this more and give better legal analysis here on WTOL 11 Plus. Thank you, sir.
You bet, Jeff.
We hope to see you soon. Before we wrap up, we want to bring Kaylee back in with a look at what could be next in the trial. Kaylee?
Lots of information there. Thanks, guys. Well, the courtroom will be packed once again Tuesday morning as the trial enters week 3. It all picks back up at 9 o'clock. We're told it'll be another day of witness testimony. The prosecution is expected to call more witnesses, but it's not clear exactly who will be called. That information is not shared. Keep in mind, this trial is expected to last several weeks, and the state is still in the early phases of laying out its timeline and evidence. You can watch the entire trial live right here on WTOL 11 Plus Tuesday, starting at 9 and all the way until court is adjourned for the day. Until then, you can stream Hidden in Plain Sight, the disappearance and discovery of Dee Warner, anytime on WTOL 11 Plus. 11 Investigates sat down with Dee's family and broke down the entire investigation in our special 30-minute presentation. That's it for us tonight. Make sure to follow us on all your favorite social media platforms and download our free WTOL 11 News app right on your phone to get all the breaking news alerts and updates in this trial sent straight to you. Thanks for joining us. Have a good weekend.
And we're back. Okay. So you guys have no excuse. No excuses. Basically, that was the day 3 recap and the second week recap. Days 1 and 2, there's hard to find video, but I did find some and we watched it. So watch my replay because I found it on another channel and we watched it because the jurors were caught on camera and the judge flips out and commands all day 1 and 2 video be scrubbed from the internet. But fortunately, some people were streaming it live and I got to watch their lives. So opening statements, prosecution and defense, Dee's son, Zack Bach. So day 1, day 2, part 1, my first stream. You'll see it. It's been 3 now. This is the 3rd one. So the first one is day 1 and day 2, part 1. Then the second one is day 2, part 2. Day 3, day 4. Then this one we've watched day 5 and day 6 together here. Okay, so you've got to catch up because guys, we're moving on without you tonight when I come back. And in this one, we did just at the end of this will be, I'll update the titles and that because I didn't know how much we were going to do. So basically these are updated and timestamped. This one here, I'll do that right now. As soon as I'm done with you guys, I'll update the title and timestamp. I'll go through it and timestamp. At the end, obviously, we watched the day 3 recap and the second week recap. And tonight's show, we will do this. Check this out. So if you got my emails there, send me any photos. Dee, send anything you guys want to share with the class. Oh, yes. Good night, Dee. Oh, is Ted going on? Is Ted on? I'll go over and say hello. Yeah, I'm finishing up. So I'll put the link in, or Dee, is Ted on? Put his link here and we'll send the shibby bump over because I'm done. Yeah. So Dee, I'm going to explain here a minute. If you have Ted's link, if he's live, drop it in here and everyone can go there and say hi and chat for a little bit. And then the rest of the day, your assignment is to watch this, and then this. All right. So here's what we're doing tonight. We're going to watch most likely days. Pretty sure we just finished day 6. Yeah. So we're going to watch day 7, and there's a recap of day 7, which we'll probably save. Then we'll watch day 8, and we'll see how far we get tonight. And we're basically getting 2 of them each show. So we're going to catch up to the trial, which is running every day now. So let's do it. I'm going to say goodbye. Dee Dee's going to drop. Have you done it? I'll find it. Ted's live stream is where? Is he live? Let me go see if this young man's live. Is he here? Oh, do I have him? I don't have him on this account. Oh my gosh. What? How do I not have Ted? Oh my gosh. Is Ted live even? I don't even know. Let me see. Oh, I gotta go on another account. Oh, here we go. Notifications. I think I saw Ted go live earlier. Oh yeah. He went live 3 hours ago. Let me just double check. Oh yeah, he's live.
But
here we go. So here.
when you see, and a lot of accounts are doing this, a lot of TikTok accounts and other accounts are saying, see, when you put the mask over the face, these are the eyes, this is the, the mouth, this is,
I just put it in chat. That's a link to get to this young man. Go over there, give him a like. Ted is live with 480 people watching now. So I'm going over there to say hello and good morning. I put the link in the chat. Go and say hi. Shibby sent me. Look at all the chats popping off. You'll probably see beautiful people you know and love. You see? I'll show you. Look at Dee Dee was there. Look at Hey Teddy's. And she came here to say hi. Who else is there? You go on over there. All our friends are there. So I'm going to go over and say hi now too. All right. After I say goodbye. So, all righty, guys. Let's do this. I'm shutting her down. Have a good night, guys. See you tonight, 11 p.m. I'll do it again. Just come by. I dare you. Thank you. Oh, that's Ted's channel. Perfect. Young lady, thank you. Ted's channel is there. Critter put Ted's channel. Get on over there. Subscribe to him. And I've got the one above it is Ted's live stream. He's live now. I'm going to say hi. Critter will go say hi. All right. And I'll see you tonight. I'll make a new live stream after this. So come on tonight back. See ya. And since I got Fishy back now, so bye. I got Dee Dee back now, so bye. Oh my gosh. I got all my favorite people back. Oh, Critter too. Critter was mad at me. Now Critter's not mad at me. Bye. Love you all. Have a good day.
Ladies, pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies, pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this, just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this, just like you should. My neck, my back, kick my pussy and my crack, my neck.
just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shippy!
Low five.
Yeah. Let's get out of here.